Good morning, live from Newport Beach, California, about 100 meters off the beach. It's the United States Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rose Cup, the esteemed national championship for young sailors here. 10 teams from across the United States battling it on day two, battling for the Rose Cup. We are just into the sequence for the ninth flight of the round robin phase, and I am here with there we go. I'm Tom Eamon alongside Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield. Gentlemen, this is another exciting day out here on the water. Andy Rose, a multiple winner of the Governor's Cup and many other championships, America's Cup veteran. Matt Whitfield, the three-time United Kingdom match racing, youth match racing, and senior match racing champion as well. You'll remember us from doing the Governor's Cup in years past. Gentlemen, welcome. And Andy, if I can start with you as the Gov Cup guru, the match racing guru, is it true this trophy is named after you, the Rose Cup?
It is named after me. Larry Law, the late Larry Law, was head of the Newport Balboa Sailing and Seamanship Association, which founded the Cup. And Larry, I love him, but he had a trophy fetish. If you actually see the real trophy, it's about 5 feet high. But at any rate, yeah, and I really appreciated that.
You didn't name it after yourself, though.
I did not name it after myself.
It was named in your honor.
Despite what all the sailors think, I did not. It was named in my honor. What we did originally when we founded the Rose Cup, it's the 15th anniversary of the Rose Cup. It's the 10th anniversary of it being a United States Sailing Official Youth Championship. Well, we were noticing in the Governor's Cup that the international teams were dominating the leaderboards for a period of years. So a bunch of us got together at Balboa Yacht Club and said, well, we can do something about that. Let's start a series. So it was originally called a national match racing event. And thanks to Dave Perry, five-time match racing champion in the United States, he got it to be 10 years ago, an official U.S. championship. So we couldn't be more pleased. And I'll tell you, if you see some of the results, we've had Rose Cup winners have won the World Youth Championships, et cetera. So it seems to be working, Tom.
Well, and bless your heart, congratulations on all you and Balboa Yacht Club have achieved. This is not normally here at Balboa Yacht Club. It rotates around the country, and it happens to be here this year being hosted by what I would consider to be the heart of youth match racing in this country and to some extent in the world, because we do host the Governor's Cup at the end of July every year, as we will do in just 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exciting, and to see the sailors progress from the Rose Cup through the Governor's Cup and into the Congressional Cup, which was always our original. There was no Rose Cup when I was match racing in the Governor's Cup, but the traditional sort of step for really good match racers was the Governor's Cup, the Congressional Cup, and then the America's Cup.
And the Congressional Cup, of course, up the shore here,
right,
hosted by Long Beach Yacht Club, the senior really granddaddy of all the match racing tournaments, regattas. And Matt Whitfield from the UK, now living here in California. You've raced in the Governor's Cup. You've commentated with us at Gov Cup and also at Rose Cup. How important is it for these kids to be sailing in this event?
I mean, it's super key. Like, one of the key things that growing up in the UK, I realized is that I really enjoy doing match racing, but there's no match racing events in the UK. There's maybe 3 or 4 a year. So just being able to sail with people from all across what is essentially a whole continent, get a lot of high-level match racing in, because the best way to learn match racing is to do 100 match races. If you can do 101 match races, you're going to be better than after 100. So being able to get 10 races in, 15 races in a weekend is a really good way of just leveling up your game.
Andy, you at the pinnacle of match racing in our sport is certainly the America's Cup. You raced in 1977 for Australia. How did that happen?
Well, I started out in the Congressional Cup. Argyle Campbell, who steered, and I was tactician in the Congressional Cup, and we won when I actually had my 19th birthday at the first Congressional Cup. We won. And some other people noticed this, especially a guy named Alan Bond from Australia, who was about to challenge for the America's Cup. So he invited Argyle and I to come down to Australia and teach him how to match race. So we never did that. But I did go back to Newport in '74 and coach them at a 23-year-old, and it was the best summer of my life, including the summer I actually sailed in the America's Cup. It was just incredible, you know. So that's how that happened. And then they invited me to sail on Australia in the '77 Cup to actually sail on the boat, and I turned them down at first because I had been approached at the Congressional Cup by Lee Loomis to sail with Ted Hood on Independence, on his new Independence, and then I never heard from him again. Well, I guess they just expected me to show up because it was a very East Coast thing at the time. Oh yeah, I can drive an hour and a half. Well, I have to fly 2,500 miles, and I'm a law student. So at any rate, I changed my mind and called Alan Bond and asked if I could change my mind. And he said, "When can you be here?" I said, "I'll take the red eye."
And that led to you racing in the '77 Cup as tactician for Australia, the first time that an American, as far as we know, in a senior position at least, had raced with a non-American team. So much so, and that was, of course, against Ted Turner and Gary Jobson, who ultimately won. But so much so that the New York Yacht Club said, we can't let Americans sail for foreign teams. We might get beat. And I was getting involved in it at that time, and we came up with a thing that I still call the Rosé rule, named after you.
Well, Rosé was my Australian nickname. You have to have a nickname in Australia, so that's what they named me. So anyway, but then Tom Eamon was after me, and so he created this rule that, Bondi said, "Why don't you come down here and finish your law degree?" And I guess if I had done that, I would have sailed in the '83 Cup. But great fun and great stuff. But back to the youth match racing thing, without the Governor's Cup, I never would have done anything in match racing. And now the Rose Cup, I think, is just an additional thing that U.S. sailors can participate in and do well. I might also just say with our colleague here, Matt Whitfield, Matt not only won 3 youth match racing championships in the UK, but one of them was with the former Rose Cup winner and twice Governor's Cup winner, Jeffrey Peterson, who will be joining us later. But I thought that was neat.
Yeah, Jeff. You guys were all on a trip to the UK whilst the youth nationals were on in the UK, and so said, "Hey Jeffrey, do you want to wake up at 5 a.m. and go sailing?" And so we had a good fun weekend, and then my car broke down, so we had to get the train back up to London to meet you guys. So unfortunately, we missed the dinner celebrations. So it was good fun.
But you did win.
We did win. Yeah.
They won all the races, which was an amazing feat because I had taken a bunch of the guys to the America's Cup Hall of Fame celebration, which was at the Royal Yacht Squadron in Cowes. And then we went to a pub afterwards, and so it was a fairly late night. Peter Burling was there and a few others, and these guys actually got up and did that. And then maybe the best part is we had all gone directly to the Savoy Hotel in London. Jeffrey and Matt arrive at the Savoy still in their sailing gear. And the Savoy people at first said, "Oh, I think you're in the wrong place, gentlemen." But anyway, we straightened that out, and they were very accommodating, and it was fun to see these two guys. At the Savoy, you don't have to check into the front desk. They take you to a room with a little desk, sort of like a living room, and they check you in. So these two guys in full sailing career gear with a 3-piece suit, guy from the Savoy checking them in. But
I remember it well. Andy, let's set the scene for what's going on here. This is actually day 2 of the Rose Cup of the United States Youth Match Racing Championship. Yesterday, they sailed 8 flights in this round-robin stage. And at the end of this 9th flight, which is now going on in the Gov Cup 22 boats, we already know, based on the results yesterday, who the top 8 teams are that will advance to the quarterfinals, which will begin very soon. And the quarterfinals, then, the top 8 teams, the bottom 2 teams will drop off and sail their own series, first to win 3 over the next couple days to determine 9th and 10th. But here we are about to go into the quarterfinals with 8 teams racing head-to-head, and then, of course, the winners of the quarterfinals into the semifinals, which should probably be tomorrow. Maybe we'll get one flight of that into today yet, and then tomorrow the semifinals and the finals of the Rose Cup.
we're going to try to cover, it's sort of a 3-ring circus at this point. In the quarterfinals, there's still 8 boats out there on the course in the quarters. We're going to try to cover the ones that probably have the best records, but the issue there is that the quarterfinals are set up so the first boat will sail against the boat in last, etc. So we'll cover as much as we can and tell you what we're covering.
Our executive producer, Chris Bretschker, leading the 13-member Governor's Cup team, has got a slide up for us from the results from yesterday after 8 flights. And you can see on top are 2 teams on 7 wins. One team, Dylan C. from the neighboring Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Dylan C., Kea Hancock, Anton Schmidt, and Michael Stentovich on 7 wins, 1 loss. They had a great day yesterday. Then tied for second, Balboa Yacht Club's own Sienna Nichols, her sister Maddie Nichols, Kai Brennan, and Eddie Kleem on 6 wins. Likewise, San Diego Yacht Club's Harrison Strom, Sabrina Anderson, Kevin Kaysen, and Wyatt Kelly on 6 wins. And on down from that, we have another tie. So very tough, strong, close competition, at least among the top 5 or 6 boats, Andy and Matt. Delray Yacht Club's William Stratton, Harry Bryan, Jacqueline Cassidy, and Luca Farrell on 5 wins. Likewise from South Carolina Yacht Club, James Pine, Nathan Pine, William Baker, and Addison Fisher on 5 wins. And then we go down from there. But this was not just racing on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is also been preceded by a clinic conducted by the aforementioned Jeffrey Peterson.
Yeah, and that's an important part of this regatta. A lot of these sailors are like 16 or 17 and have many more years to go in youth sailing. And as I think, Matt said, if you sail 100 match races, if you sail 101, you're better than you were if you'd only sailed 100. Experience is everything in this discipline, in the sport. So it starts with a clinic, basically, and this year Jeffrey Peterson is the head coach. And so they've done 2 days of basically coaching, and you can start to see the results. Very little experience, start to win a couple of races. The Governor's Cup, generally the youngest person that's ever won was 17. And, so it's generally, because of the experience thing, the 21 and 22-year-olds are generally going to be at the top of the leaderboard. Well, here, the same thing as some of the older sailors, old, 17, something like that, are doing a little better. But this is meant to be both a learning experience and a regatta, because we want to continually improve the quality of U.S. Youth match racers. And if you look at the results worldwide in the last few years, I think we're definitely accomplishing our goal. With David Wood from Balboa Yacht Club as a world champion, followed by Jeffrey Peterson, 2 Governor's Cup wins for Jeffrey. I think it's working, and it's exciting to see.
2 days of clinics, Jeffrey Peterson, and also he was assisted by Frankie Dare, another Gov Cup alum.
Yep.
And talking with Jeffrey this morning on shore before we docked out, he was amazed and frankly pleased at how much progress all 10 of these teams made in that 2 days of clinics. Clinigatta, as Dawn Riley would call it.
Yep.
And now we're into the serious racing. Yesterday, the round-robin phase. We're about to get into the quarterfinals, and then, of course, the semis and finals yet today and tomorrow. We'll go live again tomorrow at 11:30 on these various YouTube and Facebook channels. Thank you for joining us here Saturday morning. It's just a little before noon in Newport Beach. And tell us, Matt Whitfield, about these boats. You've raced in the Gov Cup 22s in several events here. 22 feet, designed by Staff Commodore, Balboa Yacht Club staff, meaning past Commodore Alan Andrews, and fantastic boats, whether in 5 knots or 20.
Yeah, so the boats are, the conditions you normally get in Newport Beach are pretty light, maybe generally sub 10 knots. So the boats are really, really hyped up with a lot of extra power in the rig. They got big square top mains and a real flat bottom to the boat, so you can really get them going in maybe even 2 or 3 knots of breeze. You can have competitive racing whereas in most boats, if you're in a sonar, etc., J22, that lots of other match racers are done in, they would get stuck in that breeze. Whereas these boats can really coast through, and they really go through the waves relatively well. So because we sail out on the Pacific Ocean here, so need to be able to go through the swell that comes in. These boats are able to plane in about 9-10 knots of breeze almost, give or take, and then when it gets up to 17-18 knots, it feels like you're sailing in 25 plus. So really, really, really good boats to sail, and you just got to hike them hard, and you can get them going fast, and you can gain and have good match racing.
Nice shot there, speaking of Gov Cup 22s, from the stern end of James Pine, sailing with his brother Nathan Pine, William Baker, and Addison Fisher from the South Carolina Yacht Club. I believe they're from Charleston, and I believe, Andy, their coach, at least in high school, has been Ryan Davidson, or so I hear from one of our friends of Sailing Illustrated, Batten Kennan from Charleston.
Well, so we hear, and that would be great. I mean, Ryan is a terrific sailor, a terrific guy, and I think would be a superb coach. And happily, Ryan is here representing U.S. Sailing.
He's chairman of the.
He's chairman of the Youth Match Racing Committee, but he's a volunteer, and in other words, he paid his way out here just to monitor and be sure this event goes well. So kudos to Ryan. He's a great guy.
Can we have a close-up look at Boat 6 from our one? We have actually 4 drones in the air, 3 at a time, and 1 back here recycling. We've got a great team doing this for us again, but we're looking at the Nichols, Team Sienna Nichols with her sister Maddie. They're twins, actually. Sienna's, I think, about 15 minutes older, her mom told me this morning. And by the way, her mother, Melanie, is the mark set operator here for the regatta. She's on the race committee, but Sienna, Maddie, Kai, and Eddie Kleem sailing for the home team from Balboa Yacht Club on 6 wins had a pretty good day yesterday. Tell us, Andy, about Sienna Nichols and her team.
Well, I think it again reinforces what Matt said. Last year, Sienna sailed in the Governor's Cup and got 12th out of 12. Had some really good races. You could tell that she was a prospect without question. Well, this year, she's already run the Dixon Youth Match Racing event at Long Beach Yacht Club. She is just a otherworldly sailor, if you will. She is going to make a name for herself. I remember last year at that opening day, she was manning the Governor's Cup booth at Balboa Yacht Club's opening day, and she wasn't sure that I knew her, and so she said, I don't know if you know me, I'm Sienna, and I said, yeah, I do, and that's not the last time that you will have to say that kind of thing. Oh yeah, we know who you are. I heard a good nickname for her today, the Teenage Assassin, and she is. Even last year, she did some match race tactics. I'll never forget Around the Weather Mark with Josh Hyde from New Zealand, who was became a semifinalist, and she was to leeward, and he was up on her weather hip. It was a match racing 3.01 move. I mean, it was just the most brilliant thing.
How old is she?
She beat him. Oh, she's 16 this year.
All of 16?
Yeah, she was 15 last year. So she's somebody to watch, and, in this regatta, she is somebody to watch. I would not be surprised to see her and Dylan C. in the finals.
Let me ask Matt Whitfield to talk about the crew count, the crew component, and I believe these boats, during Gov Cup at least, are regularly sailed, Andy, either by 3 or 4, but I believe the requirement here is that they be a minimum of 16 years of age, maximum, they cannot have turned 21 in the year of the event, and they're all sailing 4 up, is that right?
Yeah, I believe that's right.
And let me ask Matt, what do the 4 people on the boat routinely, what's the kind of normal setup, Matt?
So when you're sailing with these boats with 4, you can sail them with 3 or 4, but in this event with it being 4 persons, you have an extra set of hands to do rows. So you're going to have 1 person driving, 1 person trimming the main. The main trimmer probably also is going to be trimming the spinnaker down on the downwinds.
The main, the big sail, of course,
Yep.
for non-sailors that may be watching.
Yeah, and then you're going to have the 4th person will be doing probably the jib upwind, or potentially just have their eyes out as a designated tactician. Depends on exactly what the skill set you have on your boat. So depending on who you are, how you guys sail together, and then you're going to have a bow person whose job it is to make sure those mark roundings go well and tries to get all the body weight as far forwards and everyone in the right positions going upwind. So kind of depends on exactly where your strengths are. You can change a few of the roles around, but most people will be doing that sort of role.
On a bigger boat, Andy, you once famously said any monkey can steer, but the tactician is really what's key. And, of course, in the America's Cup, probably Sail GP, and a couple other big boat events, especially when you're doing, match or fleet racing. What's the difference between the tactician and the skipper on these boats?
Well, some of them don't, have a formal tactician, but they undoubtedly have someone helping with, do you see that shift to the left? It's probably time to tack, that kind of thing. At the starts, some tacticians are very, when Jack Parkin sailed here a few years ago, Wiley Rogers was his tactician, and you could see Wiley, saying do this, do that at the starts. And that's sort of what I'm used to. Most boats I've sailed, most match races I've done, I get to sort of do that as tactician. But, it can work any way. But these young sailors are trying to work out how to do all that kind of stuff. Well, how do we do this? I'm steering. Ideally, I think you want a tactician to help you with where to go and have the skipper concentrate on steering and going fast.
On boat speed.
Boat speed.
Speaking of Jack Parkin, his brother, Freddie Parkin, is here along with Asher Beck, Lily Foster, and Thomas, don't call me Tom, Thomas Whidden, representing the Riverside Yacht Club, that fabulous old club in Greenwich, Connecticut, just up the coast from New York City. And, of course, not only is Freddie Parker well known, but Thomas Whidden is not the son, but the grandson of our good friends Tom and Betsy Whidden. Tom famous for having raced for many America's Cups with Dennis Conner as
a tactician.
And they have a son named Avery, and Thomas is actually Avery's son, racing here now. I wonder what role he's doing on the boat.
I don't know. Tom, Whidden originally I don't think was a tactician, but became one, and a superb one. And Dennis counted on him, and I think they had that kind of relationship. The tactician-skipper relationship is really crucial. And, what I found as a tactician sailing for many different skippers, our job is to adjust, and it's as much psychological as anything else, to get so in sync that sailing with Argyle in the Congressional Cups, I didn't have to, do much. I didn't have to tell him much.
Argyle Campbell.
Yeah, by the time I was telling him, I was really talking to the crew because he was already going to do it. So it's a great role. My career has been as a tactician, and I love it. But I admire all these, and I jokingly did that on a Monday night dinner with Sam Gilmore from Western Australia when he asked me why I didn't sail in the Alumni Regatta, which there was our 50th anniversary, and it just came to me, and I said, Sam, I'm a tactician. Any monkey can steer, and that's not quite true, but it's sort of true, Wow.
Let's get a close-up shot of the race committee boat, the signal boat, and you'll see the number 10 on the side of the boat. That's the flight number. So we've raced now all 9 flights of the round-robin phase. We're about to go into what is Flight 10, which will be the first of the quarterfinal matches. What are the quarterfinals? First to win what, 3? Do we know? No. Christine Gribben, our regatta chairman, is aboard Adios, our broadcast boat, and she'll tell us, but you can see the number 10. If you can go in tight, guys, on the starboard side there's the race committee signal boat that is being very professional in the competent sense of the word, being manned by the team led by Dr. Pamela Kreiser. She is a board of directors member, a director of the Balboa Yacht Club. We'll call her Dr. Pam, like we had Dr. Jill in Washington, D.C. during the last. She is a very competent, what we call PRO, Principal Race Officer, and she's leading a superb team running the races out here, including, as we mentioned, Melanie Nichols, who's the mother of Sienna and Maddie. She's doing the mark set. We've got our longtime friend, and we sailed a lot of sea miles with Father Greg Newman, who is the chief bosun. He and his team are keeping the boats in tip-top shape as usual. He does the Gov Cup with us and is doing the Rose Cup. And the chief umpire, the chump, as we call it, not because she's a chump, although maybe she is. No, I would never say that. The chief umpire, short in sailing talk, is Katie Maxon, who is the sister of the chair of this regatta, the chairperson, Christine Gribben. So it's a family affair, isn't it, Andy?
It is. But also, I guess we should say that all these umpires literally have to go to school to learn how to be an umpire and, have refresher courses and stuff. So this is an innovation that actually Tom Eamon had a lot to do with back in the day. In the original match races that I sailed, there were no umpires. So you had to go sometimes to the protest room after the end of the racing to find out who won. And Tom and a couple other people invented the on-the-water umpires.
For Congressional Cup in 1988.
Yeah, and it's changed everything. It's wonderful. Like all umpires, there'll be some decisions that are controversial, and some of the players won't like them. But it's a very refreshing, because when we leave the water tomorrow night, we'll know exactly who won and what happened. But they're a great team, and they're volunteers, and I'll tell you, it's they have the hardest job out here.
Now, we're on the race committee. Let's talk about these what are called mark set bots. This is a recent innovation in the sport. Speaking of innovations, there is one end of the starting line with the yellow one is a mark set bot. And Matt Whitfield, you know that in the old days, we anchored marks, and then in the last 3 years, we've got these robotic marks that self-propel. They're towed out here to the race course, but then set free, and using GPS and an app on an iPad or a phone, the race committee maneuvers the marks into a very precise location.
Yeah, the mark set bots are a great innovation, because if you're having to pull up hundreds of foot of chain, it's tiring over the course of the day. I know there's a Windward Mark union which believe they're at risk. However, you still need someone to man where they're going to go and when they're going to go out. So
do you know the name of that union?
I don't know the name, but I know my dad's a part of it.
Well,
it's called the BIMBO,
Yep.
the Brotherhood of International Mark Boat Operators.
Yep.
And one of the chief bimbos in the country is a gentleman named Larry Kennedy, who's right now at the Sewanaka Corinthian Yacht Club running the Ilka North Americans with Peter Taylor and a few other friends. His son, Colin Kennedy, is a member of our Gov Cup TV team. He's here with us.
Well, I can tell you, some of the bimbos were a little distressed with the advent of the mark bots. But, said, no, you still set the marks. You just push some buttons. And, you can get into the beer cooler quicker. It's just, it's easier.
Instead of getting wet and salty and having to pull up a mark,
Exactly.
you go on an iPad and press a button and it goes there.
Exactly.
And and the marks hold remarkably still. Like, I think everyone was a little bit skeptical of how still they'll hold. However, having sailed round them lots of times, I've never seen one of them jump out at me. Even though I might like to blame it at times, it doesn't happen.
Well, I will say that yesterday Ryan Davidson reports that one of the bots stopped botting. So he said, yeah, we actually had to set a mark. And I said,
with a real anchor.
I said, you guys remembered how to do that? So.
Let's talk about
While we're waiting, let's talk a little bit why you can tell we're vamping here and trying to think of something to say.
Well, no, we're not. We've got this very well planned out, scripted, and we're reading it off the teleprompter. I'm sure our viewers can tell. But, Andrew, you're the local. Tell us about the wind and weather. It's virtually flat out here, as you can see behind us. We're just a few hundred meters, maybe 150 meters off the beach. Beautiful Newport Beach. It's probably 75 degrees out here. Call that 21, 22 Celsius. Is that right, Matt?
Like 24.
24. Yeah. And it's light but raceable. Or what is the? Are we waiting for a little more breeze? And what do you think will happen from here?
First, what they have to do is figure out, they know who the quarterfinalists are, but to do the matches and then inform all the sailors of the matches and the order in which they'll sail in the quarters. So that does take some time. It's, it is light. I mean,
is it first against eighth and second against?
Pretty much, yeah. It is light out here, but Newport Beach, it features light air a lot of the time. As, I think both you had said and Matt had said earlier, the boats were designed for this. So there's probably 6 or 7 knots right now, and maybe 6. And it's, and you can have a race in this. You can have a fair race. The boats have a lot of sail area. They only weigh about 645 pounds. I don't know what that is in kilograms, but they were designed to do this. And the nice surprise was that they're great in this, but in 18 or 20 they're spectacular. It was a little hard to commentate in 2018 because the leeward legs were taking about 2.5 minutes. So as the boats were planing downwind.
What direction is the wind? What do you expect it will do, both in direction and strength, as the afternoon progresses?
Ken Sherb, look at the compass. I would guess it's about 220 right now. 195. Okay, I was way off. So 195, quite often in Newport Beach, you'll have a southerly, which will be about 180, 190. 195 starts to imply that it may move right as the day goes on. Yesterday, I understand we weren't out here, but that they had some, nice breeze early on. Then it died, and then it came back up. This feels a little bit promising. I don't think we'll get a lot of wind, but it'll probably, I'm guessing, slowly go to the right, but probably not to the, typical sou'wester of, 240 or 250, or even a true westerly at 270.
Yeah, the wind, whilst light, is still totally raceable. So it's the everything can get going, and then as the day goes on, just slightly one body out every single race, and as that happens, as the breeze starts to track right, then it will end up maybe by the end of the day it will be a start at the committee boat and go right day. But right now, in a way, it's almost the best conditions you get in Newport early on in the day, where there's left-hand shifts and right-hand shifts, so it's more of an even race course.
Yep.
Whereas sometimes when that breeze does come in and it tracks right,
It becomes a one-way
right.
course. Yeah, it becomes a one-way course.
And this will be a bit of a 5-ring circus because we have 10 teams racing. So 5 matches at a time, starting at 5-minute intervals, and it gets a little confusing for us as commentators, which is why we have once again our crack spotter. You'll hear us refer to him as Andy just did, Ken Sherb, another superb sailor, Balboa Yacht Club member, bright young kid who keeps us more or less on track with which matches are on the water, are up the course, who's winning, who's trailing, what the colors of the spinnakers are, so that we can make sense of this phase of it, which is a little confusing once they get going. And indeed, Matt Whitfield, what is that white flag with the red diamond on the race committee boat?
They've just hoisted F flag, which indicates it's a warning signal for the warning signal. So it means it's 7 minutes till the first start. So 2 minutes till the 5-minute warning signal, and the first start is going to be between 9th and 10th in the round robin, which is Gavin Galloway and Hayden McCready. So that's Gavin Galloway on the blue side, the port side.
Code flag F on the race committee boat.
So this
Fox
is not
Trot.
Tom. So this first race is not a quarterfinal race.
Correct.
This is to decide in a first to 3 series between the 9th and 10th boats, and that's important. I'd sure prefer to be 9th than 10th.
Well, and you're getting to race somebody who, at least coming out of the round robin, had more or less equal scores, so you feel very competitive. You should learn a lot. As we now see code flag F, Foxtrot is down, the so-called attention signal, or as Matt called it, the warning for the warning. What's the next signal, Matt?
The next signal will be the 5 minutes till their start, so that's 1 minute until they enter. The boats enter over the committee boat and the pin end with 4 minutes to go. One from the pin end and one from over the committee boat.
I should note that this first race for 9th or 10th, these are 2 of the youngest, if not the youngest, competitors in the fleet. So they're really just beginning their match racing careers. And, last year, as I said, Sienna, at 15 years old, Sienna Nichols was 12th in the Governor's Cup. But I guarantee she's already invited to the Governor's Cup. I guarantee she won't be 12th again.
So on this chart that Chris has put up for us, you see the blue and the yellow. Those are the boats as they're assigned to the respective ends of the starting line. At the 4-minute signal, they will enter from their assigned end. The blue is from the pin or left end as we look upwind, the port end, and yellow entering from the starboard or right end at their 4-minute signal, which is in about 45 seconds from now, Matt.
Yes, so I've got a vested interest in this because we've got Gavin Galway's team staying at my father-in-law's house with us. So I'm hoping they win this match. But yeah, so the first entrance will be at 4 minutes in about 25 seconds. So they'll enter over the top and then they'll go and start the dial-up.
Gavin Galway, Madeline Perdue, Clayton Roddick, and Caden Virig from the Lakewood Yacht Club, which is down in Texas, down in Houston. The other team, their opposition, coming in from, which end are they coming in now from?
Gavin Galway and his team are the yellow coming over the committee boat, and Hayden McCready's coming in from the pin end.
He's coming in just now with the blue flag coming in from the pin end. Hayden and his team are from the Houston Yacht Club. So we have the 2 Texans going at it here.
This is the Youth Match Racing Championship of Texas.
Texas.
Right here.
Hayden McCready, Paloma Arago, Presley Massey, and Elfie Keela. I believe it's Kulai. Let me try that again. Kylenberg. And here they go in a dial-up in the middle of the starting line, Andrew.
Yeah, the dial-up is a typical. If we could get a little closer shot from the drones, it'd be great. But the dial-up is a typical match race tactic in modern match racing, where both boats approach from different ends. The starboard tack boat has right of way. The port tack boat is the giveaway boat, as we call it. So they both end up just luffing head to wind. And then it becomes a crucial thing where the crew comes in. Everybody talks about the interesting. Everybody talks about the skippers, but the crew basically, once the boats stop, the crew is the only people that can control where the boat goes. So that was a nice escape, basically.
Yeah, it's very risky as the starboard boat. Although you have the right of way on the initial dial-up, once you go slow, generally you'll both be sitting on starboard, so you are then the giveaway windward boat. So it's quite risky if the boats start drifting. You need to be ready to get out of there.
Also, the key is the timing there. As you come into the dial-up, if you overshoot as the starboard boat, then you let the port tack, the boat coming in from the port tack, on your stern, and that allows you, among the rules, to really help control where the other boat can go. And that's the key to a match race start. So this is very typical. So far, no, real winner yet, but
yeah, with 2 minutes, 3 seconds to go, they're about 15 seconds outside the committee boat, so they're probably going to do some circles to try and get the lead back at the end here. The lead boat coming away has the ability to jibe around because they're far enough ahead, and they'll want to try and circle until they can till they want to come back to the start line and don't want to be too late.
modern match racing with fairly equally matched teams basically is time and distance. If you can do your time and distance well, then you're going to win the majority of starts.
We've got 1:20 to go, and the boats are starting to lead back to the line with about 25 seconds to go. So they can roughly burn a 2-to-1 to the committee boat here. So every second they should be able to burn 1 second for it. So a lot of time to burn here for the team that's leading back, which is Gavin Galway and his team.
I don't know what's happening here. Sorry, we're not getting a lot of the picture that we might want here yet.
So they're about 15 seconds from the line, and with 45 seconds to go here. They're about to come in onto the right of the shot, coming in. So they're coming down, trying to kill as much time as possible. I was talking to them in the car this morning, and Gavin Gower and his team were followed back a lot yesterday and found it wasn't so successful. So, coming back early and, being in the game is hopefully going to be a good start for them here. So 17 seconds to go, and they're dialing up. Probably 2 or 3 seconds to burn here. If you're the windward boat, you want to be as fast separated, and if you're the leeward boat, you want to be as close to the windward boat as possible to give them dirty wind. So you see the two boats kind of separating out there, and both going for good starts here.
Andrew, which side of the course do you like?
I think I'd probably favor the left.
For more pressure or for
shifts this early in the day. Yeah, it's as Matt said, later in the day, quite often you'll get the true sou'wester and it go to the right, and it becomes sort of what we call a one-way course. You have to get to the right. Here in this early stuff, there'll be some shifts, and they'll phase. So you really got to be aware of the shifts. But right now, I would probably favor the left.
And it looks like there's a bit of a hole on the top right of this course as well. So definitely coming in on that port ley line looks good. So I think good start from Gavin Galway and his team. Probably slightly ahead and leading and on the favored side of the course.
So McCready realized at that point, well, we're not going to be able to roll him. We're not going to be able to get over him. So we need to tack out of here. So now what he'll be hoping for is a shift to the right.
Okay, now we're coming into the pre-start for this next match, which is between Pine and Stratton. Pine in boat 11. They've got a lime spinnaker, a stripe in their spinnaker. Stratton in the yellow coming in from the starboard end in boat 3.
So with coming in about 30 seconds since they entered the start line there, so coming into a dial-up the same, and expect both boats to hold and stop.
Let me correct that. I believe Pine is not in boat 11, but in boat 8. Yes. There's an umpire whistle.
And I think it was a green flag that umpires are not displaying any outstanding penalties.
Let me tell you the names quickly while they're separating. They're both had the wind dialed up there. The Pine team, Team Pine, I guess we call them, from South Carolina Yacht Club, James Pine, Nathan Pine, William Baker, and Addison Fisher. Is there a female on each of the teams by rule, Andy?
Yes.
That's a U.S. sailing rule. And the other team, Team Stratton, is William Stratton from Delray Yacht Club up in L.A., Harry Bryan, Jacqueline Cassidy, and Luca Farrell.
So I should say we're looking up the course at the first match, and it did indeed. The left was somewhat favored. So you now see Galway covering McGreedy quite well, and they're doing classic match race tactics here. Tom, I think you slightly misspoke there. You need one person of the opposite sex, because you have
Correct.
You have Sienna's team, who has Eddie Kleem.
That's three gals and a guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It must be one person of the opposite gender or sex. We won't get into that
No, don't get
discussion
into that.
here. Okay.
Good Lord.
I like to just tease you a bit.
Well, thank you. We'll need the Supreme Court. We'll have to hook in the Supreme Court here.
What's going on here around the committee boat, Matt? Looks like they're using that as a bit of a pick.
Yeah, so Stratton trying to do a big down just to try and bait Pine in and try and dial him up again. But I think looks like in slightly too light winds, and they've killed a bit too much speed, that Pine's going to be able to roll over the top. So there's 1:43 to go. Both boats sailing away from the committee boat, as Andy said before. No real advantage right now. It's all about picking your time to come back to the line here. It's a relatively square line, maybe a tiny, tiny bit of port end bias.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Pretty much just get off the line in a good start, and you'll be able to be okay. So, as Pine goes for a circle round, generally, as a general rule that Dave Perry would say is, when it's light winds like this, you want to lead back to the line. It's easier. The boats are going to go slow, so generally you're going to be able to be in the controlling position. But if you're coming back too early, then you're going to get to the line early. So relatively.
What Pine did there is something also that doesn't work.
1 minute.
He tacked twice in a very short period of time. So he thought, I'll put myself in a position to control Stratton. But because the two tacks are so slow, Stratton was able to move out and have freedom to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, and so they've got 43 seconds to go. They're maybe 20 seconds from the line. So Stratton's going to try and slow this race down. Pine trying to push everything in. And if they can't slow it down, Stratton's going to be towards the pin end and then aim to get a good start in. Pine trying to push them down to try and open up a gap for them to start at this committee boat end with 21 seconds to go right now.
Stratton's going to have this pretty nicely, I think.
I think Stratton's got a couple of seconds to burn, but it's in a good Pine sail.
And now
here.
he's coming down, and then he'll come up to
Be a
cross.
split tack here.
Yeah.
3 seconds to go.
And here comes Pine up on the wind. So pretty even start.
Pine did a really good job there of just really keeping the hull speed in and not panicking.
But
just
here he
keeping
goes.
The boat moving.
So yeah, so slight edge to the boat, as Dave Perry would suggest. Slight edge to the boat to leeward, hitting the pin end.
Galway is leading in that first match, in that match for 9th and 10th, and now coming into their pre-start in boat 10, coming in from the left or port end, is Freddie Parkin. I'll try not to call him Jack Parkin because we know his brother so well. Riverside Yacht Club's team, Parkin, Asher Beck, Lily Foster, and Thomas Whidden coming in, and they are in boat 10. Oops, no, we're correcting that now. Boat 12. Coming in from the starboard end is Team Strom, Harrison Strom, Sabrina Anderson, Kevin Cason, and Wyatt Kelly from the esteemed San Diego Yacht Club at their 4-minute signal.
Indeed. The first Rose Cup winner was from San Diego, Nevin Snow.
So you can see Strom there a little bit late. That maybe means that instead of getting into a dial-up, the port end boat can actually get a clean cross to leeward, and then they can avoid the dial-up if they go dead downwind. So you see Strom going into a goose wing, as we'd say, or a wing on wing that an American would say, to try and just really go dead downwind and close the gap, which looks like they've been successful.
Looks like they've done it. Yep. But they'll be going a little slower. So now we'll go into a delayed dial-up, if you would.
So there's 3 minutes, 5 seconds to go in this. Looks like the dial-up's breaking up, so they're going to start exiting into the playground. They're relatively low because they tried to go for that leeward cross. They're lower in the playground than the other boats have been. So
Matt, explain the playground to our viewers.
So the playground is the area that's roughly a safe zone. So basically it's between the two ley lines of the committee boat, above the pin ley line. Then you can always sail back into the start without having to tack. So you're able to mess about and try and get an advantage on the other team there. So it's a little bit more risk-free. If you're stuck below the port ley line, then it's a little bit risky.
I'll try to have you visualize that for those watching who don't totally understand that. If you put an inverted V with the point of the V on the pin end and the other V with the point of it on the committee boat, the V's represent the starboard and port ley lines, meaning your coast-hauled course to that point. And so that's what Matt was talking about here. You want to stay within that. The danger of getting slightly to the edge of the playground is that if you are being controlled, you have no place to go. You can't come back, basically, until the other boat decides you can come back. And that, of course, is the key to a match race start.
So 1 minute 42 to go in this start as they're coming back to the line. Probably 60, 70 yards to the line, maybe 35, 40 seconds of sailing time here. So you got Parkin trying to push from behind and Strom trying to slow the game down from to leeward. See, Parkin's probably going to try and bring this as far into the start line as possible and then do a big dive down. Strom trying to close off a gap.
That's great camera work, guys. Thank you. Great drone stuff. I believe that one with the close-in drone, I believe, is Tyler Wolk. Tyler Wolk, who is one of the best sailors I've ever sailed with us, sails with us, it's okay, and is headed to Honolulu on the fast exit on the Transpac race next Saturday. Okay, Matt, 1 minute to go.
49 seconds to go. Strom really trying to close out the gap there, but Parkin's been able to escape, which is a good move by Parkin there. If he can swing outside and stop Strom jibing round, see him trying to really back that jib and get in, then he can really pin him out.
Oh, boy, two very close maneuvers there.
So there, Strom needs to complete his jibe, so that means the main needs to fill before Parkin has to avoid, which it looked like he just did.
He just did,
and now in doing so, it's completely reversed the game again. So really good move there by Strom. Took a risk, but it paid off. But I think Parkin should still be okay. 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty even start.
Even start, but I'd rather be tight leeward here. So minor advantage. Strom potentially off this line, but pretty even.
I agree.
It's a boat race game.
Yeah, what Matt was explaining is that the boat behind has control over the boat ahead unless the boat ahead can complete a tack or jibe before the boat behind has to begin to alter course. And I think they did that twice there quite well, but very close.
Okay, just reviewing the action so far, McCready is now ahead, passed ahead of Galway in that consolation match for 9th and 10th. Pine is leading Stratton in their match. We've just seen Parkin and Strom take off in Flight 3. Flight 4 now about to come into the pre-start. Boat 11 is Stapleton, Noah Stapleton, Fiona Berbito, I believe it is, Brady Kennedy, and Cruz Ziskin from the ABYC, Alamitos Bay Yacht Club up in Long Beach. And I think this is an interesting match because they're racing the hometown favorites, Sienna, one of the two hometown favorites, Sienna Nichols, Maddie Nichols, Kai Brennan, and Eddie Kleem, representing Andrew Our Balboa Yacht Club.
Yep. Well, this is also a nice story behind this. Some years ago at the Governor's Cup, I forget how it happened, but one of the crews needed an extra person, but because there's a weight limit, they had to be light. So Noah Stapleton, I believe at 12 or 13 years old, there's no lower limit in Governor's Cup, actually sailed in his first Governor's Cup and obviously got the bug in match racing and has kept going. He's now one of the best youth match racers in the United States. So great story and a great guy. And Sienna, of course, is the local favorite and has just had a remarkable career so far. This year, as I said, she has already won the Dixon Cup, which is a youth match racing event against people like Noah Stapleton, and has had just an incredible year and will continue to. And I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to sail against her at this point.
And she's all of 16. As
She's
you
all of
said
16.
earlier.
Yeah, she's a child prodigy, if you will.
There is another Balboa Yacht Club team we'll tell you about in a moment, skippered, helmed by Chi Yan.
So the boat's sailing off on port. So the same again. 2 minutes 40 to go in this start. So they're both. The dial-up was broken up pretty quick. They're coming out. They're going to probably do some circles and then try and fishtail back into the line to try and get an advantage off this start.
And here goes the first jibe right there, which they have plenty of room to do that. So you see the jibe is completed, and easily the other boat did not have to alter course till after it was completed, and then chose not to. So now they're going to try to trade positions here. This looks more like old-fashioned match racing, where instead of a dial-up, there were a lot of circles between the two boats.
Proper match racing.
Proper match racing, because the rules were different. Now you can hunt the other boat. In other words, you can alter course towards them as long as you ultimately give them room to keep clear. In the old days, you had to, once you established, for example, on starboard tack, you had to hold that course.
Let's quickly talk about that, because one of the things you're trying to do is to force a penalty on the other team, and if they get penalized by the umpires, Matt, what is the penalty? How do you exonerate yourself?
You cannot exonerate yourself before the start. So basically, there's a net amount of penalties. So if me and you were in a match race, Tom, and I had 5 penalties and you had 4 penalties, there would be a net 1 penalty. So rather than me having to do 5 and you having to do 4 penalties, so it goes either way, and then you have to do a 270-degree turn in the incorrect direction for that leg. So on the beach, you have to do a jibe, and then on the runs, you have to do a tack round. However, you have to cross through 90. So you can't just do a tack. You have to go on the downwind. You have to do a tack and bear away below 90 degrees.
The kids just call it a spin. I mean, on one leg or the other.
Yeah, and then so if you have
prior to finishing,
spin and win.
Spin and win.
If you have 2 penalties at any given time, you must do one of them immediately. So that's one of the things that can really change a race. And
How much time do we have here, Matt? This is getting interesting.
45 seconds to go. So they're about 35, 40 seconds from the line, relatively low in this box. So if Stapleton can get a real high, tight, slow groove, they can really slow this game up. It's a good position for them right now. It looks like
a very good position.
They can slow this race down, and whenever they want to accelerate, they can go. And Nichols kind of pinned into windward here. 22 seconds left.
Boy, I think if I were Noah, I would have kept head to win there, forcing Sienna. She doesn't have any runway.
No.
If she tacked onto port, she can only go about 2 boat lengths, or she'll be above the line, and Noah could keep her out.
7 seconds to go. They're a couple of seconds back. I think he's let them build speed, but still going to get a good start. It's faster into leeward, go into the bias left-hand course.
She'll have to tack away, and there she goes. But that sometimes, especially when you're relatively new at match racing, you get impatient, and you don't realize what a good position you have. And there, if Noah had just stayed head to win, she had only one alternative. She would either slip into him as the weather boat, and that would be a foul, or tack onto port. Well, he could have immediately tacked onto port and effectively kept her from starting.
And if you're the leeward boat and you can get both boats down speed, you can dictate the acceleration. So,
yep.
I mean, he's still executed a really good start there, but potentially could have got even better.
Okay, we have a finish in that first match. McCready has beaten Galway. Pine
not by much.
Not by much. Good match.
Yep.
Pine leading Stratton in that second flight. Parkin is trailing Strom in the third flight. Stapleton and Nichols, as you heard, just have started. Coming up now is the crosstown rivalry between Chi Yan, the other Balboa Yacht Club entry, along with Colin Kennedy, Oscar Parzan, and Paige Tilson. And they're racing from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Stanfordite, Andrew, Dylan C., Kaya, I believe it is, Hancock, Anton Schmidt, and Michael Sentovich from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
Yeah, Dylan is a great. Dylan got sailed in the Governor's Cup last year and got 11th, but again, very young. Here we go. Now let's go to this cross here, Matt.
So here, Sienna Nichols on starboard has managed to gain and get the advantage. I think Noah Stapleton got caught around a leeward mark and had to give away a lot of speed in attack. However, in doing a dial there, Sienna's slowed herself down. Noah might be able to change and take the lead again.
You can't, in light air like this, she crossed him. You'd love to get right on his air, but you can't. The boat is slow after the tack, so they've traded. We've had our second lead change right there because she tacked way too early. She needed to go out, build speed, and go from there. You can see the difference in the boat speed. She's going to have to tack out of there again. So we've had a second lead change just in this very few minutes since they started, which is pretty impressive. They're both sailing. They're sailing great, but again, you know, back to the impatience thing. I think she thought, oh well, I can just slam him, and there she goes.
Yeah, I think it looked
and
like
you can't. You know, the boats are very good in this, but they're not miracle boats.
And it looked like they did their little dial down just relatively late when the boats were only 2 boat lengths apart. So just not really enough time to really get the angle and be able to come back up and swing up and keep the speed. So doing a 180-degree turn there.
I'll just make a prediction, but I would guess we would see these two boats in the semifinals.
Who do you think the other two will be? Put you on the spot.
Can't see them both in the semifinals.
Oh, that's true. No, probably not. Sorry.
I'm not Stanford educated,
No,
but
I
know
know
that's not true.
Well, Dylan C., the Stanford guy who is awesome because he goes to Stanford, I have predicted early on that it will be Sienna and Dylan, which would be a great Newport Beach event. But who knows? There's some really good sailors out here. You were right, Tom. I mean, that, going down from 1 to 10, the ones beyond about 5th or 6th are, not as experienced, basically. But the ones in the top 5 or 6 are good.
If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from Newport Beach, California for the United States Youth Match Racing National Championship, the prestigious event, one of the most prestigious youth events now in the country. Andy, we used to talk about the Sears, Bemis, Smythe Championships, and this event has really been coming up and up and up I think in terms of what the kids love to come and race in. This championship moves around the country. This year happens to be being hosted here by the Balboa Yacht Club. And coming into the finish now, Matt.
Pine just crossing the finish line ahead in his first race against Stratton.
It looked, Matt, looking up the course, it looked like Sienna found a righty there. And we'll have to go back to that in a little bit. There may have been another lead change on that one.
Yes, so I think Sienna got stuck in a little bit of a hole, and Stapleton in the blue kite has just been able to extend. But back onto the start line, we got 25 seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. Jan to leeward and C to windward. So both boats trying to accelerate here, both down speed. This is who can work the boat best. Jan in a good position here, able to really, really try and keep the boat slow. So C having to tack out down speed.
Having to tack, exactly. And the key to that was down speed. The boat to leeward in that situation can extend another couple boat lengths, gain more speed, tack. C's, they've recovered. I'll tell you, they got a little puff there, and they've recovered quite well. But again, you don't want to do a down speed tack at the start.
Let's explain for our viewers, especially the maybe racing viewers, that the race course is 4 legs. It's windward, going up into the wind, zigzagging up to that top mark, leaving it to starboard, meaning on the right-hand side of the boats as they come around, come down on leg 2 with the spinnakers up, go through the 2 orange buoys that are just to windward of the start-finish line. That's called the downwind gate. They can round either end and head up wind for a second time, zigzagging up to the top mark or windward mark, and then finally a zigzag back downwind under spinnaker to the start-finish line. And the finish line, of course, is the obverse of the start.
Do we still have those graphics?
Yeah, I think we've got graphics that Chris Bretschker has prepared for GovCup. Maybe we can put that up in due course. A great day, though. There it is.
Yep.
4 legs, windward, leeward, with the gate just to windward of the start-finish line. And the race committee works very hard to keep the course aligned as directly as possible with the wind, the course axis as we call it, And it is here in Newport Beach can be really shifty, Andy. And they may be moving that top mark around sometimes 10, 15, 20 degrees.
Yeah, it can. It's. I forget who I was talking to yesterday, Tom, but they said, yesterday was really pretty neat Newport conditions because it wasn't the sou'wester one-way course. There were shifts and they were phasing. So, and that's part of the game. You have to be able to understand and predict what's about to happen with the wind.
Or read the water. Matt,
read the
how do you
water.
read the surface of the water for wind direction and strength?
I mean, I'd be a hell of a lot better sailor if I knew the answer to that.
Oh,
But
come on.
you look for the dark water. Generally, the dark water means more wind. There's just more ripples there, so it's indication. And also, when new breeze comes, often it comes at a slightly different angle. So if it's coming from the left-hand side, it's a good reason to go that as puffs spread out like a cat's paw coming downwind. Often when you're on the edge, you'll get a lift. So just trying to place yourself in the right position and come back when you're on a lift and in pressure and the other boat's down pressure.
So, Matt, interesting here. Both Noah Stapleton and Sienna rounded the closest end of a gate. Basically, you can go through either end of the gate. That implies to me that they've seen that it's slowly going to the right.
Yeah, there was a big right shift when they were on their downwind legs, so maybe went 15 degrees right, which also I think benefited C from his tack out on that start there. So
Yes, indeed.
with the big right-hand shift, even though Nichols behind might be following, they're following close behind, but they don't want to give up another 2 boat lengths to go to the other mark. So I'm just trying to keep it tight.
This is classic match racing here. They're just, when you get far enough ahead, and this is only like 2 boat lengths, you can tack right on top of the other boat's wind. And so you see the wind shadow goes from directly aft slightly to leeward, and it basically disturbs the wind on the trailing boat's sails and slows her down a little bit. So you have to tack out of there. So we've had, times when you do 20 tacks, longer weather legs than this, but in match racing, 20 to 25 tacks trying to get an edge. We always felt back in the day that in the Congressional Cup that if we could start and tack better than anyone else, we were highly likely to win because you can come from behind in a tacking duel.
You remember the final leg of the 83 America's Cup match when Australia 2, John Bertrand and co. ended New York Yacht Club's 132-year winning streak, and there was something like approaching, I think, 40 tacks on that final windward leg. It was, of course, that was a 4.25 mile weather leg, but still, that was a lot of tacking, and those teams were gassed at the end of that race.
I should mention that, Tom, that we just lost Huey Terharn, who was my fellow tactician when we were training in '74. Great tactician and won the America's Cup, obviously, with John Bertrand. Huey was one of the best human beings ever. I mean, just quiet, but confident and a great sailor. And but he had a good run.
From Australia. We did a tribute to him on yesterday's Sailing Illustrated. Born in 1940, passed away peacefully, surrounded by family a few days ago.
Yeah, so just off screen, Freddie Parkin and his team have just won their race. They're sailing in against Harrison Strom. And on screen, you've got Noah Stapleton to the further away end, on the just below the starboard ley line. Sienna Nichols just to leeward. Relatively close race here. Looks like Noah Stapleton's either overlaid or he's slightly he's on a bit of a header there. So the boat's coming together. This could be an exciting downwind.
Yeah, I wonder. It looked like he went quite a ways after he could have tacked right on her, and he went quite a ways. And I think in this light and somewhat shifty stuff, I would never, once I'm ahead, I'd rather have a 2 boat length than try to take a chance and gain a 3 or 4 boat length lead. And so we'll see. Look at this. Looks like Maddie's on a little lefty here.
And then coming into this mark, the match racing windward mark
look at
was
this.
Slightly different, where they are obligated to go around them to complete attack and go
Look
around
at
the mark.
This is
They cannot support starboard there. That cannot apply in that situation. So Stapleton having to tack round. Here's where you need really good boat handling, and trying to get it done slightly better than the other team is really key. Every inch here counts.
This is a great race.
Stapleton in boat 11 and Nichols in boat 6. The blue kite for Nichols, and the, what is it, aqua or is it gray? It's hard to tell.
Gray or aqua. So we've had another lead change, at least temporarily here. This This is quite a match race.
So here Nichols is overtaken, but she is going to have to jibe at some point to come back to the finish line, which is going to give the advantage back to Stapleton to try and do the roll that Nichols just did there, straight back to her. So this is going to be an exciting race coming in. Nichols is going to have to try and keep the boat speed and work low to the line, and then Stapleton's going to jibe on top as it's happening.
And here she goes. So Simo jibes.
So keep on looking for Nichols' kite. If that kite starts wobbling and looks a little bit like it's not pulling hard, that means Stapleton is giving dirty breeze onto that kite, and it's going to be at risk of collapse, and then Stapleton's going to try and roll down fast over the top.
Sometimes the weather boat, which in this case is Stapleton, has a little advantage because the wind is light enough that sometimes you get the puff first, and even though they're not that far apart, athwartships or sideways, you'll get just a little edge initially. And the edge here would be if he can roll her. Doesn't look like he's gonna, though.
No.
She's doing great defense here.
Yeah, really good job just keeping that kite filled to leeward. Really, really hard job. And the longer that stays filled, if that kite collapses, then then you're at risk. But if it stays filled, you're okay.
Yep.
However, they're going to have another jibe back into the finish here. So Stapleton really need to make the roll and then get down and jibe across the bow.
He's in what Dave Perry would call downwind jail. He's the outside boat. He has to jibe onto port to make it to finish line. And she, of course, is the starboard boat and can affect that. Very close, though. This is great match racing.
We predicted this might be a good one.
Yep.
Who's going to win?
I think Sienna.
Yeah, I don't want to bet against that. It's definitely 85% chance from here because they can lead back on the long jibe now. They can jibe away, as I think they're about to do now.
Yeah,
and
again,
run back into the committee boat.
Again, the finish line is not the two orange buoys. That's the downwind gate. They're going to the committee boat, and the yellow buoy that's off, coming downwind, it's off to the right side or looking upwind, the left side of the committee boat.
So, you know, what you saw there was crew work, the importance of crew work. Sienna's jibe was perfect. Stapleton's was almost, but not quite. Well, that was a half a boat length, or 3/4 of a boat length, and that's huge.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got this in the bag now.
Yep. Let's remember the sea monsters. Though.
Well, Andy's teasing me from a comment I made during the Governor's Cup many years ago. Yeah, short of a sea monster appearing or somebody, something coming down and grabbing the boat out of the water.
Well sailed. Sienna.
Look at that. She went parallel.
Yep.
Or perpendicular, rather, right across the line.
Yep.
She's really done a great job.
The, you know, what were there 5 lead changes in that race? So that's awesome.
With her twin sister.
Yep. Who, incidentally, I saw they sailed in one of the district, the ILCA 6 event, and her sister beat her. Maddie beat Sienna in that by a couple places.
The Ilka 6,
Yep.
what we used to call the laser radial. Time marches on. Sienna Nichols, Maddie Nichols, Kai Brennan, and Eddie Kleem winning that match for Balboa Yacht Club. So they continue on. These quarterfinal matches, which we are watching, it's head-to-head now, and it's first to win 3 in the quarterfinals. That advances those 4 teams then onto the semis, where it will be first to win 2. I find that strange.
Yeah,
Andrew.
I do too.
But I've just been reliably informed by Madam Chair for life.
Yeah, I would have
Christine
gone with first to 2 for
Griven.
the quarters and then first to 3 for the semis.
Exactly, or maybe first to 3 across the board.
But we don't control this.
This is a U.S. sailing
US
event.
Sailing event. We are just Gov Cup TV, and we're donating our services for this event, and we hope you're enjoying it.
And the Rose Cup, named after somebody famous.
Yep. So I always say, Tom, better has been than it ever was.
Well, I can say that for all of us except Matt, who's still actively competing and winning.
But no longer youth, so I guess that means has been.
Well, you're a married old
You're
fart.
an old
by
married
now.
guy now, yeah.
Yeah. I've still not found a gray hair yet, though, so I'm still claiming to be young.
Happily, you married this incredible lady who is so much better than you. I mean, if you talk about the better half, she's the better 90% of that couple.
We don't disagree with that. I think she is listening, I think. So.
How's this Jan C match going?
C is leading down the run, probably about 30, 45 seconds ahead, maybe a bit further.
So probably not a surprise there because
No.
Dylan C., who we know from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Kaya Hancock, Anton Schmidt, and Michael Sentovich, they came into today out of the round robin with, I believe, an 8-1 score. So we know he's a superb sailor, notwithstanding that he's on the sailing team, Andrew, at a certain private university up in the Bay Area, Stanford, your alma mater.
Harvard of the West, yeah, Stanford. I should note that Dylan was the semifinalist last year in the Rose Cup in his first major match race event. So this is not a surprise at all.
And Chi Yan, who we mentioned, is sailing, and he's got a crewman named Colin Kennedy.
Really?
Yeah. And we've got a Colin Kennedy here with us on the Gov Cup TV team.
So
I
was
believe.
speaking to Colin, the Gov Cup one earlier, and he says he would like to be referred to as Colin with a K now.
Oh, already. Already. Yeah, Colin is a great friend and crewmate, but we've noticed that sometimes in the après sailing event, he would have a cocktail or two, and so I said, well, he's gone from Colin with a C to Colin with a K.
Speaking Welsh?
No, he gets into the Irish then.
Well, just to round out that team, Chi Yan from Balboa Yacht Club, Colin Kennedy, Oscar Parzan, and Paige Tilson. They're going to take second in this, so they're learning. They're young. I talked to him this morning briefly, and of course, these are both of Chinese descent. These kids are, and very bright, as you would expect. And he speaks not only, but they both do speak Mandarin as well as English, but Chi Yan also speaks. I jokingly said, do you speak Cantonese? He said, no, not really. I said, then I'm now making a joke. Do you speak Shanghaiese? He said, you know, but I said, yes. He said, yes, as a matter of fact, I speak Shanghaiese.
Wow.
Which is, a bit unusual.
Yeah.
Bright kids, great sailors, enjoying the Rose Cup, a.k.a. United States Youth Match Racing National Championship. Is it what, Andy, the 10th edition?
This is the 15th Rose Cup, the 10th
edition.
National Championship.
15 for the Rose, and then it became U.S. Sailing's
Right.
National Match Racing, Youth Match Racing Championship.
So it's nice to have it back here.
10 years ago.
I should mention with you'd brag a little bit about the Balboa Yacht Club youth sailing programs, the junior program, et cetera. Frankie Dare has done an incredible job in teaching match racing, and it shows. I mean, it's
He's
amazing.
the head coach here?
He's the
He's
head coach, yeah. And, it's amazing what they've done. And so right now, I think if you want to be a match racer from whatever club, I mean, you come down and do the Balboa Yacht Club program with them. So I couldn't be more pleased. It's kind of exciting.
Yeah, the only clubs that would be rivals to the Balboa Yacht Club would be New Zealand and the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, CYCA, and RPA and Freshwater Bay in Perth.
Yep.
And
Maddie, that's a nice segue into the Gov Cup, which is in a month's time. We'll be going live again with Gov Cup TV for what, Andy? It's the 58th?
58th.
Governor's Cup, and it's only a couple years younger than the Congressional Cup, the granddaddy of them all.
And it was patterned after it.
So we've been covering, I don't know how many years we've done television now. But
Quite a few.
We started out using our iPhones when before you could really live stream to YouTube and Facebook. We were using our iPhones, and you could do it then on Facebook. And it was little white triangles on the horizon. And I remember Jeffrey Peterson, who must have been all of, 10, 11, 12 years old at the time. And it was a learning experience, and now we've got Chris Bretschker and a team of 13, 14 people out here on the good ship Adios, about 150 meters anchored here off the beach, doing live television for many years. Chris, our executive producer? Chris Bretschker.
I can't talk.
Well, I know, but I was just saying, did you have instructions for us?
Only to thank Kari and Peter.
Oh, Chris Bretschker's mom and dad, staff commodore, meaning in West Coast parlance, past commodore of the Balboa Yacht Club, Peter Bretschker, and his wife, Kari Bretschker, who own this yacht. And they're off. I've texted with them, Chris. They pinged me from someplace between Bermuda and Connecticut, I believe, earlier this morning on a cruise ship. And they've nonetheless let Chris take the boat out and put Tyler Wolk on the wheel and get us out here nonetheless as our broadcast boat, Andy.
Yep. And a great broadcast boat it is. We have craft services. Normally it's for the Governor's Cup. It's Chris's mom, Kari, who does a superb job.
And today
with
we
food and
have
beverage. Today we have our esteemed chair, Christine Gribben, and Hayden Wolk.
Tyler Wolk's
Her
bride.
Her husband is running the close-up drone, and Hayden volunteered to be the new craft services director. And so far, great job.
She's done a fabulous job keeping us nutrified
Yep.
and hydrated. As the Foxtrot signal has gone down, we're about to get into the second round here of quarterfinal matches and also that consolation match. I wonder if we should talk about rights of way. One thing that we usually do, Chris, is talk about, and we start to do bar karate, as they call it down in Australia, but we talk about what happens when the boats come together, one on starboard tack, meaning the wind's over the starboard or right side. That is the right-of-way boat. And the boat coming in at the cross with the wind coming over its left or port side is what Andy called earlier improperly the give-way boat. The second rule that we like to talk about is windward leeward, meaning the two boats are sailing on the same tack side by side, one with the wind coming over its starboard side, as you see here with boat 4 with the Team Strom. And the boat that's closer to the wind is the give-way boat. The boat further away, or to leeward as we call it, is the right-of-way boat. And finally, the other big rule is two boats, one ahead, one astern. And it's like on the highway, the boat trailing or astern is the give-way boat, must keep clear of the boat ahead. As we're now, Matt, about to get into another flight, another round here, the second go-around in this first to win 3 quarterfinals.
So the first matchup will be the 9th, 10th consolation round here. So they've got 30 seconds till their entry, so they've got 4 minutes 30 till go. So they're going to enter in 30 seconds and then try and both dial in. And then they are in a first to 5, best of 5, first to 3 points match. So
That will carry on today and tomorrow, I believe.
Yes.
And this is boat 3 coming in from, it looks like the committee boat end now. No, we got boat Galway 7 coming in from the pin end. So maybe our crack spotter can double check this.
Well, let's.
Oh, the yellow. Okay, I see what he did. You see what he did there? He switched the yellow and blue at the top of his board.
he's a management consultant. He works lazier rather than harder.
There you go.
So it's boat 3 McCready coming in from the yellow or committee boat end, and Galway in boat 7 coming in now, and there's a dial-up.
And I know it will surprise you, but there'll be a dial-up here. Let's not refer to this as the consolation round anymore. This is the Texas Championship.
It's actually the Houston Championship.
I'm sure our friends, the Chamonts, will be watching this and enjoying it.
Yeah.
I've already had a text from Anthony saying that they are watching. So
All right.
our favorite Texans.
Yep,
Who's the most French-sounding name here? He'd be cheering for. He's being from Paris, from France. Anthony Chalmont. Oh, Galway's been penalized. There's a blue flag on an umpire boat. Shall I call the umpires and find out what that was all about? It must have been port starboard, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think they just didn't quite complete their tack in enough time. Just started altering course too late, and starboard boat had to avoid them. And it looks like they're going to get dialed up again, so trying to avoid out here. So is altering course. The giveaway boat is not able to be penalized for that because they are, as long as they're doing everything they can.
Umpires media.
They might be working right now.
Yeah.
We don't like to interrupt them in the pre-start, but there's only one match going on. They do use an umpire boat for calling fouls, but they use another umpire boat to what we call winging, meaning off to the side to help judge overlaps. Umpire media, Channel 5. They may be busy.
Yep.
So there's 1 minute 55 to go as they're crossing behind the committee boat. So about 5 seconds to the back to the line here. So they'll sail away from the line, start circling and do their lead back. So there's a little bit more breeze this time. So less important to lead back, I think. Still light winds, but maybe an extra knot or two. The wind seems like it's filled in across the course a little bit. So the boats will come back a little bit more. You can see they're just getting up to hull speed a little bit more than they were before.
Breeze is up, guys. Maybe a knot or two.
Yeah, maybe a knot.
There's a green flag from the umpires. So another protest. And we didn't mention this, but when one of the yachts believes the other has infringed the rules, they display a red and yellow striped Y flag. Hold it up, and you'll see the sailors, one of the skipper, one of the crew holding that up, and that's inviting the umpires to rule. The umpires don't normally, only in a few circumstances like touching a mark, which is not permitted, umpires don't normally call a foul, unless they're invited to do so by the racing competitors.
So the boat's coming back to the line here, 45 seconds to go, and only about 15 seconds from the line, so a lot of time to burn here. You can burn time by either sailing slowly, so that's often doing the fishtail where you can see they're changing angles all the time, or they can sail longer distance so they can suck them away from the line to try and kill time. So doing a good job here. McCready trying to go inside, but they can't actually make it inside there, so Galway to leeward trying to hold them high, and they're going to be really pinned in there at this start, maybe even over the line.
Yeah, beautiful job there.
So yeah, really good controlling position from Galway here. He does have the penalty on the other boats on himself, so this could be a chance for him to offset that. So looks like it's hard to see if there was a yellow flag over for McCready. I don't think there was. I think it was all clear. So McCready did a really good job of slowing down there, but still going to be really tough to build speed from to windward there.
Umpires, media.
Yeah, you can just see the advantage of the leeward position there. It's what we call a lee bow position, where the wind actually hits the sails of the boat to your left and bounces them off into the boat to the right. And you can see what's happening. He's gone from about bow to bow to now clear head, and the only way the other boat can do anything is to tack away, which they are doing.
And looks like there's a slight bit more pressure on the left right now. You can see it's not too many ripples just on the screen there where the boats are, but a little bit more just coming down on the left. So it's a tight race. Galway leading. However, he does have an outstanding penalty.
And he must take that sometime, the loop, the spin, sometime before the finish.
Yeah, he can choose whenever he wants to do it before the finish line. So he can sail through the finish line and spin round a mark if he wants to, but then he has to recross the line.
Okay, here we go with the Pine-Stratton match. Pine in boat 8, coming in from the starboard or yellow committee boat end, and Stratton with the blue flag coming in from the left in boat 5 for their second match. And they are up 1-0, Pine is, in this series. A first to win 3.
So both boats dialed up here, so they're kind of just waiting here. You see they've got the bowman putting the jib to the left-hand side, the right-hand side, just to try and keep that boat head to wind. Because once the boats are stopped, the helm doesn't have any flow over the rudder to deal with it. So they're going to be telling their bowman to go bow jib left to push the bow to the right, and bow jib right to go bow to the left, just trying to keep it head to wind. And eventually they'll start going backwards here.
I have a text from Kimmy Chalmont in Fort Worth, Texas, giving you hugs and kisses.
All right.
Appreciating the shout out to her husband, Anthony. A-Train.
A-Train.
Not the A-Train.
Well, and their son Christoph has been on our Gov Cup TV team a couple times and has sailed in the Governor's Cup, and a great guy. Just graduated from Yale University.
And now at the University of Miami.
Yep, now at the University of Miami. He's getting an MBA?
In, I think, real estate development.
Real estate development.
I think he might have finished classes and just has his a big capstone project to finish, I think.
All right. Okay, a little more breeze right now, so they're actually able to circle fairly quickly with neither boat yet having an advantage. But yeah, this is old-fashioned match racing right here, just a big old circle. Keep circling.
Fabulous boat handling. I can say, having not watched these kids as some of you did, but particularly Jeffrey Peterson out here coaching, with Frankie Dare the last couple of days. Great boat handling. These kids look like Gov Cup pros at this point.
Yep. Well, it just emphasizes the importance of crew work. On a dial-up situation, as Matt just said, the skipper can't do anything. The boats have stopped. So it's the crew that controls which way it goes. And a little mistake could be devastating.
Yeah, so they got 110 to go coming into this start here. Probably 25, 30 seconds from the committee boat, so a lot of time to burn here. Stratton's going to try and push in, keep the boats moving. Pine going to try and suck them away from the start line and get the boats down speed, burn as much time as he can. Stratton doing a good job here of just moving inside the ley line. They're just getting to the ley line for the committee boat here, so he's going to be able to get up and get a start here.
There again, 5 has to keep clear of 8, as we told you a few minutes ago. They're the trailing yacht. Stratton has to keep clear of Pine, and there's what, 1 meter, 2 meters between the bow and the stern? Great boat handling.
Yeah, so here you got Stratton trying to go high and get as much room as he can. So Stratton wants to bring it into the committee boat and try and be able to stay as far away from that committee boat as possible so as he can get a bit of a speed build.
But now they're, if I may, they're side by side, and Stratton now is the windward yacht and is the keep clear yacht. So because they're on the same tack.
Pine to leeward, looking to accelerate with 5 seconds to go. Stratton trying to hold into windward there. He had the option there to tack off and start on port to try and keep his air a little bit clearer, but I think he thinks he can get a good acceleration there and hold in and work out to the left.
He'll still have to tack, which he just did, but he actually came out of that with quite good speed for the boat on the other boat's weather hip. So that was really well, as Tom said, the crew work there was great. They came in and got a even start, and if it goes at all right, they may take the lead here.
And they look like they did a slightly better tack as well, and they might have gained that half boat length, and they'd be, if they came back in, they might be bow forwards here.
Yep.
Okay, another top quarterfinal match coming up here. This is the Strom-Parkin match about to pre-start. Now coming in on the committee boat or right end as we look upwind is the team of Harrison Strom, Sabrina Anderson, Kevin Cason, and Wyatt Kelly from the San Diego Yacht Club, boat 4. And then Freddie Parkin from the Riverside Yacht Club in Greenwich, Connecticut. Freddie Parkin, Asher Beck, Lily Foster, and Thomas Whidden coming in from the pin end in boat 12. I beg your pardon, coming in from the committee boat in boat 12.
I believe Freddie Parkin started off rather slowly and lost a number of races yesterday, but has come on strong ever since and looks to be if he can pull this off, he looks to be well, I guess it's first to 2, or first to 3.
This first to 3 here for the quarters.
So he'll have a big advantage. If
I was talking, Andy, as I told you in the pre-show, that I was talking with Magnus, the Magnificent, Magnus Wheatley in the UK this morning, and he's covering this for his Rule 69 blog on Substack. And he said, who are the top kids? And I said just that. I said, I gave him the usuals based on the results. And I said, but keep an eye on this Freddie Parkin, because I think he had a tough day yesterday getting used to the local conditions and the boats. But watch him, because he may come on strong, and he's leading this quarterfinal 1-0.
And able to force a second dial up here, so tacking on starboard, getting the other boat down speed to have to avoid it. So here he can keep on circling, keeping the hull speed. He's got the other boat stuck in iron, so Strom stuck slow with not much flow, whereas Freddie Parkin, if he can keep speed, he can keep on circling and dialing them up.
And here he goes, going right back at him. And the other boat was going slow and then just did attack, which is almost stopped the boat. So Freddie in pretty good position here.
So you see Strom stalling out after that attack, and if Freddie Parkin can keep the speed here, tack out, build speed, and come back again, he's going to be able to hold that speed and keep on circling around and just keep them dialed up forever. So 2 minutes to go on this start here. So it looks like Freddie Parkin might have just got a little bit down speed in that tack there and just wasn't quite able to come back at it. But still here with 1:45 to go, just above the committee boat. I'd like to be leading from this position out to pick my time back with less than 2 minutes coming out it's relatively easy to pick a good time to come back because you've got the time. You can pick when you come back if you're the boat leading out, whereas the boat behind has to choose, do they lead or follow you back. So if you pick the right time, then there's nothing they can do.
And here comes the job on Freddie Parker, and we'll see what Strom does with this. He's gonna follow and try to push once he jives.
Maybe only 25 seconds of sailing back to this line, so I think they're probably going to try and go slow and maybe try and get low in the box, try and kill as much time as possible.
A lot of time to kill.
That's what Freddie did. That was a technique that Dennis Conner years ago sort of invented, is dragging the boats way below below the line, and then the next thing you know, he was leading you back to the line with not enough time to go. So I like being down in the box.
McCready leading in that first match, Stratton leading in the second.
So 30 seconds to go. Both boats maybe 15, 20 seconds from the line. Looks like relatively strong position for leading back in here with a slight bit of port end bias on this line.
How does it look up the track? You have a favored side that still the left, Andy?
I don't know.
Looks relatively even across the course. I think that this breeze has built 2 or 3 knots since the start of the last race, so I think that it's more solid across the course. It's just sail fast and avoid the holes rather than any dominant side right now. Maybe soon it will start to go right.
So a split tack start there. Both boats doing a very nice job of boat speed in the last 15 or 20 seconds there. So both were able to come off the line with speed, and now they're just going to separate some distance here.
Okay, coming up in this next quarterfinal match, Nichols won the first one. Nichols and Stapleton coming up. This, of course, is Sienna Nichols, Maddie Nichols, Kai Brennan, and Eddie Kleem representing the Balboa Yacht Club, one of the top 3 or 4 teams coming into today, and they'll be racing Team Stapleton. And they are from Alamitos Bay Yacht Club up in Long Beach. Noah Stapleton, Fiona Barbito, I believe it is, Brady Kennedy, and Crew Ziskind. McCready in boat 3. Oh, I beg your pardon. Stapleton in boat 11 and Nichols in boat 6.
So it looks like Stapleton's been a little bit late into this start here, so potentially Nichols can get a leeward cross, but it's going to be close.
We're approaching a finish here in the first of the...
They're coming into their leeward mark.
Oh, are they? Oh,
yeah.
they're still going. Okay.
So this is Pine and Stratton. Pink kite is Stratton. Pine is the green. So pretty even, pretty much. They're probably going to pick opposite gates. Looks like they're both overlapped and control either side they want to. Okay. Stratton has to give room here, but I can hear him saying no room. So I think there might be a protest flag there, but looked like Pine was overlapped the whole way in.
What's the match that someone owed, the blue boat owed a penalty? Do you remember that? That was Galway. Okay. And that match is in fact coming down to the finish now, right?
Yes, and Galway trailing by maybe 5 boat lengths.
And owing a penalty.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to go to McCready. And they'll go up 2-0 in that match for 9th and 10th.
And if so, that will probably end their series for today. They'll postpone the other races till tomorrow just so everybody can sail on Sunday.
Same conditions tomorrow, Andy?
I think we're in a sort of a pattern here. I haven't looked at the weather stuff, but it sure looks like it's going to be another similar day. It's very typical early summer conditions here.
Pretty nice.
Not bad.
Beats San Francisco. We did have 2 days of summer this week.
Really?
Now it's back cold and foggy.
Yeah.
But beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather here in Newport Beach, California. Thanks for joining us on day 2 of this national championship, U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship. We got a good match here between Stapleton and Nichols.
Indeed. Well, we've actually had a pretty nice June here. After last year, the sun didn't come out till July, but it's been pretty nice. We have June gloom here, which means the marine layer, as we saw this morning, the marine layer covers most of the coast until the sun can burn it off, so to speak.
The ocean's about 6 or 7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than it was the same day last year, I think. So
Yeah.
I think that's why there's less of the marine layer, just the
Yep.
heat delta is a little bit lower.
A whistle and a green flag from the umpires.
Yeah. So 1 minute to go. They're right at the committee boat here. Good position for Stapleton here because Nichols kind of having a little bit boxed out here. If he can stop them swinging either way, then he can really force them in with not much room to go to that pin end. If I was Stapleton, I'd try to swing up the inside here, try and stop them getting across and be able to get onto starboard port tack.
This is going to be interesting because we've got that McCready-Galway match going to be finishing at the same time these two start. McCready will win this, it looks like, in the Blue Kite, boat 3, ahead of Galway, who still owes a penalty.
So here Stapleton picked to go to leeward, so he really wants this pin end of the line here. So Nichols probably will peel off in about 5 seconds and go towards the committee boat and have a split tack start. Stapleton at the pin end, Nichols at the starboard end.
Yep, and there she goes.
Stapleton having to go through a few waves, which might really affect his speed build here. So unlucky there.
Another green flag.
So they're probably very hard to tell the exact angles, but Nichols looks a lot faster through the water. So despite Stapleton picking that port end and having the ability to do what he wanted, looks like Nichols might be 2 boat lengths clear already, just having a lot of hull speed here, and looks like a very big right shift.
Now there is the McCready team have now gone up 2-0 in the 9th-10th match between McCready and Galway. But I see an umpire boat, guys, going uphill with a blue penalty flag displayed. Is that against Nichols? I believe that's against
says it is.
boat 6. Sienna Nichols, Balboa Yacht Club, has been penalized. She's in the lead, it looks like, but she's owing a penalty sometime before the
Are we
finish.
able to get a hold of the umps?
I'll call the umps and
Let's
see if
try
we can get
again
through
and see
them.
if we can get that.
Chris, why don't you try to get them for me?
So
Since I'm not having much luck.
You need to roughly be 4 boat lengths clear to be able to do a penalty at the finish. So if Nichols is maybe 2 boat lengths ahead right now, she's got to double that over the next 3.5 legs to try and get far enough ahead. Or if she doesn't think she can get that far ahead, she can slow down and try and offset the penalty.
This is now the Jan C match. Jan in boat 9 and C in boat 10. C leads this match 1-0, this quarterfinal match. And of course, this is the Balboa Yacht Club team of Chi Yan, Colin Kennedy, Oscar Parzan, and Paige Tilson, again representing Balboa Yacht Club. And from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Dylan C., Kayla, I believe it's Kayla, it might be Kaya or Kaya Hancock. Somebody from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, text me and tell me how to pronounce that properly, please. Anton Schmidt and Michael Sentovich. And now we have the umpires on Channel 5. Yeah, umpires media. What was the call, please, in the Stapleton-Nichols match? Nichols penalized.
This is umpire for match 4. I called you back and you didn't respond. The boat's windward boat was Nichols tacked and did not keep clear of the boat on starboard tack and violated Rule 13.
Rule 13, not keeping clear, tacking too close. Okay, thank you, Doctor. It sounded like Dr. Don Becker.
That was Dr. Dunn.
Must be umpiring. And thank you, Don.
So look, on screen you can see Nichols has really been able to gap out a lot. She's probably already far enough ahead to be able to do that spin right now.
Yeah, and I would if I was, I would do it before I got to the weather mark.
Yeah, just going through some waves there. So I think they probably won't want to do it because from this being on starboard, they would jibe round and be coming back in on port tack. So
Right.
I think doing that on this leg would be kind of dangerous. I think maybe after they come up the second beat, if they're this far ahead, when they're on port, do the turn so as you exit on starboard and have right of way.
Yep. You know, we talk a lot about tactics, but there's nothing better than boat speed. if you're fast, you know, when I mentioned Nevin Snow before, Nevin won 2 Governor's Cups, but admittedly said I wasn't the best, you know, match racer out there, but we were faster than anyone else, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah, the best tactician I know is speed.
It's speed, exactly.
So that's all you were. Whenever you won an event, you were just speed.
No, it was all tactics, but you know, but in general, you're right.
Yeah, so you see a lot of boats out here on a lovely day. So a lot of random weight coming across. So that's one thing that the tacticians need to be watching out for. Is just you can see Stapleton going through it right now. So Nichols setting up in this windward mark here. So coming in, got a nice clean set ready to go. So they're pre-feeding that guy out just so as they can get it and pre-sneaking and really going early and help back. And if the spinnaker fills, it will help you bear away. So you need to use
nice
less
set.
rudder.
Nice set. Yeah, she's got quite a lead here. I think she'll be able to get rid of this penalty.
And another half boat length in that set,
Exactly.
most likely.
Exactly.
Unless Stapleton does another A+ set.
Guys. Back here at the finish, Team Pine has scored a second win in their quarterfinal over Stratton, so they're leading 2-0 in the first to win 3.
So Nichols coming downwind, just trying to extend out as much as possible there. It's probably 5-6 bow lengths, probably enough to do that spin right now if they would want to do it, but you would never want to drop the spinnaker to do it.
No.
However, you know, having already extended far enough, they're going to try and get even further away, and I would be very tempted to do it on this second beat just to get rid of it and go match for match.
I agree with you.
Because, Matt, one of the requirements of doing the spin downwind is that you have to douse the spinnaker, put the head of the spinnaker below the gooseneck, meaning where the boom, the bottom of the mainsail attaches to the mast, and then rehoist the spinnaker. So it's better to do it on the upwind leg generally because you can just jibe through 270, 270 degrees.
It's a lot easier to, and you can, and going through a tack, you really come out down speed compared to going through a jibe. So, you know, going through that tack really slows you up and parks you, and then you have to build that speed. Whereas with a jibe, you're at least rolling with the wind that kind of helps you maintain maybe half your boat speed.
Parkin leading now. That's a change of lead in that match between Parkin and Strom. Parkin leading 1-0 in that quarterfinal.
And in the other race that you can see on screen right now, C leading off the line on starboard tack right now, extending and they're splitting across the Nichols-Stapleton race right now. So Jan following there. So right now, Nichols just coming in on a good ley line here, just going to get easily be able to get the jib up and then get the kite down and be able to round with only maybe a 90-degree turn. So a lot less rudder movement needed than going to the other mark. So really good setup there to extend another half boat length. And
rudder movement is bad. Why, Matt?
Anytime you use the rudder, it acts as a brake. So you're basically not having lamina flow through the water. So anytime that you touch the rudder, that's bad. So it slows you up. So if you can do less turns, if you can steer with your body weight, that always helps. So that's why you'll see them. Often teams go to lure to help the boat luff up. And then at the top marks, they really want to make the boat be dead flat in the big barrel way, just because that helps.
Or even heel to windward.
If you can get it heel to windward, then fair enough. These boats are pretty powered up.
So interesting, Noel did go to the other side, the other end of the gate. Sienna came out this one, and you were right about doing a lesser turn, which is good, but she came out with very little speed. And now she is tacked onto starboard to go out and cover Noah now that he's taken that left hand. And right now, Noah doesn't look too good there.
No, looks like Noah's relatively low on angle here.
Right.
Looks like Sienna's maybe a couple of degrees higher.
Yeah, I think
Both
so.
look down on pressure, so it'll be how this next pressure comes in, which looks like it's going to come in onto Sienna's boat first. It looks like it's coming down the middle of the course and then going to fill into the left.
I think that's right.
So you can see Sienna's just put all their crew are now sitting on the windward side. So, you know, that's a good sign for them.
Yep. This
What-
is interesting. This Parkin storm race is
Yeah,
really.
I wonder, guys, if we can follow that one in, the Parkin with the orange
Yeah.
kite and Strom with the
that
yellow
is really close.
coming into the finish, right? Not the gate.
Yeah, they're coming into the finish, Parking with the orange kite, Strom with the yellow kite. So they're probably going to have another jibe in. Maybe they can just lay the pin end. So Parking just really trying to sail fast here. And Strom can't jibe across his bow here, but he will get room at the finish if they're within
Yeah,
two
if
boat
Strom
lengths.
can get in the zone.
So really important to have a good trimmer going on here. This is all
boy.
about the trimmers.
What do you mean by the zone, Andy? Quick.
The circle around the mark, basically, where the imaginary circle, where you have room at the mark, basically. And here's the jibe. So they were in the zone, and he called room. And look at this. Look at this. Strom's going to beat him.
I can't see the color of the flag on the committee boat to indicate which
It's
boat won.
Boy,
looked like Parkin looked like he was kicking himself there, so I think that was
that
indication he may be.
to come back from where Strom was in downwind jail, in that position, that was really well sailed.
And Strom did win that. I can confirm now, thanks to our crack
Yep.
spotter. Strom now and Parkin tied on 1-1 in this quarterfinal. Wow, that was cool. If we were Stevie, what's his name, on the Sail GP thing, we'd be all excited.
Oh
and
my
shouting,
God!
"Oh my
This
God,
is, yeah, exactly.
we'd be waving our arms.
Exactly. Well, let's wave our arms. Yeah, that was that. Don't underestimate what Strom did there.
Yeah, it
That's
was
one of the
impressive.
hardest things to do, to soak, what we call sail lower than you would normally sail to keep the optimum speed, and that's what he did. And at that point, Parkin probably, as soon as he saw Strom jibe in the circle, if he had jibed, I think he might have did a simo jibe. I think Parkin might have still beat him, but Strom just did a superb, and his crew did a superb job there, coming from an almost impossible position in downwind jail to win the race.
And you called it. He got into the zone.
Yep, he got into the zone.
So he was entitled to room.
On screen now, we got Stapleton's really caught back up, and there was just a dial down there, which the umpires green flagged. So Nichols still with an outstanding penalty, but not far enough ahead to clear it.
Yeah, definitely.
So Stapleton here is probably going to go for what's called play 2. So you want to stay about 2 boat lengths clear astern of the boat ahead, so as they can't hook you. Whereas Nichols probably going to try and set a mark trap, more like you do in team racing, and then try and get
Oh,
in.
look at this. It's awfully close.
So Nichols is
Ooh,
clear
boy.
ahead into that zone here, so Stapleton cannot go in there.
That was a marginal tack, though, I'll tell you. Boy, this is definitely good match racing, folks. I hope you're enjoying this. Boy, that's
Early on the
interesting
set,
that
the
the
kite might
weather
pull them
the
down.
weather boat would set that early.
Yeah.
It
That
could
kite's
put
gonna
you in
pull them into
terrible
it.
danger. Exactly.
Yeah. I think it was sensible there for a Stapleton, despite having the chance to get another penalty on them, not to go in and engage.
Right.
Because they still have the
They still
outstanding
have the penalty, exactly.
So he could have risked losing that advantage.
Right.
He may well have got a double penalty, and he would have been in good position too, but just playing it safe and trusting yourself to sail downwind fast.
Yep.
Well, that's a lead change, right? Stapleton now in the
Yep,
lead, right?
that's another lead change.
Ken Sherb, our spotter, confirming that. Thumbs up.
Well, Sienna, I would not have set the chute at the time she did. I think that's too dangerous.
Because she might have gotten luffed.
Because yeah, I mean,
Windward yacht
if I
keep
was
clear.
Stapleton, I would have just come right up under her and left her. But I know that I mean, she's very close, and I know, they're thinking, no, we got to do this. We got to take the risk. We got to get the chute up as soon as we can, and that's what she did. But Noah Stapleton doing a great job there, and his crew again. Why Tom keeps repeating the names of the crew is to try to emphasize how important the crews are
Indeed.
in this stuff. I mean, the skipper gets all the all the glory, but I'll tell you, it's the crew that wins match races.
Now, does the Nichols team, didn't they owe a penalty, or was that?
Yes, they still owe.
And
do Still owe a
is
penalty.
that so that blue flag? But look at coming into the gate. If we can get the gate, guys, we've got an interesting development here, as Chi Yan has come from behind and passed Team Z, Dylan Z's team, and is leading coming out of the gate, going up leg 3.
So I think there was that left-hand shift that Stapleton gained in. I think that Jan did exactly the same thing. They both got pressure early on that left-hand side.
Yep.
And got stuck into it and really hooked up and gained. So in the downwind match, you got Nichols has already jibed off, Stapleton trying to just extend a little bit out, keep his air clear, and then come back in. Really like the position of Stapleton here, because here, if Nichols comes back to him, he can go. He's already on the opposite jibe, so he's able to luff up and get away. If he thinks she jibes early, if she jibes late, then he can stay.
And here comes an early jibe, but yeah, he's just right now. He just needs to stay away from her.
Yeah,
And he's on starboard tack,
And
too,
he is
so
on
he has
starboard
right
tack.
of way. The aqua
So
kite.
what I mean by Dave Perry's downwind jail is, here's another example. Sienna is coming in on port tack. The starboard tack boat always is going to have a bit of an advantage there. And Noah's just doing classic match racing. Keep you between the finish line and the other boat. Not a great jibe on Sienna's part.
and Stapleton did a really good job there of coming up 2 or 3 degrees before he went through the dirty wind of Nichols. So he had hull speed to go through when Nichols was trying to jibe behind. He had a little bit more hull speed, so he was able to roll through and extend out and be less affected.
This is still going to be very close.
Remember that she owes a penalty.
Yes,
than
Stapleton will be able
Nichols.
to
So we see the blue,
soak down
blue
into the
flag
pit.
rather on the umpire boat.
So now Sienna will be trying to make him incur a penalty. That's her only chance at this point. And boy, she's coming up to a position where she might be able to do that. Yeah, see, you just heard the umpires in the background going overlap, overlap. In other words, Sienna now has a lured overlap, although they're in the zone, but I don't know how Stable can get back to the finish line.
I think it looks like they're inside 2 boat lengths there, so
That was green flagged. There was another.
it's a really good job there. If they've been considered outside the whole time, really good job by Nichols there.
Yeah. Oh, and look, Stapleton just
Her
totally
flag is
stopped.
down. The penalty has been exonerated,
Wow.
and she's leading to the line.
Wow. Wow. So very likely he did not stay clear. He was on starboard deck. She was the lured boat. Very likely he did not stay clear on that.
No, that was green flagged, actually.
Oh, was it?
And then she did her penalty by doing the.
Oh, she absolved it by doing that.
She absolved it by doing the loop,
Yep,
and she
by doing
has
the loop.
now, just as you said, she's got to get a penalty. You guys called it.
Yep.
Well
Well, I'm
done.
sorry. You were absolutely right, and I was wrong. That she did that circle, which was necessary. But the only way you can do that successfully is if the other boat is in downwind jail.
Exactly.
So she was able to force them out and then open up enough room for her to do her circle. It didn't have to bother with trying to get the spinnaker down at the last minute, etc. Again, I keep repeating it, but her crew work there was superb.
And I think Stapleton as well, his kite was not nearly as filled as Nichols was going down
Right.
there. So just not quite pulling allowed her to get in and get the overlap. And it was right on the edge of 2 boat lengths,
Yep.
which if they were inside 2 boat lengths, Stapleton could have borne away and gone, I'm going to get into this zone. So real fine margins there. But
Well, she got a surge in that last few boat lengths. She got a surge and came up and got an overlap there, which surprised me. I thought he was going to be able to come all the way down on starboard jibe and still go through the finish line, but
That was very cool, guys.
not to be. It was very
And the
cool.
commentary wasn't bad. You did a nice job on that one.
And
If I-
on your screen right now as well, Dylan C following. So the guy that won the round robin, 1-0 up in the quarterfinal, is losing this race to Jan. So Jan trying to extend here. I think there's no penalties outstanding in this race, so it's whoever beats who across the finish line.
This is going to be close, too.
Yeah,
This
it
is
will.
not over. But interesting. Well, I think Jan's been leading now since, the bottom gate? Is that right?
Jan overtook
Yep.
at the bottom of
He
the
overtook
downwind.
there, yes.
Yeah. And C, who leads this quarterfinal match in boat 10, is trailing. Can he wind shout of the boat ahead?
This would be an upset.
Jan.
This would be an
So
upset.
Jan has done a really good job of soaking low of C's line. So when they do inevitably jibe to the other jibe, he might be able to jibe fast and get clear wind
Yep.
through ahead.
C got into the jib
Yeah.
on his last hoist and did the entire first downwind leg with almost like a 7/8 raise kite, and that's when the pass happened.
C did.
So-
He
yes.
had a fuster cluck with his jib on the upwind.
Cluster with his spinnaker.
Spinnaker halyard.
downwind, getting caught underneath the jib halyard.
Onto the jib.
Yep.
Well, it's made it into a close match.
And lucky there's no rip in that spinnaker, because otherwise Newman would be pretty annoyed.
So would I. I raised all the money for these boats. Ooh, not a good job there. He had a
not
couple
good,
waves right when he jibed. He didn't come out hot enough, as we call it.
Good jibe by Jan, though.
Yeah, in this light air, you've got to come out higher initially to fill the chute on a good point of sail before you can get speed and come down. He tried to jibe and maintain his lower course, and in light air, that doesn't work very well.
If I were Jan here, I might want to heat up 1 or 2 degrees, come a little bit higher, give
Yep.
away half a boat length just to build some hull speed.
Yep.
So as when you do go for this next jibe, you have speed going into it.
Well,
So I would want to lead back here if I was Jan. I would want to be jibing now.
Guys, it
Ah,
also
yes.
looks like they've a bit of a softer patch here. Jibing duel.
Oh, look at
Andy,
this.
talk about proper match racing. Come on, get the kite going,
yeah,
guys.
I'll tell you what, exactly. Yeah,
In
this
Chi
is.
Yan's boat, they're in the lead, but they're not a great
And here
jibing.
goes. This is a great jibing duel.
And C's got the speed here, so
Yep, he
although
does.
he's behind, I almost think he might be better
They stuffed
if
that jibe.
he got a
Yeah,
good
they
jibe
did. They
there.
That's a
stuffed that
little
jibe
lighter.
again.
It's just
Yeah.
gotten light.
Yeah.
So here, this is whoever gets up to hull speed first here is going to win this race, which looks like C's doing a real good job of building that speed.
Jan's
Oh,
okay, though.
yeah. Boy, they're almost overlapped though. Oh, look at that! Another terrible job on Jan's part.
He's laying the
green-
line, though.
green
now.
But not a
flag
great,
there.
yeah, not a great job on C's
Yeah.
part either.
So it looks like Jan's going to be able to extend into this finish here,
Yep.
matching it up 1-1.
He will. Yeah, very nice. At that point, he just decided, yeah, we can finish first here. Don't engage. I mean, you're better off if you're ahead, not engaging with the other boat.
Well,
So
You could really see the difference the crew work made in those jibes. If,
Yep.
if the crew did a good jibe, the boat came out maybe twice
Right.
the speed, and both of them had good jibes and bad jibes, and it really made a massive difference.
Great
Yep.
point, Matt. And a bit of an upset, as you said, Andrew.
Yeah.
But here we go again. We keep saying that the more time in the boats that the kids have,
yep,
the better they all sail. Chi Yan, Colin, the other Colin Kennedy, Oscar Parzan, and Paige Tilson from the Balboa Yacht Club. It's really an upset.
yeah,
I don't know how else to say it, over the team that led coming out of the round robin, the team from across the harbor at Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Dylan C., Kayla Hancock, Anton Schmidt, and Michael Sentovich. Great stuff.
Well, yeah. Sienna looks strong here with 2 wins, but everybody else is on 2 wins, and Pine. Pine has 2 wins. This is just the quarterfinalists I'm speaking of.
That said, Sienna's 2 wins. She's been trailing in both of them,
Yes.
so they've been very much 50-50 races at times. So,
Yep.
you know, although it says 2-0, you know, Stapleton has been ahead and could easily come back in with some strength.
Okay, they swap ends now, and this time it's because there's a perceived advantage, and I guess a real advantage of lighter air, Matt, that you come in from the starboard or committee boat end on starboard tack in the pre-start. So they do switch each time, and now they're back to coming in from the assigned end of what was the first match. This now being the third. First to win 3 in the quarterfinal stage of the United States Youth Match Racing National Championship. We're a few hundred meters off of the beach here in the Pacific Ocean of Newport Beach, California. Tom Eamon alongside Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield, and a team of volunteers from the Balboa Yacht Club bringing this to you live, as we will do likewise in about a month's time for the Governor's Cup, the prestigious International Youth Match Racing Championship. Andy, with teams coming from around the world, including New Zealand, Australia, Canada, Ireland, where else?
Denmark,
Denmark?
Sweden. We have 7 countries this year. We had 8 last year, but it's a really good fleet. It'll be interesting. Right now, the Jeffrey Peters was sort of on top of the world, but he's now aged out of the under 23 events, and and Australia has the defending champion basically. So we'll see what happens. But I think the Americans are going to be tough. I think Josh Hyde from New Zealand is going to be a contender. He was a semifinalist last year. It's going to be quite an event. But you'd have to call Cole Tapper the favorite from Australia. He's the reigning world champion. and he won last year, beating Jeffrey Peterson,
Yeah, he won last
coming from behind from a 2-0 deficit, which is a tough thing to do in first to 3. And he won 3 straight races and beat then the reigning world champion. So
Well, and speaking of Jeffrey Peterson, he's out here
Yeah, we
still
gotta get him on
watching.
board.
He's coming aboard. I was
Okay.
just to say that, Maddie, we're going to switch him into your
Yep.
position in a moment so Andy and I can ask him a few pointed questions like what was he up to last night? And no, we won't do that. His mother's watching and wouldn't approve. He texted you last night at 01:30? Oh, Chris Bretschker making a joke. Denise Peterson, his mother, who was a former director here at Balboa Yacht Club, and Denise and Forrest, Jeffrey's parents, have moved to the East Coast, the Chesapeake Bay area, and she is an avid mother, I've heard from her this morning. She helped me yesterday prepare that segment on the Rose Cup for the Sailing Illustrated, our Friday show. And we appreciate the parents. In fact, Andy, it's fair to say that one of the reasons we do this and love to do this, whether it's for Gov Cup or Rose Cup, is not because we like to come out here and gas bag, although that's probably true too to some degree, but we love to keep the parents informed, bring this onto the phones and into the computers and television sets of the parents and their family and friends from around the U.S. in this case and around the world.
Yep.
In the case of the Gov Cup. And we've had a lot of nice notes from like Leo Takahashi, Leonard Takahashi, who of course has a Japanese name, and he's from Auckland, New Zealand. And we had a nice note from his grandmother in Japan saying, now I understand why Leo's flying around the world and what he's doing when he gets to these regattas.
yeah, we've heard from a lot of the parents that it's kind of a neat thing. Speak of the devil, there he is, the infamous Jeffrey Peterson. And then we'll do a little of this, Tom, and then we'll have Matt come back, and I'll step out for a little bit.
Okay. And speaking of, we were just talking about you, Jeffrey, and thanks again for what you did yesterday when I pinged you about, 8:30, and you were just getting here to the club, getting ready to do another, a day of 2 days of coaching, and then first day of racing yesterday. And I said, Jeffrey, how about giving me 90 seconds, something on just do a selfie video, send it off to me so I can use it in the Sailing Illustrated show. And you did exactly one take, 90 seconds, and it was perfect.
Yeah, they call me One Take Jeff.
Okay, I hope so. I hope your girlfriend doesn't call you that.
I'm not going to comment on that one. No, look, it's
Hey,
been.
he's got a lower third. He's the only one that's had a graphic here, Andrew.
Yeah, it's good.
Jesus Christ.
Huh?
Well, because he's not as famous as we are.
Well, maybe
Yeah, people
that's it.
they need diagrams.
So they
to know
need
who
to
I am.
understand
Hey,
who he is.
I'll ask the first question, if I may, Jeff.
Sure.
What have you seen out here in the last 3 days? 4
Yeah,
days?
it's been an epic 3 days. I think all 10 teams showed up with a certain level of sailing, and I think everyone's gotten a lot better. If I had to quantify it, I'd say from start on Wednesday morning to where we're racing now here in the quarterfinals, I'd say every team's got a 100% increase. I think there's still some gains to be found. I think mostly I'm noticing that the downwind kite trims between boats is a major difference. I think in that last Nichols Stapleton race, that was the difference maker. Matty Nichols on the kite did a phenomenal job to keep them going and keep them fast, and to cross over and jibe and be able to pin them outside the zone that late in the downwind was really impressive.
It was indeed. Yeah, they got a big surge there, and Noah was having some issues. But yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think we've seen some really good match racing here, no question about it.
Absolutely.
When we're doing commentating, we say, well, and they're going to have to do this, and they would do that. The other boat's going to have to do this, and they would do that. And so it's exciting. It's exciting, as you said, to see the progress.
Absolutely.
Just in 3 days.
We've been talking about the crew work and how important it is. We saw also in the Yan C match when Chi Yan, it was an upset. I mean, let's call it what it was. With C coming out of the round robin at the top, and Jan not doing that well, and comes out here and wins, and that quarterfinal is now tied 1-1.
Yeah, that team, Jan has been like a little bit of my like dark horse pick for the week. You know,
Really?
he's had, you know, he came out of the round robin, you know, in the clinic. I think, you know, they were learning a lot. I think they were, you know, getting used to sailing a bigger boat. You know, he comes from a laser background, and you know, even though he is a Balboa, you know, representing the Balboa Yacht Club this week, he doesn't have nearly as much experience in the Gov Cup boats as the Nichols team does. But he was coming out, and you know, every once in a while, he's got wheels for sure, upwind and downwind, and I think he's one of those teams that if you let him sail free, he's going to punish you for it. And I think that's what we saw, you know, in the sea race. Dylan kind of let him go. He had a big lead, and all of a sudden, now you're looking at it, you know, looking at his transom going downwind.
Yeah. Well, we talked about that in a couple ways. That, you know, philosophy in match racing is always, if I have a 2-boat lead, I'm not going to take a chance and try to get a 3-boat lead. I'll just preserve the 2-boat lead. But also, I mentioned Nevin Snow, who won the first Rose Cup and won 2 Governor's Cups. And Nevin will be the first to admit that he isn't the absolute best match racer in the world, but he was fast.
Yeah.
And, you know, and so when you have somebody that's fast like that and you're ahead of him, don't leave him.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got Pine leading Stratton 2-0 in their quarterfinal. Parkin and Strom are tied on 1-1. Nichols now, surprisingly, after that amazing finish, up 2-0 in their match against Stapleton, their quarterfinal match. And Jan C tied at 1-1. Jeffrey, pick 4 semifinalists for us.
No, I'm not falling for that trap.
I'm
again.
going to write it down.
Honestly, I mean, look, I think any of these teams are capable of winning. You know, Stapleton very easily could come back and win all 3. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and make any predictions. You know, I've seen a lot of their practice over the past week and the way they've been sailing in the round robin. And my true opinion is that regardless of what scores you see on the screen there, any team can win out there.
Well, we saw what happened in the Gov Cup last year when somebody was up 2-0.
Yeah, you know, like it's total possibility, and you know, I still don't sleep at night because of that one. But thank you for reminding me.
Of all the events you've done, you've now graduated college. You had an esteemed not only match racing so far, and it's continuing, but also a great collegiate sailing career at Georgetown. And of all of the events you've sailed in your young life, was that last year's Gov Cup? Is that the one that gives you the nightmares?
Look, you know, I think. Well, that loss was gutting, and you know, the chance to go and win 3 Governor's Cups and break the record, you know, and all the, you know, the pressure and the antics.
Who had the
one.
record for 2?
Well, I think there was
13 of us.
people.
13 of us.
And 2 of them were sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
But you know, I think that one definitely hurt. But you know, if we were going to lose to someone, it was going to be Cole Tapper and their team. You know, they sailed a phenomenal race.
They're on fire.
We believed, you know. I'm not one to say it was bad luck or anything, but we believed we were the best boat on the water that regatta, and you know, unfortunately, we just couldn't get it done in the end.
Yeah.
So.
Can anyone beat Cole Tapper at this year's Gov Cup in
Absolutely.
1 month's time?
Anyone can beat anyone, and you know, I think there's some newer faces coming to the Gov Cup lineup. You know, we're gonna have you know, a Rose Cup competitor in there as well, and they're gonna be tuned up in the boats. Justin Callahan's coming back with vengeance. Morgan Pickney. You know, I think it's going to be a great year, and, you know, Cole isn't safe. He's got, you know, I've worn the target on my back for a couple years now, and now it's his turn.
Hey, do you have that shirt I gave you? We'll give it to Cole.
Yeah, I think so. I'll pull it out of the closet.
Yeah.
Cole Tapper from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia in Sydney, and he's on a hot streak in a number. He sailed in the Youth America's Cup for Australia, didn't win,
Sailed
but
very
what
well,
was he?
though.
What was he? Third? Second or third? He
wasn't second because he didn't make the finals, but he was very much in the
I
top
think he
4.
was,
They were a very competitive team.
Okay, well, Jeffrey, we got the next match here. They are running the McCready-Galway match. They're into the pre-start now. Andy,
Really?
did you want to take a break, or do you want to carry on for one more?
No, I will take a break. I thought for the Texas Championship that they were not going to hold this race.
I did too. I thought they'd. This is first to win,
I guess
3.
Yeah, I guess they changed their mind.
And McCready is up 2-0. So if they win, that Team McCready wins this over Galway, this one will be done, and McCready will be 9th and Galway 10th.
Yeah, but after that start, I think he's going to have to work pretty hard to get this one. Galway doing a nice job leading him into the start line, taking the favorite side of the line, and got up to speed nice and fast. McCready's, you know, had to roll into attack right off the line, and, you know, you can see his bow is down. He's hunting for that pressure, and Galway is, you know, up there, up on his hip, ripping along.
Well, Galway was actually ahead in one of the other races of these 2.
But there's a penalty.
There is. Yeah, it's on McCready as well. Blue flag penalty.
Wow.
So now, you know, This is as being in Galway's position here, your back's up against the wall. You just won the start, and the other boat's got a penalty, and I can tell you that's a good feeling to be going into the rest of the race.
All right, I'm going to leave it to you two here
Well, maybe we get
for a little
Matty
bit.
Whitfield
Matt
back
can come
after
back, but I think he's enjoying his break. But anyway, I'll see you
Andy Rose.
I'll see you all in a little bit.
The Gov Cup guru, and so we just watching. I want to get the crew names. We love to talk about the crew, Jeffrey. So we'll do the crew here on these two boats that have just started. Team Galway, Gavin Galway, Madeline Perdue, Clayton Roddick, and Caden Virag from Lakewood Yacht Club in Houston, Texas. That's why Andy calls this the Battle of Texas. In fact, it's the Battle of Houston, because the other team, the McCready team, or Team McCready as we call them, so we're going to try to do this without falling on top of each other. Hayden McCready, Paloma Arago, Presley Massey, and Elfie von Kylenberg, I believe it's pronounced. Forgive me if I don't get that quite right. From the Houston Yacht Club across town, across Galveston Bay there. Two great yacht clubs. So it's not only, Jeffrey, the Battle of Texas, it's the Battle of Houston.
Well, right now, James Pine is up against the ropes here. This is the 4-5 sail-off against William Stratton from Delray Yacht Club, and James Pine picks up his second penalty.
And he's leading 2-0 in this quarterfinal. Pine ahead of Stratton. Pine in boat 8, and Stratton in boat 5, but Pine owes a penalty. Do you think you know
two of them? Yeah, he got the first one he got for not keeping clear in the dial-up. I've seen that a lot between the competitors, that everyone's been pushing the limits really hard and trying to snuggle up as close as they can to leeward as that blue entry, but a lot of people have been a little too slow to avoid and get the tack off. And then Pine there getting a little bit stuck head to wind and drifting right into the pin. So he's got 2 penalties now, and he's got to look to maybe see if he can offset one here, or at least just get off the line, with the crush start, so he can take his penalty and still be in this race. But
I only see one penalty flag, though.
I believe the umpire is holding the other one in his hand. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think there's only one. The blue flag, nonetheless, penalizing Pine, so he's trailing off the start and owes a penalty, Jeffrey.
Yeah, he owes. No, there's 2 blue flags up on the boat.
There are 2. Okay.
The umpire's got it tucked in his life jacket like a samurai sword.
So he's got to take this penalty right after the start.
Yeah. We still got over a minute to go before this start here. Strathmore leading into the playground with a decent amount of gap. I think if he were to jibe or tack, he wouldn't quite have a piece of Pine. But if I were Pine, I'd be putting an emphasis on going after the other boat as aggressively as I could.
One minute.
All right, so both boats driving on to starboard. Definitely early back to the line here. They're only about 3-4 boat lengths away from the committee boat, with Stratton taking the lead. Fighting for overlap here. James just needs to not cause contact. Just ask the question of the umpires, but don't hit them. The only thing that would be worse than that is a black flag penalty here. And now
meaning a third penalty, which would
third.
Lead to being disqualified from
the umpire is reaching down into his boat. Let's see what he finds, and it's a green flag. Okay. James Pine leading 18 seconds here, so I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to wipe away that second penalty. So he's just looking to get as clean of a start as he can. He's got to cross the start line and immediately take his penalty turn.
He's also displaying a red flag, a technical protest flag on his port shroud.
Maybe he feels that the Mark motored into him. That would be my best guess, but we'll hear the answer of that protest as here he goes, taking his first penalty. Stratton doing the right thing, tacking right on top of him. Now he's in a great controlling position.
So trailing by what? 3 boat lengths, maybe more, and owing a penalty. Yeah. And leading the match 2-0, so this is a nice launch for Stratton to try to get back into this series.
Yeah, he's got to, this is a must-win race for him. So, he's similar to what we saw with the McCready-Galway match. He's ahead with a penalty, it's a good position to be, but it's not safe. As we've seen, you know, in races before, anything can happen, and the team behind in this light air on the downwinds can really make big gains. So James just needs to lock in, get his boat speed moving again, and then find some ways to get around him, maybe a couple shifts, tacks, and see if he can't get himself back into this race.
Meanwhile, coming up is Parker Strom. That quarterfinal's tied 1-1.
Yeah, you know, Freddie Parkin had maybe a little bit slower start to the round robin than he would have liked. And now, pretty close there, actually. I don't know. That might be a blue flag penalty. We'll see.
Penalized the port tack boat 12.
He did.
He did.
So that was just a bit careless from Freddie Parkin there. He thought he had the upwind cross, and, you know, it's deceiving. You know, the yellow boat keeps their bow down, and as they get closer, all of a sudden he turns up, and, I don't know if I'm crossing anymore. So I think there, just no reason to push it there. Roll in, take your tack, take the dial up, take a breath. But now you're on the back foot, and you got a lot of time to go in this playground.
Playground, you use that term. We all use the term, but we haven't described it, defined it. Why do we call this area out here to the right, the upwind right of the committee boat, the playground?
Well, it's an affectionate term for all the playing that goes on in here. You'll notice a lot of circles, tacks, jibes, stopping the boat, accelerating the boat again. And this is where, we call it the middle phase of the start, where you're kind of jockeying for position to see who's going to lead and who's going to push, into the final approach back to the start line here. So
a Dave Perry term.
Indeed.
Because most of the pre-start action happens out here, and that's, of course, why the media boat is parked where we are. There's a protest flag.
Yeah, I think Freddie Parkin thought maybe Strom had drifted over, through head to wind, but
green
flag, yeah. I think that was the right call. The umpires have been pretty on top of it so far after day one of racing. They did throw a lot of Rule 42 penalties. I think there were 10 total 42 violations thrown yesterday. So the competitors are really demonstrating their ability to use their kinetics in the boats and maybe a little too much.
Explain Rule 42, the kinetic
That's
rule.
correct. Rule 42 governs what you can and can't do to accelerate the boat, and basically a violation
Mooching,
of rule.
rocking, pumping.
Yep, all of the above. And if you get a 42 violation, it means that you did something unnatural with your body weight to accelerate the boat, with barring just trimming on your sails and adjusting your course.
1 pump per wave.
That's usually the way it goes, and you can also use your body weight to facilitate turns. So that's where you see it the most in the pre-starts. You'll see, as boats start to turn up, all the crew jumps to leeward. 1:20 to go. Strom leading in. This is good. I think right now I'd like to see him come up a little bit more and maybe not be as static with the push here. When he's just sailing along towards the line, he's eroding his advantage. The further away from the line they get and the later in the sequence they get, the stronger Strom becomes.
Do you like to lead back or push back in this light air?
I always like to lead, but particularly in this light air, the lead is much more powerful. It's very easy to kill time. You'll notice every time that Parkin has to dip down, right, as soon as he turns up, he's actually now trying to accelerate in Strom's dirty air.
Exactly.
Which is very difficult to do. There's already only 4 knots out there, but Strom may be being a little bit aggressive. That actually looked intentional to me. As long as he doesn't get a penalty here, it seems like Strom may be indicating that he wants to take the right-hand side of this race course.
There was a Y flag. That's been greened.
Yeah, for Parkin maybe just asking the question, seeing if he can wipe his outstanding penalty and start this race on a clean slate. But I think we're going to see a nice wide right start. Parkin's going to sheet on and go for the pin, and Strom's going to start up on his hip.
Parkin owing that penalty from the pre-start. He's got till the finish line to take it. It's a jibe, 270-degree turn on the upwind leg, or a tack, 270-degree turn on the downwind leg.
Yeah,
pretty even start.
Yeah, maybe a little advantage to Parkin. I think the pin's been pretty favored all day.
Looking up the track, what do you like?
Looking up the track right now, I'm seeing pretty even breeze, but I kind of like this right-hand side. I think there's a bit more pressure, and you can see actually Strom going into rocket ship mode here. He's found a nice little bit of right breeze that Parkin hasn't gotten. And is actually off our screen to the left here. As we look uphill, we see James Pine managed to get ahead.
Yeah,
with
the
Will Stratton.
the green kite on the right, as you look upwind, is ahead of the pink kite of Stratton.
That's an impressive comeback. You know, like we said, anything can happen. You know, these teams are all phenomenal fleet racers and developing match racers. And the last thing you want to do is let one of these competitors sail free and just use their boat speed and their sailing tactics.
As we said, this is a must-win match for Stratton, who trails 2-0 to Pine in the first to win 3 quarterfinal here.
Yeah, James Pine still owing that penalty, though, so not all hope is not lost for Stratton yet. He's just got to stay within 2 boat lengths. As we come back to the pre-start, Noah Stapleton and Sienna Nichols. Noah Stapleton entering from the port side, Sienna from the starboard side. Sienna leads 2-0. Ooh.
Yikes.
Yeah. Looks like Noah tried to swing his bow through. Sienna doing the right thing, jibing around, and so she hopefully, if she has a good enough acceleration, could then rehook Noah and luff him head to win. But
Blue flag penalty.
wow. I'd love to hear what the umpires have to say about
Nichols has been penalized. She's up 2-0 in this.
No, that's a Stapleton penalty.
Blue flag.
Blue flag.
I
Noah
beg your
Stapleton.
pardon. Stapleton has been penalized. Our crack spotter keeps switching the board on us. So, yes, the blue flag to Stapleton.
He needs to be
down.
careful to not hit the committee boat here.
He's down 2-0 in this quarterfinal.
A lot of penalties in these pre-starts.
There are. Well, it's the condition. I
Yeah.
mean, a tough, aggressive pre-start.
Yeah, they're pushing the boats hard here. So now
I wonder, they got good coaching maybe in the first 2 days of this Regatta, as Don Riley would call it.
well, hopefully, you know, they can clean up those penalties, because I wasn't coaching them to get penalties. I was coaching them to get rid of them. Not to worry, though. You know, like we've seen, you can gain a lead. You know, when you get a penalty in the pre-start, as long as it's only one of them, you forget about it. You wipe it up, you wipe it from your brain, and you just worry about getting off the line and getting clean. I don't think about my penalties until I've sailed a full lap of the race course. Then I start to consider if there's an opportunity to offset it or to kill it.
Try to keep gaining. Galway's leading in that first match. They're down 2-0 to McCready, so they're maybe coming back. Is there a penalty owed in that match? In the
Yes.
Galway-McCready match?
Yes, it is. It's a
McCready owes a
penalty.
penalty,
And he's
but
behind.
he's trailing. So Galway's going to come back, it looks like, and
Oh, look at this.
keep that going.
We got some pick boat action for the first time. You know, we haven't been here in the playground for day 1 of racing, and now day 2, the competitors are getting to try their hand with using a pick boat.
That's the media boat. That's us right there in the middle. And now coming around our stern end.
Team Nichols. And Noah just setting up, looking back. Now it's a time on distance game.
Minute 20.
I think they're about 40 from the line here, so I think Noah's got a bit on to kill this back. The nice thing is they are relatively low in the box, so he's got a nice, easy kill on the upwind side of things.
Pine is leading that other match. Pine ahead of Stratton in the second flight coming down.
1 minute to go here. Noah looks like he's really trying to set up. He really likes, the way he's sailing right now indicates to me that I think he wants this pin end start here. Sienna not being too aggressive with the push, indicating, I think she's just trying to get him down the line and looking for maybe a wide right start, right? Noah's got an outstanding penalty, so, when we match race, Tom, we call this a play 2. It's the only play call we have in match racing compared to, team racing or something along those lines. But all Sienna needs to do is stay within 2 boat lengths of Noah and match everything that he does. And there's, as long as she doesn't get too close to him, there's not much Noah's able to do to get rid of his penalty. Noah may be getting a little low on the ley line here.
Strom leading Parkin in the third flight. That match is tied 1-1.
Noah slowing down, and wow, very, very late last-second tack and dip there. Very aggressive maneuver, and I don't think he's going to lay the committee boat, and he might have to tack back.
It's going to be a tight lay.
Oh,
He
it's
did
gonna be
have to
close.
tack.
Looking maybe for the port starboard, not quite going to get it.
Galway wins. A must-win situation. McCready now leading that match for 9th and 10th.
You can see McCready's with a penalty, but He's still got 2 more races. It's been a pretty awesome match for
Yeah.
9-10. You know, it's been great sailing.
Well, we were saying the fact that they've come out of the round robin at about the same level probably is really good for big picture long term. To train, to get some experience.
And for those 2 teams, you know, 9 and 10, unfortunately, in a fleet like this, you know, there's not a lot of room for error. But both of those teams showed really great moments throughout the race course. Hayden McCready has proven that he's one of the faster boats out there when you let him get free. And they've just maybe sometimes struggled to come around the corners every once in a while. So it's actually, a pretty great match between those 2, and we'll love to see what they do in match racing later on. All right.
How about this Stapleton-Nichols match?
Yeah, Sienna leading with 2 boat lengths. You know, Noah kind of indicated that he wanted the left, then he tacked back. He got the left that he wanted, maybe, albeit a bit down speed, and Sienna just went out clean. Is hooking into this right-hand side, Tom, and looking uphill, I'm a big proponent of this right side right now.
Later in the afternoon, you like to go right, young man?
Traditionally that would be the case, but, looking out uphill, towards Palos Verdes and out to Catalina, it's still pretty hazy, hasn't really cleared out as much, and, inland temperatures are not very high, so, the historic big right-hand shift and build that we've seen, and that what California is known for, maybe isn't as applicable, but, this time I would definitely be biasing the right.
Can you see Catalina? I don't think we can see Catalina, can we?
No, not quite.
Not quite. And when you can see Catalina, what does that mean?
When you can see Catalina, it's, if there is going to be a shift, it's going to go right.
Yeah. Pine has taken the lead over Stratton. Is that a lead change? No lead change. Pine leading Stratton. And there's a penalty owed by the blue team, meaning by Pine, right? Is that right?
That there's a yellow flag penalty.
Now there's a blue flag penalty. We've got umpire boats in different matches. Hard to keep them all straight.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap on this race course.
And Stratton, there is a yellow flag penalty, and Stratton owes a penalty, right? Yeah, so Stratton-Pine, that match, Stratton with the pink kite coming down owes a penalty. But let's go back to this pre-start.
This is Dylan C. versus Chi Yan. C leads, or no, not leads. They're actually 1-1, all tied up. This is the 1v8, so a nice win by Team Yan here to make this match. 1-1 is the same as 0-0. Now it's just the first of 2 points.
That was quite an upset, that last match.
Yeah.
We were surprised. But as you said,
he's been my dark horse pick all week.
You did, and anybody can win any of these matches, and we're seeing that today.
Yan in boat 9, C in boat 10 here. With 1 minute to go, looks like Yan might be a little bit on the ropes here. He's going to try to go over the committee boat and do what in dinghy sailing we'd refer to as a dip start, or I think Dylan C let him off the hook there a little bit. We'll see. Here he goes. If Dylan C does this right, I'd expect him to sail out a little bit longer, and then maybe jibe and just approach boat ley line nice and slow and basically give Yan no options. Now, if Yan were to tack, you'd probably see tack with him as well. But I'd expect both boats here to jibe, and all Dylan's trying to do is protect getting rolled through the committee boat, which he's going to have to do. He's going to have to be very aggressive with and basically put himself as a roadblock between Yan and the start line, so that Yan has to pick whether to try to send it inside. Yeah, he's got
this now.
Yeah, you just nail the timing, and the boat behind has nowhere to go here. And that is Stratton with this kite down, trying to offset the penalty. Managed to get ahead of Pine. Pine's still with the spinnaker up, so this could be in trouble. Stratton's got a jib up and a big luff.
Jeffrey, look at that other match coming down, the green kite of Pine, right?
Yeah, this is Pine. Stratton still has not offset this penalty yet.
He's trying to.
If I were Pine, I'd just bear away and jibe. There we are. Oh, it's an offset, but that doesn't matter unless there's a red flag that comes up for it. Close jibe. Oh, man.
That's boat 5, Stratton, coming across the finish line first. ahead of Pine. The umpires, is there a umpire boat with a flag still up? I don't think so.
No.
It's been exonerated.
Yeah, it was a twin there. I got a little mixed up. There were 4 boats all at the committee boat.
It's easy to do, but it looks like Stratton. Is that right?
Yeah, it looks like Stratton took the win there.
Has Stratton evened this quarterfinal up 2-2?
Wow, that was.
Now the umpires are over there talking to Pine. We can catch that on the cameras, guys. Not that it's all that interesting, but there is a discussion going on over that red flag protest by Team Pine with the umpires. They'll decide it right then and there on the water. Probably a technical protest, maybe alleging that one of the boats got in their way, as you said, Jeffrey, in the pre-start.
Yeah, you know, there's
Almost certainly will be disallowed.
That was a firecracker race, you know, from Pine go down to
A firecracker.
firecracker. 2
In
penalties
Michigan,
for
we
Pine.
call that a barn burner.
That works too. Not very many barns here in California, but.
Well, there used to be.
Well, we're back here joining the Nichols-Stapleton race. Nichols ahead by about 2 boat lengths. Stapleton behind with a penalty. Sienna leads the series 2-1, and if she's able to hang on to this lead here.
2-0.
Or sorry, 2-0.
Yeah.
If she's able to hang on to the lead here, she'll be our first semifinalist selected.
And again, not a surprise, because a lot of us thought that she and her Balboa Yacht Club team would be among the semifinalists. She in the
Absolutely,
dark
you know,
blue kite with a nice lead over Stapleton, owing a penalty still. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Stapleton trailing with the penalty here. So, you know, I think the name of the game in this series has been the pre-starts. You know, Sienna's just come off the line. You know, Noah's been really great right up until the last 25 seconds.
Hey, they're just coming into the gate.
Oh, so
that's not even the finish. So we've got another lap. Again, this is a 4-leg course. It's windward leeward, and the bottom end of the second leg is this gate, these 2 orange marks through which you must pass in between them, and then you can round either end, the upwind starboard or right end, or the upwind port or left end. So there's still some more race to go here, but it does look like Sienna Nichols and her team are in control at this point. 2 more legs to go.
Yeah, she did the right thing. You know, if you've got about a 3 or 4 boat length lead, you take whatever favorite turn that you believe is going to go to the favorite side. And as, you know,
then tack and
likely
cover.
tactic, yeah, is for the boat to split gates, and you tack when their bow hits the mark. So, yeah, it basically puts them bow to bow, and now, you know, the only thing that could hurt Sienna is a very big left-hand shift, but it would have to be biggest lefty of the day to get across her here. Just in the background, you can see Strom leading Parkin. I believe that is.
Yeah, that's the yellow kite now coming on Strom on boat 4 coming into the finish. And they are tied 1-1. Parkin still owe a penalty?
Yes, he does.
I believe he does. Yeah, I can see the blue flag on that umpire boat. So Strom now is going to go up 2-1 over Parkin in that quarterfinal. Close. All these quarterfinals except for the Nichols-Stapleton.
We might have 3 quarterfinal matches go to full 5 races.
Exactly. Great stuff.
That's what you love to see at this stage in the regatta. You know, the levels rising. Everyone's capable of winning. It's just epic to be out here watching this racing go down.
Shall I call the umpires? Chris, do you want to call the umpires and ask them if I can talk to whoever resolved that red flag protest? See what that was all about. The umpires to talk about the red flag protest, please.
Between Pine and Stratton.
Pine and Stratton. It was Pine's red flag protest. Was it Pine's red flag protest?
Yes. Looking uphill, you know, in the top of the screen, we can see Dylan C. in the gray kite.
On the right.
On the right, leading Chi Yan. Chi with some nice leverage, though. This race could still be close here at the bottom mark.
Umpires, media. Can we have a read on that red flag protest? Pine's red flag protest, please.
Let's keep on playing with it for a little while. I think it's looking good. Keep it base. Yeah.
John on the red flag that you're talking about with Pine?
Sounds like we're talking with the moon. Umpire, this is media. Can we have a read on the red flag protest flag? Red flag protest, please. There's another red flag protest I see coming down on that red kite.
Umpire 2, can you get back to media on Pine's red flag, please?
That's the chief umpire talking to her brood.
Jump, umpire 3. Go ahead, umpire 3. We have one more race at least in our
Okay, the umpires are doing some work hard. They are working hard. Coming into the gate, Jeffrey, boat 10, Dylan C. leading with the gray kite, but it's still close. No penalties owed.
No penalties owed, but interestingly enough, Team Yan flying their red flag. I'm not sure if they're essentially flying it or if it was.
Is Jeffrey's mic on? Say that all again, Jeff.
Yeah, I was just noticing that Team Yan also has a red flag out, so they're not happy with some bit of the race course and looking to request redress. I'm not sure if that's them intentionally flying it, although I see that I think both boats are flying it here, so maybe an issue with the start sequence or the weather mark moving, who knows, but clearly both boats not happy.
The what?
Oh, okay, we're getting some feedback from the umpires that the red flag protest is that the mark bots are moving in more than their allotted radius. So teams are, I don't know about that one. That's a bit tough to make an argument for, and whether or not the umpires will grant redress, we'll see. It's part of the technology. You just gotta deal with it.
I think they've already denied it. I think that was the Pine.
Well, there you go.
Red flag request for redress. We have two types of protests in our beloved sport. One is the red and yellow striped flag, which is the so-called Y flag protest. That's asking the umpires for a decision on a right-of-way protest, meaning as between the two boats, port starboard, windward leeward, clear head, clear stern, and so on. And those are resolved quickly, as you see, normally with a green flag, meaning no penalty, or they use either the blue flag from the umpire boat, meaning the blue boat, the boat wearing the blue flag on the leach of the mainsail, the trailing edge of the main, is penalized. Or if the umpires display a yellow flag, that means the boat displaying the yellow flag on the leach of their mainsail is penalized, and they have to do the loop or the spin, the 270-degree turn before the finish, either a tack on a downwind leg or a jibe on the upwind leg. Then there's the red flag protest, which is a technical protest. Think of it as that. And that's when one of the teams has a request for redress, for reconsideration of an action or omission, error of the race committee or otherwise that might have affected the fairness of the race. But those rarely, Jeff, are upheld.
That's pretty hard to do here. Now, interesting, Stapleton's closing real fast and Sienna jibing here. I don't necessarily agree with this jibing position because she's almost jibing herself straight into the dirty air of Stapleton. I think she's just breathing ahead clear, but that kite's looking a little wobbly, and you're just giving an opportunity for Stapleton to get back in this race. Now, he still owes an outstanding penalty, but anything can happen here. He's moving quick. We'll see a couple more jibes here before we get to the finish line. Now, remember, this is a very similar situation to what we saw a race ago with Stapleton or Sienna crossing over and jibing, but Sienna doing the right thing, jibing and blocking that way. Noah can't flick his main onto starboard and get an opportunity to offset his penalty. But a little bit of a shady jibe by Team Nichols here, but I think she's going to drift across the line.
I wouldn't even done those last two jibes. She was letting the finish easily, but there she is. She's gotten the win nonetheless. Not pretty, but she got it. And what's important is winning. And she now goes up 3-0, meaning she goes to the semis. Jeffrey, we have our first semifinalist.
We do indeed, and very well deserved to go 3-0 against a team that is a very strong team. It's impressive work. Team Nichols has been impressive all week long. Having sailed the boats before, their boat handling is crisp. I think really, the moral of the story with their regatta thus far has been, the teams that beat them have not done anything crazy or, revolutionary. I think really a lot of the times that Team Nichols has lost races, to their credit, has been, them shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. So it's nice to see that they're keeping it clean and racing hard. And, there's a great group of people on that boat.
Including Sienna on the helm, her twin sister Maddie, who is 15 minutes younger.
Yes.
Maddie Nichols, Kai Brennan, and Eddie Kleem from the Balboa Yacht Club. They were second place or tied for second, I should say, coming out of yesterday's round robin. And they are through to the semifinals. Jeffrey, do you feel comfortable picking any of the other semifinals? We got maybe, as you said, 3 of these other matches going maybe the full 5 races.
Yeah, they're going to go the full 5 races. And, after seeing what's going on here, nope, still not comfortable picking.
Well, at least 4 races, we shall see. And coming down now, we've got 2 boats left here, I believe, on the track.
That's
got
correct.
The Gray Kite of Dylan Z coming down, leading, it looks like, easily. A red flag. I can see the red flag on Chi Yan's boat. So he's got a technical protest, but a comfortable lead in this other match that's tied 1-1. Best of 3 to advance to the semis.
That'll be a 2-1 lead and a must-win situation for Yan and his team.
Little rock and roll here developing on the media boat, on the television boat. It's getting it's still pretty flat water. It's a beautiful afternoon, but Chris Bretschker hanging on to the monitors. And we've got a righty, though, indeed. What's the compass heading up there now, Andrew?
265.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere in the
240, 245.
So it's about 25 degrees to the right of when we were first out here. Right?
Earlier said something about it might go to
He did.
240 or 245.
Guy who grew up here in Newport Beach after he moved from Texas.
Smart. He's going to get back on the microphone.
The Gov Cup guru.
The Gov Cup guru.
Yeah, we started out, we thought it was give or take 220, which is, call it 40 degrees to the left of due south, to the right, looking upwind, I should say. And now it's swung around to what, Andy, 245? 245.
I think it's built a little bit, too. A little bit more pressure filled out throughout the course. It's still a little patchy. That left side's still looking a little soft. So I think, if I were going to be going racing, I'd be looking to start maybe towards the committee boat end and ship it out to that right-hand side.
And the Gray Kite of Dylan Z, they've won this match. This is the Cross Harbor rivalry between Dylan Z, Kaya Hancock, Anton Schmidt, and Michael Sentovich from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. They go up 2-1 in that match over Chi Yan. The other Colin Kennedy, we got a Colin Kennedy on the Gov Cup TV team. No relation, I understand. Oscar Parson and Paige Tilson, representing also the Balboa Yacht Club, as is Sienna's team. Okay, we're going to switch here again. I'm going to take a flight off, a pause for the cause, and then we're going to get Andrew and Matt back here in the commentary. Jeff, are you able to stay?
Absolutely.
So we've got our triumvirate still intact, although a different triumvirate.
There's lots of food down there, TFE.
Lots of food.
Lots of very good food.
Well, I was more interested in whether the head was available.
The head is wonderful, too.
For you non-sailors,
Oh, you know what?
the,
My ice pack.
slide over a little bit. And Maddie can be the host. You're going to do the host job.
And we just, on the screen here, we can see Team Yan having a conversation with the umpires about that red flag. We'll do our best to get a report from the umpires once they have it sorted. The red flag, when you put it out, is simply a request for redress, and the umpires actually then hear the request, read the rules, understand the situation, and will either accept or deny the request for redress. If they are to accept the request for redress, then they'll actually pull both skippers onto the chief umpire boat and have a full hearing to decide the outcome of the protest. And then from there, they can either grant redress or deny the request for redress.
Jeffrey, am I on, Chris? Hello. Okay, Jeffrey, give us an example of what might be something that you use the red flag for redress. What kind of situation?
Yeah, I think one situation, one I can actually think of quite fondly is in the 22 Governor's Cup. I was racing Jordan Stevenson in the finals, and we had noticed that one of the gate marks had detached from its anchor, but it was still in the vicinity. And so Jordan Stevenson did the correct thing and rounded the single lured mark to starboard, as we do in match racing, and I incorrectly rounded the mark to port. Now my argument was I threw the red flag out at that point, and my argument is that first off, the race was now unfair because there was no gate mark, but secondly, because the gate mark was still in the water, just out of position, my argument was that how am I supposed to know whether or not I am it's a gate or it's just a really poorly set gate or a single lured mark, and they ultimately decided that that was a fair request, and they granted a resale, and then I lost that race too. But but the resale was granted, so I can at least appreciate that.
Great, that's a great example. So it's a little different than the rest of the kind of umpire decisions, the instant umpire decisions, et cetera, that we see. But it's a good rule, and it for something like that, you're not supposed to have to look around for marks as they're drifting down the race course.
Yeah. So, but if these umpires are, if these competitors are requesting redress because the mark balls are moving, I think they're gonna have a pretty hard time getting that one.
That dog ain't gonna hunt.
That dog don't hunt.
Well, so Sienna gets a bit of a break here. She can sort of watch and relax.
Yeah, she can reset herself. Take a little breather, get some food and water, maybe get out of the sun a little bit. Sometimes we'll pull the jib up over the boom and make a little sun tent or something like that. But yeah, to win 3-0 is a good boost of confidence going into the semifinals. But also at the same time, there's an argument for everyone else is sailing and she's sitting around.
She's not. Yeah, I know, and that's been a constant sort of debate in match racing is whether you're better off sitting around or just continuing to go at it. I think she'll do just fine, though.
Yeah, I can't say I'm too worried about that one.
I think the most impressive thing about her day was that in 2 of those races she was behind, and came.
One of them she was behind with a penalty.
With a penalty, and she was able to. So that's match racing 3.0. That's not a rookie match racing move. That's a really.
That one's not really in the playbook either.
Exactly, that's an experienced match racer doing that. So she's so far she's everything that people are talking about. She's quite a.
Team Parkin having a little bit of fun and exploring the bow handling capabilities of a GovCo 12 meter by tacking backwards.
Yeah, there you go. Why not?
So in some cases that actually can be a really powerful tactical move to spin the boat around, and then because you ultimately get to accelerate downwind it up to a reach.
Yep.
And when used in the correct scenario, can actually be a powerful tool.
And in match racing, going backwards is not penalized like in fleet racing. So if you're a fleet racer, that's the slight difference in the rules here.
Well, if Tom Eamon would say, he would remind us all of Commodore Harry Anderson, one of the early judges in match racing, and would call it the boats are in retrograde motion.
That's a good way to do it. And looks like we have a Foxtrot in the air.
All right.
Going into Flight 4 of the quarterfinals. We've got another race of the 9-10 sail-off.
So we do, huh?
Yeah, we got.
I thought they were going to try to finish that tomorrow, but anyway.
I thought they were as well. But
I guess they changed their mind.
If it's a first at 3 points, we've got McCready leading Galway.
Yep. Well, so if Galway pulls even here by winning this race, then it will definitely go into tomorrow. I would guess, or maybe they'll finish it today.
Who knows?
Who knows?
And then in match 1 of the quarterfinals, you've Pine and Stratton. Pine leads 2-1 in that series.
Yep.
Very impressive, sailing thus far. Then in match 2 of the quarterfinals, we'll have Strom versus Parkin. Strom leads that series 2-1.
That's a little bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, Parkin, I think he's come in as, with a pretty outstanding resume coming into this regatta. And maybe, just taking a little bit of time to get used to the GovCo 22s. Some people have picked him up a little bit quicker.
Yep.
Some maybe not as quick. And, Freddie didn't have, if you asked him, he probably would say he didn't have the round robin he was hoping for, but definitely ended on a high note and, is still showing, a strong performance against Strom with, now he's in a must-win situation, but I think they're, more than capable of winning that next race if they need to. And our final match, obviously, the Nichols-Stapleton quarterfinals is over. It's always nice looking back at match racing results and seeing straight ones across the board. It always is a nice feeling. And then our last, quarterfinal match, the 1v8 race, Dylan C leading Chi Yan 2-1 in that quarterfinal as well.
Well, as you were saying, or somebody was saying, it has definitely gone, before Tom got off air, it's definitely gone right.
Big time.
It's a little more normal day today in Newport Beach than yesterday. So this is, as we discussed this morning, this is not, this would actually be expected for it to come to the right a bit and increase slightly. I don't think we'll see any big breeze today, but it has gone right and it has increased slightly.
In these boats, this is big breeze.
Yeah, that's true.
This is probably more wind than we've had in most of the Gov Cup racing, in the last 2 years. And Daniel Pegg was helping me coach the regatta or coach the clinic and be involved with the bosun team. And we were joking that these kids don't know how good they have it when they can sail in 6 or 7 knots of breeze.
Oh, yeah.
We have to sail in 3. It's it's a much harder task, but they've got 3 knots of breeze as well, and they've demonstrated their ability to compete.
Yeah. Yep.
And although the breeze has gone right and filled in a little bit, there is still quite a few holes out on the race course. So it's not just as simple as just, get out, hike, and just go fast. There's still going to be little bits that you can maybe send your competitor into or need to avoid.
Well, I think it's too early to say that the right, as we discussed earlier, the southwest wind in here is the prevailing breeze. But it's a little too early to say you got to go right all the time. I think, Jeffrey, you're right.
Definitely.
There's still some holes, and there'll be some ways to go left occasionally and do quite well.
Yeah, it's still only 20 past 2, so still got maybe two hours of building, maybe even a bit more.
Or when there's no wind in Newport Beach, we always say, "Oh yeah, but it's only 120 sometime. Sometime maybe it'll come up."
Well, we'll let's jump into this pre-start here. The 910 sail-off, which has demonstrated some pretty competitive racing. These two teams really, finding their stride here. And unfortunately, I'm sure they'd rather not be sailing for 9 and 10, but they're getting out there and getting reps.
We were referring to this as the Texas Youth Match Racing Championship right here. Both teams from the great state of Texas.
I think Galway should be looking to back his jib the other way in that pre-start there. He's now fully clear astern of the other bow, and he should be able to go, what my favorite move, the balls of steel, which he goes now, and McCready going the same direction as him.
And then a big amount of body weight, try and pump the boat forwards, and then he can get in, flip the script and get into a really controlling position if he gets a good acceleration.
He did that very nicely.
So did McCready, just managed to spit some dirt off and hold clear ahead.
Yep.
Both boats now heading into the playground. Still over a minute to go before the start.
2:20 to go.
Yeah. But the lead boat has plenty of room to jibe and decide when to go back.
McCready might even take a look at tacking at him here and backing his jib hard. Doesn't quite have the space to get it, but at least now he gets to set up. In my position, and Matt, I don't know if you feel the same way, but I always prefer to be trailing into the playground.
Well, that's why we probably have some fun races. Cause I prefer to lead out and pick my time back. Because my logic is if I'm leading out where Galway is right now, if I pick the time right, you have to be too early or too late if I'm leading. So, and then if you're the boat behind, you got to pick whether you want to lead or follow. So I'd rather be leading out. Yeah.
So Matt prefers to be in charge of determining what's the appropriate time on distance to lead back to or to at least start both boats to start sailing back to the line. Whereas I prefer to make the decision on whether I want to push you into the line or lead you into the line, depending on what time you pick.
Right.
So some interesting different, ideas and philosophy.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Matt on that because, time and distance is sort of everything, and if you're confident in that.
Although I do think the longer you have until the start time, the more I'd rather be the less strong leading is. I think if you're late, if there's less time to go, I'd rather be leading out more. If you're maybe less than a minute, definitely.
And that's what they have now. So,
McCready needs to be looking at trying to slow this boat down. He doesn't want to race, super fast to the line and eat away his advantage. But I'd like to see him, get down to this boat lay line and kind of park up on it and make Galway choose whether he wants to go inside or force him to go down as he's doing now.
Yeah, what we talked about earlier is if you can get a boat forced up where both of you are luffing and the windward boat can't go below you anymore, and you're right up against the committee boat, that's a tremendous advantage because there's no runway on port tack. You know,
Yeah.
you can tack, but you might not even lay the line.
And Galway did a good job there of
Yeah.
actually going up early and getting lateral
Right.
separation. So he does have this runway in with just under 20 seconds to go. McCready's still going to have to go down to the pin end. Galway's got a wide right start, which if he's able to sail fast, then he can hold him past the lay. McCready trying to bring the boats as close together as possible.
Oh, and he's
Oh,
gonna
boy.
attack.
Oh,
I think he's over, and I think he just fouled.
yeah. That's not good.
Galway doing the right thing. You know, show the umpires that you've
Right.
got them, and then put the bow down. Don't cause any damage, and you know, to add insult to injury for McCready.
Can you see
there.
what's
That's
Yeah,
a yellow flag.
yellow
penalty
flag.
Yeah,
for
right.
McCready.
Yeah. So a port starboard there. Don't think we need Eamon to talk to the umpires about that one.
No. And a boat returning to start with the other boat has started. You know, so.
And the tide has just changed, so there's probably going to be a little bit more longshore drift from right to left on the course here. So so you could see McCready kind of being slowed when he was even trying to cross that line there. And McCready doing a penalty right now.
McCready just take his penalty?
Did he get a double penalty?
I'm not sure, but the umpire still has the penalty flag up there, so he looks like he's done a turn, and maybe I think he might have done it behind the committee boat, and the umpires didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that one hurts even more. Nothing's more painful than to do a turn and not
get
clear your
credit
penalty.
for it. Yeah. Well, we will have to find that out.
And I think even if they did try and complain to the umpires, they'd say, well, you're already behind, so that's not a race-changing move.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but having the penalty still up or down is a bit of a bummer there for McCready and his team. But we'll see how that match plays out, and we'll jump down here into the pre-start between James Pine and Will Strathmore.
Yeah, let's remember to
Stratton,
find out
sorry.
from the umpires what their view of that was.
James Pine leading this quarterfinal series 2-1. Stratton in a must-win situation.
Do you have the list of the entrants that Tom was using? You have that list of entrants?
Both
Nah,
boats
it's
sailing
he took it
into
again.
the playground here. James Pine leading with about a boat length between. He's free to go up or down. He's not getting blocked. He
Right.
can jibe or tack when he wants.
yeah, 3 minutes to go, so a long time to go. So probably see a couple of circles for them to pick their time to come back. I think here with this right shift and the breeze building up a little bit more, I think this couple of races of the day, it's definitely been
You had to
stronger
lead.
to be tight leeward and leading
Yep.
back in.
Yep.
Whereas now I think it's much more of a 50-50 game.
And these two teams have been very equally matched all regatta long. I'd
Yep.
say, you know, their wins and losses looked very similar. Their boat speed similar. Their handling level is similar. Like two, you know, really well-matched teams here.
Well, Stratton put himself in a great position there.
Yeah, not sure what Pine thought with that tack there. Seemed to tack over just to put himself
Yeah, right
locked
now
up.
he's potentially could be locked out here.
Yeah, and Stratton doing the right thing, sitting to the right of Pine. You know,
Yep.
they're still about 2 minutes to go in the start and very close to the start line. So
Yep.
Pine early, doing the right thing,
Right.
stopping the boat, you know, not sailing any more distance down, and we'll see how he manages to kill his time. He's definitely early. Maybe he considers using the committee boat as a pick
Yep.
to do a lap around. We'll see.
And I think one thing to notice there is Stratton used his body weight a lot more. Their crew was all in sync, whereas Pine was not quite as in sync. So if they were down speed and it was a little bit lighter earlier, Stratton did actually lose both those races when it was down pressure, which is surprising if he was using his body weight more.
So if Pine uses the race committee boat as a pick, which I think he might, maybe not. Give me go. So he needs to be careful here of not inviting Stratton into a overlap to leeward here.
Yep. How much time?
About 1 minute and 10 seconds.
We're still way early. Only about 15 seconds from the line.
All right, I would expect Stratton to follow this tack here.
Yep.
He knows he's early, trying to block the tack or the jibe.
Yep. I think he might be able to do it. He's in pretty good position there.
I think Pine should have gone for a jibe there, just straight away in,
Yeah,
just
or
to try and loop around.
Even now, he's still got the time to do it. Doing the right thing and making sure Stratton's going the other way before jibing.
Yep.
I think, you know, he's still got plenty of time to get this jibe off.
Yeah, I think Pine's in a good position here. If he can just get a wide right start, Stratton's maybe going to get caught down the line.
Yeah, he's definitely early to that pin end of the line.
And particularly, I think with the mark being so far forwards on the committee boat that you can actually get, if you get to the front of it, it's a little bit biased to the starboard end, I think, right now.
Yeah,
I think it is too.
We'll see if Pine is okay taking a wide right start here if he tries to push Stratton down the line. I think if it were me, I'd push him. You know he's early, force him to make an error. Just sitting there letting him luff, gives him the opportunity to just sheet on and go.
Yeah, I think he was thinking I'll force him to go slow down the line and then come start on port and go for the righty, and I don't think that's a bad move there.
No,
Yeah, and in fact, Stratton didn't lay, so
Yeah, I think Stratton went settled early there.
Had to tack, and
I'd call that maybe decently even start, maybe slight advantage to Pine off the line.
I think so.
Yeah, like a 60-40 start.
Yeah, I think Andy hit the nail on the head there. Pine, by doing so, just indicated he's like, look, I just want to put him a little bit under pressure, but I want to go get my right hand shift instead.
Exactly. I think he had planned that some seconds ahead.
And I like that move. Don't get so aggressive. Just go out, trust your boat speed and your course call on the team.
Yep.
And just sail around them.
Yep.
So this next start entrance going to be Parkin versus Strom. Parking on the yellow side and Strom on the port side, so the blue side. So this is 2-1 Strom, so must win for Parkin.
Strom entering in as the blue boat, Parkin as the yellow. Needs to make sure he gets down to 90 close hauled course, which he does there, and then back to head to win. Very nice dial up by both boats.
Yeah.
Parkin really nailing that positioning of having his bow be at or about the shrouds of the boat to leeward of him.
Yep.
And keeping a nice half boat length separation there, so he's not under pressure at ASAP.
So good, just to remind those who aren't match racers, the boat to your right on the screen has to avoid drifting into the boat on the left. And he was starting to get close enough there that he chose to back up, which actually makes a great deal of sense if he can get some speed on quickly.
So interestingly, Parkin decided to go backwards there and clear himself. Now I think Strom's looking for an opportunity to build some speed and tack, and I think if he were to tack, even if Parkin were to go after him, I think he'd cross. We'll see.
I'm not sure about
Parkin
that.
up to speed, yeah. He was definitely able to get up to speed a lot faster.
Well, we'll find out in a second.
Simultaneous tacks.
Yep.
All right.
Starboard tack,
I think Strom's going to get a penalty for that one. He did not avoid soon enough.
No, exactly. He has just now completed his tack.
Expect to see a white flag out of Team Parkin here.
Yep.
And I could hear the umpires there saying holding on Parkin the whole time. So Parkin not altering course and Strom on port.
Yeah.
And Parkin's able to go back and get another piece of it. He did this 2 races ago as well, so he's definitely thinks he's got this boat handling down on this.
In my team, we call this getting stuck in the blender for Strom here. Yellow boat is always, at a speed advantage, so they're going to continue to
attack.
And while Strom has to use his sails just to get out of head to wind to then start accelerating, Parkin is up to speed, full pace, and able to choose the time when he wants to go back.
Yeah.
And Parkin can dial him up again whenever he wants now.
I heard some whistles. We'll see.
Do you
there's
see anything?
A blue flag penalty. Harrison Strom earning that penalty.
Yeah,
like
he definitely that was a no-brainer, that one.
I'm surprised Parkin's let him off. I think Parkin could have jibed back at him and
earlier
pinned up.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just going, I've got that penalty on him. I don't want to risk it too much. Just keep it, do the loop round, come back in and get an even start, and happy with that.
Harrison here looking, he's sailing lower in the box, indicating he's going to try to take the lead off of Parkin. And now this is kind of that philosophy battle we were talking about. Do you lead, push? Do you get to choose the time? Harrison looks like he's going to buy as much time as he can and get in front of Parkin and lead back into this start.
Yeah, maybe 20 seconds from the committee boat, 1 minute to go. So Strom can really run down to this pin. He shouldn't be too early for it if he can burn time early here.
You know, Strom, the only thing Strom doesn't want to have happen is both boats just sailing fast on, on starboard towards the line.
Right.
You can see the big fishtailing. He's trying to limit the amount of distance he sails towards the pin end of the line.
Yeah. Strom doesn't mind if he sails away from the line or slowly, but it's got to be one of the two, and he's doing a really good job of it.
Yeah, and Freddie now taking the overlap to windward here. I don't think he can make it in between Strom and the committee boat.
Strom's still got the shutout here, so real good move here from Strom to control this.
Yeah.
Although he does still owe the penalty.
Yeah, but 15 seconds. Parkin has accepted the fact that he's going to follow him into this.
Yeah, he's going to have a slam dunk start here.
I think that was a bit of a concession here, unless Strom gets 2 down speed.
I think the sensible thing from Freddie Parkin, they're not trying to squeeze in, just accepting it, keep the penalty advantage.
If he gets enough boat speed here, you might be able to throw a hook in on Strom, but no, Strom leaves the door just slightly open.
Slightly better speed build from Freddie Parkin there, because he was able to bear away to the reach there.
Yeah, and he's going to roll right into attack. So I'd say, Strom off the line with the penalty, now trailing on his hip to the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Advantage Parkin.
Barely, but yes.
I think 50-50 on boats, but advantage with the penalty, Parkin.
Right.
You see Parkin's really going for a high groove here, so looks like Strom is going to be able to roll over the top, though. Parkin looks like he's just slightly too down speed.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets over the top. If I were Parkin, you're okay to close gauge, but you don't want to get rolled here, and Strom absolutely rocket ship mode right now.
Yeah, it really is. I think he's just about, for all intents and purposes, he's just about over him.
Yeah, so you'd see this and that strategy. We'll see how that one plays out. But let's jump down into the pre-start. This is Dylan C now taking the match 3 spot as the Nichols Stapleton quarterfinals is over. This is Team Jan entering from the right and Team C entering from the left.
C being up 2-1 in this best of 3, first to 3 semifinal or quarterfinal.
You can see both boats going backwards here. Both boats losing their bows. I'd expect both boats to go opposite directions here, and we get what Dave Perry loves to refer to as a spider on the mirror.
It's a really good job building, not going too fast backwards by C, so he might even be able to completely escape and stop the second dial-up.
Maybe no spider there, yeah. Team C doing a way better job accelerating the boat and ripping in, closing that gauge. Maybe even able to put Jan under pressure here into this pre-start. And I think that just, right there demonstrates the emphasis of that body weight and that pre-start boat handling of how quickly you can gain an advantage from it.
Yeah, and Jan not having a bit of flap on his jib there, just allowing C to come right in behind, even though he's in dirty wind, just still building a bit of close and probably can stop the jibe right now.
Yeah, right now I think he's close enough to.
Yeah.
So I'd expect to see Jan use the committee boat as a pick.
Whoa!
That or a Houdini. That move we like to refer to as the Houdini. You're under pressure into the playground, and you just out of nowhere
Throw a tack in,
or at the very least stop the boat. But now he's escaped. He's able to get out and sail away. C maybe going to try to line him up on starboard, but he's got the cross. So a very nice way to catch the other team off guard. You're both full speed into the playground. You don't see it coming, and able to get out and buy yourself some more time.
So C doing a good job there of rolling round on the inside here, and he's going to be able to set up so as when Jan does inevitably go for a tack or a jibe, he can pick on the inside either way. And Jan potentially using the media boat here as a pick to get round, but it's going to be very late back if he does come round the committee boat.
Yeah, I think C is going to take this lead all day long here.
Yep.
Now both boats high. Jan may or may not have swing. He does.
I think he does. Yeah.
But now, both boats are relatively high in the pre-start box here, making it a little bit harder for Dylan C to lead. Jan's going to be always at up pressure here, maybe a little bit, flirting with the overlap. And now the margin for error is so little. Both teams doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
Hope you didn't have a mini heart attack there. That was a pretty close swing, Andy.
Yeah, I know.
It's all right, Andy. The It's Okay boat's on the dry stack, so you
That's
don't need to
true.
worry about your boat.
Yeah, right. No, that was lose.
Real good job by C there to get overlap to leeward and stop Jan getting the left or right swing. But then a really good job by Jan to potentially be able to get him roll over the top here.
Yeah, just a little bit too much by Dylan C there. Giving Jan a little bit of an escape. He's over the top. And now able to get a start at the pin there. So C almost pulled off the perfect maneuver, but Jan doing a very nice job to escape control.
So with 10 seconds to go, both boats got good pressure for this build and be up speed. C's going to have to tack off soon after this start, you'd have thought.
Yeah, he moved very nicely, though, there. That was, his boat speed was really good. He I don't think he can live there, but he made it so maybe almost any righty, and he would be able to live there.
I think he's going to try.
And his
he's
speed
so
is
up to speed.
Yeah,
he just did a really good acceleration.
Exactly.
Jan, I think, was also a little early, thinking he was a little early, and I saw his jib luffing at about 5 seconds, which, it's not something you want to be doing right before the start of the race.
And I think C's jib halyard is a little bit tighter, which should allow him to hold a little bit more height. Because I think in this pressure, you probably want to snug a bit more jib halyard on.
Yeah, I think Jan's finally getting up to him.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, there goes Dylan tacking away. Well, that was a good effort.
No, and I think, that all that distance, C did the right thing. Hold as long as you can, and then
Yep.
just before you really start to lose, you tack away and get clean, and you still protect your advantage, and you get starboard card when you come back.
Yep.
However, I think he tacked in a bit of motorboat wake and just slowed down, and Jan's able to gain out of that.
Jan found a nice lefty out there,
he really
too.
did.
He's nose up
Yep.
very much compared to Dylan C and his team. You can see it looks like Jan's just in a bit more breeze. All 4 of his team members hiking, trying to get the boat flat, and Dylan C's team members shoulders up, sitting in the boat here.
Well, as we said, there's still going to be a few lefties. Boy, that was one.
Yep.
But what goes up could come down, so we'll see if they start getting the phase into the right again.
C will see.
We'll see. We'll see, said C.
In the background here, we have the green and pink kite of James Pine and Will Stratton coming in to the bottom gate. You can see a nice view here. You can just see the green kite coming in on the right-hand side. James Pine leading the series 2-1 and currently, I think, ahead.
Yeah, James Pine, the green one on the right-hand side of your screen, and Stratton, the pink kite on the left, and the orange kite in the middle was Freddie Parking, who looks like he's leading his race by quite a long way.
No, Parkins actually is trailing by a pretty substantial margin. Strom had rounded the gate about 45 seconds ago. He actually took this left-hand turn and is already tacked, and is actually the boat on the right-hand side of your screen going upwind.
Yeah, Parkin just in a right hole there, just really slow.
Yeah, Strom doing a great job here. This Pine Stratton race getting close, but
coming into the finish, Pine getting wind out front, should be able to hold down and then soak to the zone and just jibe to the finish if he needs to.
The boat ends closest from there, too.
Stratton doing a good job of leading the jibe in, so making it so that Pine would have to jibe in his
Look
dirt.
at that line, though. I would have jibed right then and come to the boat end. He gave up some. He'll still win, but boy.
Yeah, he made it a little bit closer.
He did make it closer.
That boat end is definitely favored as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Stratton's got a good dive here.
Yellow flag. So Pine winning that race, but
he
almost losing
snatched
it.
defeat from the jaws of victory. When we talk about the boat end being favored, or the boat end, it actually is closer to the weather mark than the pin end. So when you're coming into the finish, obviously, that's the end you want to go to. And that's what Stratton did. Stratton did, and almost passed Pine. I mean, I think Pine should have simo-jibed with Stratton when Stratton obviously had jibed onto the ley line for the boat, the favored boat end.
So that is James Pine coming away 3-1 against Will Stratton to be our second semifinalist selected, as we see Dylan C with a beautiful spinnaker set. Leading Yan and his team. Yan answering right back with an equally as good a set.
Yeah.
Two really good spinner cassettes and good early jibe there from C just to try and now he's going to get clear breeze out that side. So, and they were coming in on a left-hand shift, so hopefully for him he can take that down to the bottom of the marks.
Interesting to see a bit of a split here now. It kind of comes down to who gets the angle and who gets the pressure. G indicating that he wants to come out and maybe see what this right side has to offer for him downwind, and still in C now jibing. What do you say? Both boats, maybe on the same ladder rung?
Yeah,
I
but
think C clearing by a boat length or two.
I tell you, that's a long way to go away from a guy.
Yeah, and Chi looking, nice jibe there. Kite's looking relatively full. We'll see how these boats come together. Maybe a slight gain for Jan and his team.
Yeah, I think so.
C looks like he's crossing by about 2 or 3 boat lengths.
He's got a nice breeze going there, too.
Has
He's
a good-
going fast. But I think Jan definitely caught up a little bit there.
I think Jan doing the right thing, setting up right here, and I'd expect to see Dylan C roll right into another jibe. Yep.
Yep, there he goes.
I think Jan's gonna probably lose a little bit on this one. It looks like he spat C towards a nice little piece of pressure, and he's rocketed away here.
Yeah, C's boat just looks like it's got better vapor trails out the back. Looks like a big right-hand shift coming down from the top of the course, so expect to see left-hand turn and then an early tack.
That is Harrison Strom up at the top of the screen in the yellow kite leading Freddie Parkin, who you may see come in from the left of the screen going upwind still. So
Whoa. Horizon job, as we call it.
that is a tough one.
So Dylan C just setting up, coming in between the 2 gates, and looks like Jan might be set up to be able to go pick whichever gate. So he might want to split here and just give it a go.
Yeah, you don't lose. You don't have too much to gain by following him around the other way, but you stand to lose and gain a lot by going the other way. So it's a bit of a risk, but there is a potential for you to go find a left-hand shift, which you did on that first beat.
Yep.
So maybe there's something, but looking uphill, I tend to agree with Matt. There's a pretty monster righty, and don't think that mark rounding did Jan and his team any favors.
And C already over onto starboard to close off any lateral separation that they're going to be able to get on a big lift. So, real good move by C just to take a little gain and then just close down the risk.
Yeah, there's some hiking there. There's a bit of breeze. Great photography. Thank you to our awesome photographers out there and our drone people. Yeah, that's really good. I'll tell you, when you're in a match race and you're leading, best thing that can happen is a little more pressure.
Yeah, you can see both boats working extra hard. I think that in our week we've been practicing a lot about how to make the Gov Cups go fast. They're a very unique platform compared to other match racing boats. And
Yep.
It's really awesome to see everyone in the fleet working really hard to sail the boats nice and flat, which is we found to be the fastest way to sail.
Yep.
And that's not particularly atypical, but what is atypical is that they love to be board flat.
Right.
Yeah, the boats are pretty simple to get 95% of the speed, but that final 5%, when these matches are so close, that little half boat length of speed, ignoring any tactics can just be the difference, which you can see it looks like C kind of has a slight speed advantage here.
Looks like Chief Spinnaker wants to go up a little prematurely there.
And in other news, Harrison Strom has just crossed the finish line. So he's won that semi-final 3-1. So he's into the quarterfinal, and he's into the semi-finals.
So we've got 3 of the 4 semifinalists set, with the 4th potentially, getting closer to lay line for his last run down into the finish line.
So C on match point and also leading by about 5 or 6 boat lengths here. So he's looking good to be able to add that third win and then get into the semifinals.
You know, I think it's interesting here. It looks like you know, besides the Pine Stratton quarterfinals, that all of the 1 seeds or all the higher place seeds ended up winning out the quarterfinals. So maybe a little bit of, you know, the skill and experience translating over from the round robin.
Well, that's pretty typical, though, Jeffrey, isn't it, for a system that has a quarterfinal in it? That it's unusual for one of the bottom 4 boats to, you know, to rise up into the semifinal position.
You know,
or less usual.
Sure, I would say it's definitely less usual. I will say, you know, in a youth championship where all the teams are relatively new to the boat and relatively new to match racing, that I feel like the probability is a little bit higher.
Yep.
You know, people just, you know, sometimes. Oh, very early weather hoist, but
It works.
It did. Kite went up real fast.
Yep.
He's just got that final 2 foot to squeeze on now. And the only match that was the lowest seed was the 4th, 5th, which in theory should be the closest
Indeed,
match.
And, you know, and the 5th seed, you know, and James Pine team ending up taking that win. So does seem, you know, we knew those teams were very evenly matched, and you know, barring any catastrophes.
Or, as we've said, Tom Eamon's Sea Monster.
Yeah, but Jan still doesn't have his spinnaker
words
all
at
the
the
way up.
Governor's Cup one year. Well, if a Sea Monster could stop them, but otherwise they're probably going to win. A little more rock and roll on the media boat here.
You can see, you know, Jan, to credit to Jan and his team, not giving up. You can see them big body weight, shoulders out, trying to will the boat further forward.
Don't think it's going to be enough.
No, I don't think so either. They also have to be careful not to get a 42 penalty here.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you explain that, Jeffrey?
Yeah, we had talked about it earlier with Tom Eamon and Rule 42 being the rule that governs your ability to use your body weight and adjustments of the sails to increase the speed of your boat. So when we talk about a 42 violation, it means, you know, every time Jan and his team step to leeward and drop their shoulders out, if they accelerate the boat without using that body weight to facilitate a turn, then they will be in violation of that rule and receive a penalty for it. But
well, I think, you know, it's a testimony to your coaching ability, because I understand on the clinic part that you had told them to, you know, test the limits of Rule 42. And so how many Rule 42 fouls were there yesterday?
10 total.
10 total.
So they took my words a little too true to heart.
Exactly.
You know, we had to discuss in the debrief yesterday of what the limit was, since all of them managed to find it but seemed to disregard it and get consecutive 42 penalties. But
exactly.
You know, I think the biggest thing, you know, especially for these teams getting used to it and getting used to a keel boat, is a lot of them are used to sailing heavier keel boats.
Yep.
Right. So they don't respond as much to weight, but
right.
These boats are incredibly weight sensitive, and I wanted, you know, and we've seen it, you know, in the racing thus far. That body weight, it can make or break, you know, control and a good or bad start. As Dylan C.
Yep. Dylan C. winning his quarterfinal match to get into the semifinals.
And so, yeah, he comes in as the 1 seed, you know, winning 3-1 against Jan. So that'll put him in the 1 seed. I believe the 2 seed will be Sienna Nichols and team. The 3 seed, Harrison Strom and his team. And the 4 seed, James Pine and his team. So that would mean, you know, in U.S. sailing events, there is no pick. So they always do the highest seed is races the lowest seed, and then the 2 middle seeds. So that means we're set to see a Dylan C. and James Pine semifinal and a Sienna Nichols and Harrison Strom semifinals.
Yep. Well, the way Strom sailed, I think she's got her work cut out for her, but I think Nichols and C will end up in the finals of this. That's my guess.
Hey, you know,
and
I'm
I'm brave, Jeffrey. Unlike you, I'm willing to stick my neck out because I can always deny it later.
No, see, I'm just trying to be fair and nice because I've been working with all of these kids, and I genuinely do believe they could all win.
Yep.
Now, that being said, you know, seeing the 2 local teams who are also the only 2 teams who have sailed the Gov Cups before at Gov Cup, you know, if you were to tell me that they were going to end up in the finals, I can't say I'd be surprised.
Yeah, exactly.
And I believe it is the race committee's intention to get at least 2 races of the semifinals done today.
Okay.
They love either letting it be 1-1, so who knows what's going to happen on Saturday, or letting someone go home down 2 races so they can have just a terrible and awful sleep. Seems to me I've always been on the unfortunate side of the semifinal series. Only a few times I've been on the nice side, but
Yeah.
then again, there's some stress going to sleep up 2 wins as well.
Oh, yeah. Without question.
I think there was a press conference where I had a competitor wish bad dreams on me going into the final
I'll
day
never
while I was
forget
up
that one.
2-0. So,
Well, he said he actually had a dream about you and went on from there, and it was hilarious.
well, I don't know if the dream did him any
That's right.
favors, because the rest of the racing didn't go so well. But like we said, 2 races. You know, the cutoff time tomorrow is 2:30. So the race committee has it cut out for them to get the full semifinals in and the finals in.
Yep.
You know, before we come up against the time limit.
Well, this is nice, nice breeze, nice conditions right now, so why not?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's only 3 o'clock, and
Yep.
with, you know, if they only need to get 2 more flights, we should be well and truly clear, as, you know, barring a drop off in the breeze.
Yep.
Yeah, and it looks like the breeze is even building again. There's a few little signs of white caps just starting, like the odd bit. Like there's the little bit, so maybe 8, 9, 10 knots.
And I think looking upwind, I think the breeze has swung even further right at this point now. The weather mark looks like it's the furthest right I've seen it all day, and you know we're almost paralleling
Yep,
the
we
shore
are.
here on the media boat.
Yep.
Showing maybe breeze. You know, we were saying it was about 240, 250 true wind direction last time
Mhm.
around. We might be in the 50s or 60s at this
Yep.
point.
Could well be.
You know, and if you were racing, in your mind, has it reached a condition where the right side dominates, you know, more often than not?
That's a really good question. I think more often than not, yes, but that doesn't mean that an occasional lefty. I think they'll still be, but I think fewer than there were last race.
You know, and looking at the, you know, that shot there with the, you know, where the pin location is, and you can see the committee boat flags are slightly towed to the right of the pin. I'm thinking, you know, if it were me out racing right now, I think I'd be starting at the committee boat, tacking, and banging this right-hand side.
Yeah. And the more the wind increases, the more that will be right. Pardon the pun.
But yeah, the breeze is coming up. I think the competitors are going to enjoy this. You know, the semifinalists are going to have some great racing, but also the 5 through 8.
Yeah.
There is a consolation series, you know, for all the losers of the quarterfinals to then re-race. I'm not sure if the format calls for it to be a round robin or if it's a sail-off format.
Yeah, I don't either.
But you know, there'll still be racing, which I think, you know, even as a team that maybe just took a loss in the quarterfinals, it is quite nice to have some more sailing to be doing.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, some of the less awesome, the less awesome press, nautical press, would call these champagne conditions, eh? Tom Eamon is just shaking his head.
More weather talk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we joke about that we've seen articles on match racing that the first 2 paragraphs are about the weather.
First 5.
Yeah, first 5. And the committee and all that stuff. And I wrote a parody at one point and had a bunch of silly paragraphs, and then at the end I said, "Oh, and Harry Price won," was the last sentence of the of the article.
So there we are, the scores as they stand. Interestingly enough, the only match that's going to go to 5 races is the Galway-McCready match, the Texas Championship.
Yep.
They are not going down without a fight, and I,
That's great.
as someone who's been coaching them, I think that's really awesome to see.
Yeah.
They are making the most out of that 9-10 sail off, and neither one of them, you know, a lot of momentum swinging. McCready goes up 2 and then down 2.
Yep.
In a sudden death, winner takes all, or winner takes 9th, I should say.
Takes the Texas Championship.
Takes the Texas Championship. That's that you can go home and wear that proudly on your sleeve.
Exactly. The best young match racer in all of Texas.
Maybe you get a little buckle belt.
Yeah, well, get him a buckle.
I'm sure A-Train can figure that out.
Yep.
So this downtime period for those maybe not as familiar to match racing, downtime here, they're scoring all the results. The umpires keep track and the race committee keep tracks, and they come together and meet, make sure they didn't have any, you know, mix-ups. They put up the wrong flag in the finish. certify the scores, and then they'll go to each competitor and let them know the next match that they'll be competing against, letting them know what seed they are and what entry they are. So there's always a little bit of downtime when we finish a stage in the regatta.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. So whilst all the competitors are getting their little bit of food before the semi-finals, I think we're going to take a little break and make sure that everyone watching can also put on their kettles, have a cup of tea, and then get ready to come back in for the semis.
A cup of tea?
That's outrageous.
I'll have a cup of wine.
This is the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship.
Yeah, exactly. We're not pommies, mate. All right. So take 5.
We'll see you for the semifinals.
Good afternoon from Newport Beach in California. The Balboa Yacht Club is hosting the United States Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rosé Cup. I'm Tom Eman alongside Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield. We've been calling it all day since about 11:30 this morning, so that's about 4 hours, although we each got a little bit of time off to pause for the cause. Welcome back to what we think will be one or maybe two races of the semifinals. And Andrew, I am reliably informed that the semifinals are first to win 3, not first to win
excellent.
2. So that's much
Good.
better. You and I were kibitzing about that
Right.
earlier on. Look at this, Andy. You were saying in the last segment it was champagne conditions, and it has become even more sparkling.
Now it's Moet and Chandon conditions. Am I on? We joke about that, but this is really it turned into a very normal sort of summer day in Newport Beach. What we said this morning, it started off at about 195 degrees and went now back to almost a westerly, and the westerly is theoretically and most times our prevailing breeze. So what we were talking about earlier, we've talked about after the start, do you go right or left? Well, right is up the beach, and now it is strong enough. It's probably blowing about 12 or 13, and I think it's strong enough to just stay to the right. So it becomes more of a one-way course. In other words, right now, I think Jeffrey Peterson, who's going to join us the next race again, Jeffrey said we're almost to the point where you'd start at the pin end or at the boat end and then tack onto port and go up the beach.
Go to the beach.
And I think that's right. But anyway.
Well, did you say something a minute ago before we went live about white horses?
Yes, well, that's an English term, I believe, and we'll go to. I also asked Matt. When we see white caps, it's generally going to be about 12 knots. But I said, what's that on the Beaufort scale? And so, Matt, why don't you explain what the Beaufort scale is?
Yeah, so the Beaufort scale is a way of assessing wind not in knots. So basically, it's roughly force 0 is no wind. Force 1 is about 1 to 5 knots, then about 5 to 9, 10 knots is force 2, force 3 is kind of 10 to 15, so it's roughly 5 knot increments, and then I think it's force 11 becomes gale force. So
Yeah.
that's the famous thing where in the Fastnet I think it was 86, the windy Fastnet, where Michael Fish said it will not be gale force, which he meant it will not be force 11, and it was. So
It was.
the BBC weatherman was not exactly right on that. So yeah.
Well,
so
I guess the force 11, the Australians know it as dogs off chains.
Or oysters off rocks.
There you go.
But we're
Yeah.
nowhere near that. It's a beautiful afternoon out here. We're about 150 meters off the beach, and we're about to start. Can I see that slide back up? Chris Bretschker, our executive producer, thank you. About to start the semifinal round now. First to win 3. Dylan C. is up against James Pine. Sienna Nichols against Harrison Strom's team. William Stratton against Chi Yan. And Freddie Parkin against Noah Stapleton. Now, what you guys, you were covering these last at the end of the quarterfinals. What predictions would you have to make coming out of the quarters based on what you've just witnessed?
Well, I'd stick to my original projection of a couple of days ago. Really, was that I think that Dylan C. and Sienna Nichols will probably end up in the finals. But I'll tell you what, as Jeffrey was saying, coverage of the last race, these other competitors have no experience before this in the Governor's Cup 22s. Both Dylan and Sienna do. They've done an incredible job. So I tend to agree with Jeffrey that while that would still be my prediction, that any one of these semifinalists could move on to the finals.
So Dylan C. and James Pine, the one semifinal, in case I didn't make that quite clear. Sienna Nichols and Harrison Strom, the other. And then we continue with racing, which I think is a great format. The 5th through the 8th place, we call them A and B. William Stratton and Chi Yan will be racing off, and Freddie Parkin and Noah Stapleton. Then the winners of those will go into yet another series to determine 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th ultimately. And Maddie, we've just got code flag F up on the race committee boat, Foxtrot, which is the attention signal in match racing. Matt, how does this start and pre-start work?
So they do a 7-minute warning, and then they'll do the 5-minute warning signal. Boats will enter at 4 minutes till the gun. However, we're not 100% sure on what the plan is in terms of if the semi-final is going to be our first starts off or the consolation rounds.
I think what our spotter, Ken Sherb, is showing us is that the consolation rounds will be the first 2 starts.
Correct.
Followed by the 2 semifinal matches, and then finished by, well, I guess they are going to wait till tomorrow to do the last
Well,
one.
I was told a minute ago, but this is a never-changing scene here, keeping us on our toes, Andrew. But
Yeah.
Ryan Davidson, who is the chair of the U.S. Youth Match Racing Committee, tells me that they want to get this match, because they're at 2-2, McCready and Galway. They want to do that now, yet this afternoon.
Really?
And they may have them race some more tomorrow just
I see. Okay.
for good measure. But these kids don't want to sleep on a 2-2 situation. So that is going to be our 5th flight, as you would say here in this next go-around.
Okay.
Stapleton Parkin is about to go into the pre-start. Stapleton in boat 11, Parkin in boat 12. Parkin entering from the starboard or right end as we look upwind. And Team Parkin, Freddie Parkin, whose brother Jack we know well, is from the Riverside Yacht Club in beautiful Greenwich, Connecticut, not too far from Vice Commodore Claire Harrington's home. We could give a shout out to her, Vice Commodore of the New York Yacht Club. Freddie Parkin, Asher Beck, Lily Foster, and Thomas Whidden, the son of the esteemed Tom and Betsy Whidden, sailing for Riverside Yacht Club. Grandson, rather. Thank you. I got to have a little caffeine here after my break. And then sailing for teams Stapleton, Noah Stapleton from the Alamitos Bay Yacht Club up in Long Beach. Noah Stapleton, Fiona Barbito, Brady Kennedy, and Crew Ziskind.
I might say that this match is actually 2 of the sailors that we expected to do well in this series. They were ranked highly by the selection committee for the Rose Cup. We get about 2 times as many requests for invitation as we have. Oh my! Well, there's going to be a flag called on that. Let's see what happens.
I think it looked close, as though Parkin had to pull the tiller towards him to move back out, but I'm not sure they were that close.
Green flag.
Yeah.
At any rate, these 2 are, they're not in the semifinals, so they're obviously not going to win the Rose Cup. But I'll tell you, they are really good sailors and have shown a lot here in their abilities. The quarterfinal matches some of the quarterfinal matches were much closer than we might have predicted. So, I think Jeffrey Peterson's, been pretty right that any one of these kids can do this. So, just look at the intensity of the Texas Championship. They're 2-2. I mean,
that's the Houston Championship, in fact.
Yeah.
Between McCready and Galway. Okay, 2.5 to go. Matt, which side of the track do you like looking upwind, left or right?
I mean, I think just right-hand side's going to be dominant. There's a bit of current going right to left, so leading into the current's always good. And then, as well, I'd expect there to be a little bit of a right shift as you go up the beat. Just getting closer to the shore, you'll be able to get a little bit more right shift and just hike hard to that right-hand side and then come back in. But to be honest, close enough that if you're faster upwind, you could make a little bit on the left work.
The thing you will notice, I think, most in this race, for those of you who have been with us for a bit, is that the boats will accelerate much more quickly than they were in the lighter winds. So what might have been a real problem in one of the lighter races often will not end up a problem here because the boats can accelerate their way out of it pretty quickly. But here's a classic dial-up at this point. And, it's getting, I'll tell you, the boat to your right is the Windward and Burden boat. And I think they may have hit each other there.
And there is a protest flag from the leeward yacht.
So they're about 20 seconds to windward of the committee boat to the right-hand side of it. So
let's watch the umpire boat there, which will signal either a blue flag or a yellow flag or a green flag.
So they've given a blue flag penalty, so penalty on Stapleton, who was the windward boat in that situation there. So Parkin's team just backing down behind it, and then Stapleton just drifted in, just lost his rudder and drifted in.
Well, let me give you the other side of what I just said, which is that the boats are more maneuverable and accelerate more quickly. But on the other hand, you will fall into the other boat more quickly in that position if you lose your helm, basically.
And a real good position from Parkin here, basically just sitting just behind Stapleton, saying, if you want to go in, I'm going to be ready to push you, and if you want to go over the top, I'll follow you to leeward. If you want to go below, I'm going to stop you doing that. So really good just to be able to work him to the pin end.
So here's Parkin to the left.
So
30 seconds, and they're about not even 15 from the line.
Here they don't really need to build the speed quite as early. They can maybe do like a 5-second acceleration here and make it work. So Stapleton bailing out to try and get to this right-hand side. I really like that move from him.
Yeah, I do too.
I think that's a real big changer where he's potentially going from leading to the wrong side to maybe being able to lead to the correct side here.
Yep.
And then slight miscorrection from Parkin there, just a second early to the pin, having to luff around the committee boat.
So that'll cost him at least a boat length or two.
But still,
still
very tight race.
Came out okay.
And Stapleton does still owe that penalty. So Stapleton ahead, but with a penalty to kill. Stapleton looks like he's bowed forward enough that he should be able to live in there for a long period of time here. And the longer they can go out this way, the better it is for Stapleton here, because he gets to open up the long lay line.
So if what's the thinking on both boats is right now Stapleton is the rightmost boat. If he can keep them from the boat on your left, if the boat on the left can't tack, then you can hold him out to the lay line, meaning the long port tack up to the weather mark. Seldom happens, but sometimes it does, and it's tough to do, to hang to weather of another boat like that, because any shift, and that's what happened. He fell into him and had to tack away.
Okay, the next pre-start, boat 5 coming in from the yellow end, the starboard end, the right end as we look upwind. Boat 5 is Stratton, Team Stratton, and they're racing Team Jan. Team Stratton is from the Delray Yacht Club up in L.A., William Stratton, Harry Bryant, Jacqueline Cassidy, and Luca Farrell. And their opponent is Chi Yan from the Balboa Yacht Club, racing in Boat 9. And Chi has Colin Kennedy, Oscar Parzan, I believe it is, Paige Tilson, sailing with them. And this is another one of these matches that will determine 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Those are important, actually, and let me comment on that. There is now, the World Sailing has always maintained a ranking of world match racers, and it's based on points you gain at each regatta, et cetera. And it's not always accurate, because it's, to a great extent, it's a participation thing. The more you sail in, the more points you get. But it's still interesting, and it definitely is interesting to the skippers. Well, in the last year or so, they've adopted a youth match racing ranking. And so the difference between, 5th place and 9th place in something like the Rose Cup is quite a few points. And, ultimately when you get into the open rankings, that, some of the clubs for some events use the rankings as an assist in who to invite. And I know the youth rankings now are used by World Sailing as a big factor in who to invite to the Worlds.
Gorgeous conditions, Matt.
It really is.
Right over here off the port side of us in the playground is Dave Perry and Jeffrey Peterson and Matt Whitfield call it. The area to the right, the upwind right side of the committee boat, and just off our port quarter here on the media boat.
Yeah, with 150 to go, they're about 25 seconds from the committee boat. So Jan going around the front on port here, and Stratton just trying to follow him in. Jan trying to tack on starboard is going to try and roll over. Stratton's going to try and hold that leeward overlap here. Going to be hard with the dirty wind coming down. But then the further into the line they get, the better it is for Stratton. The further away they can get from the line, the better it is for Jan, because Jan's got a lot of time to burn here. 120, 115 coming in, and then maybe only 10 seconds from the start.
Matt, in this much breeze, would you rather lead in or trail back in? Push.
In these conditions, I would rather lead back in, even though it's maybe a bit windier, so maybe Dave Perry would say you can follow. However, if you're leading back in, you have the best option to pick that ley line for the committee boat. And if you want to start at the right-hand side, which both myself and Andy think is the favored start, to start at the committee boat and lead the attack to the right, then that helps you be able to get to the right-hand side and to the gain side. So I'd rather lead so as I can then go, I'm putting myself here, send the other boat around me.
I think I would disagree with that, actually. I think following is fine because as long as you can push the other boat just a little bit, then you own the boat end. And I think that's the best way to own the boat end, and I think the boat end's important here. Now, we may be proved wrong, but this is become such a typical summer afternoon here.
Well, Stratton wants the right end. Obviously, he's got it all to himself. Why does Chi Yan, do you think, wants the pin end? He wants to go left.
Yeah, he does. I don't know. Well, they're obviously seeing some things that we can't see from up here. But yeah, pretty even start. But I think definitely an advantage to Stratton.
And maybe a bit of a righty off the line.
And a righty
too.
right there,
And just for reference, in that first start between Parkin and Stapleton, Stapleton got that right-hand side and was the first one to tack away and has maybe
lead.
a 7 or 8 boat length lead coming down the run.
It's a little unfortunate, but on the other hand, that it's become sort of a right-way course, but on the other hand, it makes the starts much more important. And match race starting is sort of the most exciting part of any of these races.
Indeed. Aside from the finish.
Yeah, aside from the finish.
Boat 11, as we just said, Matt just said, coming down to the gate, the end of their second leg of 4, is leading a pretty comfortable lead, but they owe a penalty.
Right.
Don't forget. So I wonder, Matt, if they'll wipe the penalty on the upwind leg now. Do they have enough of a lead to do that?
They definitely have enough of a lead, and I think in these conditions, you've got enough power in the rig to build up to speed again. So I definitely want to do it on the...
as you approach the weather mark.
Yeah. Do it. I'd get towards where I think the starboard ley line is and just go for a jibe around there and then exit on starboard.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. It makes it much easier in this breeze.
Okay, back to the semis now. Our first semifinal pair, Strom and Nichols. Boat 4 is Team Strom, Harrison Strom from San Diego Yacht Club, sailing with Sabrina Anderson, Kevin Cason, and Wyatt Kelly, and they're sailing against the hometown, I guess, favorite, Sienna Nichols from Balboa Yacht Club, sailing with her sister Maddie Nichols, Kai Brennan, and Eddie Kleem for the first of our semifinal matches today.
And so the Nichols there just went with a starboard entry, went all the way around and have got themselves in a controlling position to leeward here. So Strom can't bear away and exit into the playground. And this is a real strong position here compared to the dial up on starboard because they're in the controlling position.
Right.
And because they're on port, they are also the leeward boat. So some of the risk of being that starboard boat is taken out. Starboard and windward, they're now port and leeward. So real good. This is a really good position here if they can hold this here for a long time.
4 Nichols in boat 6.
You can see the boats are getting closer, thwartships as we call it, but meeting, boat to boat sideways. But that's interesting.
Here, if Strom doesn't think he can roll over the top, he's got to just stuff these boats and stop them. Because otherwise, the further he sails away from the line, the further they have to sail back with Nichols in control.
Yeah, she's in a nice controlling position right now.
2 minutes 15, they're 25, 30 seconds away from the committee boat. Really good position here from Nichols. If they can just hold it for another 35, 40 seconds, that's really, really powerful.
But because of the rules, Pine from that position cannot jibe. And if he tries to come up and tack, she will come up and prevent him from tacking. So this is a classic match race move. She has control. But it's all about boat placement and crew work. They're using us as a pick boat, which is about the only thing you can do when you're being controlled like that. And Sienna's going to choose to go above our bow and swoop back down on Stratton, who is doing exactly the right thing here, coming up on starboard.
So they've got about 125 to go. They're maybe 35 seconds from the line. So a lot of time to burn here in this breeze. Once you get up to this much pressure, it's hard to kill time compared to when it's down pressure. So going to have to sail a real long distance here. So you see Strom going dead downwind just to try and get further away from the line and kill more time, whereas that gives Nichols the chance to roll over the top if she thinks that he's killed too much time low.
So that's what I was talking about earlier, time and distance. So now both teams are trying to analyze quickly how many seconds does it take me to get from here to the starting line.
They're well below the line.
They are well below the line.
I think really good job here by Strom by just getting really slow and sailing away from the line. 40 seconds left there, maybe 30 seconds of sailing back in, so they can luff up when they think they're on this ley line, and Nichols has got to pick, do I go below into their dirt, or do I stay above and risk being shut out?
Now you can see how close the boats get here. It's about what, 2 feet
Yeah.
from bow to stern.
So 15 seconds to go. They're late for this line here, so they're fully racing. So Strom needs to get this boat going. Probably burnt a little bit too much. Still going to be a good, tight, lured start, but he could have had an even better start.
Nichols protecting the right.
Yep.
She wanted the right. She got it.
The other thing that's coming into play here, you just saw Sienna Nichols' boat bouncing a little bit in the chop. There's definitely a bit more sea state now than there was, and so keeping the boats going fast through that is really important, and that takes anticipation. And it may be that one of the crew says we're about to hit some, waves, that kind of thing. The crew can really help with that.
So real 50-50 here. Strom probably slightly in the ascendancy, but if Nichols can just climb a bit bow forward, climb a little bit of height, she can start affecting Strom coming out here and maybe force him to tack. But if Strom can live here for the next 45 seconds, minute, real good position here. It's really the speed group on the boat is really important in this part of the race here.
Okay, we've got 4 minutes to our next semifinal start. This is the team of James Pine, Nathan Pine, William Baker, Addison Fisher from the South Carolina Yacht Club. They're in boat 8, entering from the blue, which is the pin end, the left end as we look upwind, and they're racing in their semifinal. Mr. Dylan C. and Kaya Hancock, Anton Schmidt, and Michael Stentovich, I believe it is, from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Teams that we've seen looking very good in the first couple days of this regatta.
Yeah, as we said, Sienna Nickel and Dylan C. are the only two sailors here that have ever actually sailed these boats. And that's a big advantage.
Both being from Balboa Yacht Club.
Both being from,
or
Balboa and Newport. They both sailed in the Governor's Cup last year, and it's an advantage. I mean, without question. I think what Jeffrey Peterson and Ryan Davidson have done in the coaching here is truly exceptional. I mean, these kids have learned the boats very quickly, but there's nothing like, for the Rose Cup or the Governor's Cup, as you know, they all sail about 25 or 26 races before the series is over, and that's huge. That's a lot of races, and the experience is just every one you get better, every one.
In that first match, the Stapleton Parkin match, just to update you, Stapleton has wiped his penalty. He's exonerated himself, and he is leading, well and truly leading, going up, the leg 3?
They're going down to the finish here.
Oh, they're already coming into the finish
so
now.
Stapleton just crossing the finish line, maybe 3 boat lengths, 4 boat lengths clear.
Nicely done.
Very nicely done.
There's the aqua kite. Looks gray on the TV screen to me, but the orange kite of Parkin, they will be finishing their match.
For those of you who haven't been with us all day, I'll repeat my story about Noah Stapleton, who a few years ago, I think at 12 or 13, was picked on as a crew on one of the teams that was a little short. They wanted somebody small, and you can see he's gotten bigger. Well, not a lot bigger, but he caught the match racing bug, and now in his own right is a skipper here, and is up against first race against Mr. Parkin, who is I was about to do Jack Parkin too, but Freddie Parkin, and
we know his brother Jack so well.
Yeah, and Freddie's resume is truly magnificent. It's like his brother's was. I mean, that's an incredible sailing family.
And both their parents are Olympians as well, so.
Yep, exactly. From the UK, I believe.
Yes,
So that's when I first met Jack. I said, "So you live in Connecticut, where New London?" But a great family and truly great sailors. So to beat Freddie Parkin is a big deal.
1 minute to go in this Pine C semifinal. Pine in boat 8 and C in boat 10. Had to wind a couple, 3, maybe 4 boat lengths to leeward downwind of the committee boat end, Matt.
Yes, so Pine's was kind of in a bit of a tough situation. He's just done a good job of just kind of getting, holding everything, but he seems stuck head to wind here.
Yeah,
he can't
couldn't
quite get out.
If he could have had his speed intact there, he could have controlled Dylan C. Now he still isn't going as fast, and Dylan's going to come in at full speed at the right end.
Meaning the committee boat end.
Committee boat end.
However, Pine will at least get off the start line.
Yeah.
They will get off the start line just at the unbiased end and not to the right side of the course.
No, fair enough.
So it's not a terrible start, but definitely C's been able to choose what he wants to do, and he's really elected to get this starboard end.
Yeah, and you see Pine is even a little early at that end, so had to luff a little bit there. Well, Dylan is at full speed, and you can see he'll come out bow to bow almost.
Yeah, and in the other race, Stratton has finished ahead in his race, so he's 1-0 up against Jan. So coming on the downwind leg in the other semi-final, Strom is ahead in the yellow Spinnaker, coming downwind a long way ahead of Sienna Nichols and her team. Maybe a 10, 12 boat length lead. That's a very big lead there.
That's a horizon job, almost. It's a semi-horizon job. By that, I mean it's an old ocean racing term that you put the boat behind you over the horizon behind you, and means big lead.
And I think the one good thing here is I think they've still got 2 legs. I think that they've still got 2 more legs to go, so hopefully Nichols can get back into this.
Well, she was behind in 2 of her 3 quarterfinal races and came back brilliantly. I mean, truly, a couple of the tactics there were truly brilliant.
Yeah, I think the only concern is now it's going to be harder to be doing those passing moves because there's going to be less holes where even if you're in slightly more pressure, the change in speed is a smaller percentage, so it's harder to make those big gains.
Andy, Maddie, we want to keep our eyes on those semifinal matches, but let's watch the pre-start for this 2-2
for the Texas Championship.
For the Texas Championship, the Houston Texas Championship. Boat 3 McCready and boat 7 Galway. They're in the pre-start, and it could be very interesting as this is the rubber match if you're a bridge player, Andrew.
So this is Houston Yacht Club, and what's
Lakewood.
And Lakewood. 2 great clubs in Houston. Well, I hope they're watching us down there. They could be having a beer this hour.
And more.
And more.
So there's 3 minutes to go in that pre-start, which is just the other side of the camera. So there's flags flying, there's sparks going.
Yeah, let's go to that because the other races are really quite long leads. Let's go to this start. For the Texas
is for
Championship.
9th and 10th place.
Yep.
They're going to keep racing tomorrow, Ryan Davidson told me during the break. And I think that's great.
So what if the boat that wins 3 today, what do they say tomorrow? What, I have to do this again?
Well, I
just beat them.
I think they'll claim 9th place.
Yeah.
And they'll keep sailing tomorrow for more fun.
Good.
And, fun practice.
Well, if the conditions are like this, it's way fun. You can see how fast these boats are going downwind.
Yeah, these races are much
we
shorter
ought to time
a
downwind leg at some point here.
Yeah, Stratton's going to win this match now. The pink kite coming into the finish.
So in the pre-start that we got there, maybe 30 seconds from the committee boat and 1:55 to go. So a lot of time to kill. They're still going on port, so
here they come. We're going We're going to the base cam here. They're right on our stern. The use of pick boats like this large 54-foot Adios is a unique skill in itself. But in match racing, at least in California, there will be spectator boats. And for the Governor's Cup, there will be heaps of spectator boats. And being able to use them correctly is really quite a talent. in match racing.
When we did the Bermuda Gold Cup, they actually had the playground was in a mooring field, so you had to keep on picking between boats. So if you had to pick, do I want to go in front or behind that Swan 50 or whatever it was?
That's great.
So that was kind of chaos in the IODs, which are not the most maneuverable.
They are
boats.
not
so
the
once
most
you pick,
maneuverable.
you are committed.
Yeah, you put the helm over, and later that same day it tacks.
Yeah.
But they're great boats for this, you know.
Yeah, so 58 seconds to go. McCreary maybe only 15 seconds from the line. So I'd be looking to try and kill this time even more. Maybe try and get going downwind away from the line just to burn time. Galway just staying behind. If I were Galway, I would just feed him in like that and then luff up and stay. Always try to get this right-hand side off this start.
If I was McCready, I would have luffed more quickly there. I wouldn't have gone that extra boat length to keep, because if you can keep him you know, right on your hip, then you're going to affect his air. And also, as we've said before, he has very little runway to the boat. But now the runway is increasing.
Yeah. I think Galway setting up for a really good start here. I think if he executes this, he'd accelerate at 10 seconds to go, tack at 3 seconds, and lead to the right-hand side would be great.
Well, McGreevy's in danger of being over here if he stopped.
Yeah.
But if... Oh, yeah, this is a chance to... Oh, boy.
I mean,
well, now both boats are in danger of being... McGreevy is falling aft.
I think Galway
and
is
Galway
over.
is over. Yep, he is over. Oh, my.
And the yellow flag's still up on
flying.
the committee boat, so he's still over.
That was an unforced error.
Yeah, but McGreedy is very, very stalled out, so Galway might be able to get away with this and actually still lead.
McGreevy may have to tack right here.
So I think Galway's still going to lead.
You're right.
Yeah.
He's still going to have... well, both boats with unforced errors there.
But yeah, still good lead for Galway here,
Galway comes out.
despite being
over.
Oh,
my.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, McGreevy should have tacked. As soon as he realized Galway was over, he should have tacked under him, kept him from starting, and gained some speed to come down to the boat end. But that's match racing 2 or 3.1, and these are the among the youngest in the fleet, youngest sailors, and you know, just learning this, and you know, both of those sailors will have learned a lot just from that start.
Yeah, and I mean, Galway has executed the perfect start.
Yep.
In quite a few different roundabout ways to get there.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's exactly where you'd want to be off any start line. I think anyone wants to be a tight leeward on port leading to the right-hand side today. So, you know, it's a good job in the end.
Yep.
Let's review what's going on up the track. Stapleton has defeated Parkin in their 4th through 8th match, and Stratton has defeated Jan in their 4th through 8th match. Those 4 teams working to determine 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, or 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, I should say. And then in the Strom-Nichols match, we've got Strom leading Nichols, and in the Pine C match, C is leading Pine.
And Pine with not a great drop here. Spinnaker still in the air going upwind.
And Pine still owing a penalty.
Well, Siena's not having a good race this one.
That's the good thing about match racing. It's binary. You get a win or you get a loss. So whether you lose by a millimeter,
that's right,
or you lose by a leg, it doesn't actually make a difference.
Yep.
As long as your headspace stays the same.
As long as your what stays the same?
Your headspace.
Headspace. And isn't that the key to match racing? Headspace. It's the most psychological, to me, part of discipline in the sport.
Yeah, and like just with this wind building up and keeping and the lengths of the legs, the boats are going so fast downwind. We're seeing just 2.5 minutes for the downwind legs here, which is very, very quick match races. So not a lot of time if you are behind to gain on that downwind.
Exactly, and it's much harder when the breeze is steady. It's much harder to gain. There aren't the holes that sometimes you can get in. Their acceleration is easy. There are all sorts of things that change when the breeze comes up. So again, Tom, as we were saying earlier, this, you know, the start becomes really, really important. Okay. Nice cross there.
Yeah, and not on screen right now, but Strom has just crossed the line to win that race against Nichols. So these 2 boats are not actually in the same match. So McGree and C are not racing there. So McGree is behind against Galway, both of them on port. And C and Pine are both on starboard, heading to the left-hand side of the course. C probably 6-7 boat lengths ahead, maybe more.
Yeah.
Andrew, we have the stat that you requested from our crack spotter, who tells us that the time downwind on these legs has shrunk to 2.5 minutes.
Wow. So I guess I was wrong, as I was saying earlier, that, well, they were a little longer legs, but when it was blowing 18 a couple of years ago, I said 2.5 minutes. They must have been going down those legs in 18 or 20 knots at like a minute and a half. Or
Well,
something.
they may have been a little bit longer legs.
They were
there
longer
because
legs,
of
yeah.
the breeze. But
Yeah.
that's the nice thing about these Gulf Cup 22s, as we've said a couple times today. Designed by Staff Commodore, meeting past Commodore Alan Andrews, esteemed yacht designer here, Balboa Yacht Club member and superb sailor. And as you said, Andy, any number of times these boats are superb in anything from, say, 5 to, tell me what, 20 knots.
Yeah. I've known Alan. Alan was one of my sailing students when I ran the junior program at Balboa Yacht Club. And I have my partners and I have a 50-foot Alan Andrews design, which is a terrific boat. They're about to take off on Transpac on Thursday. But I think this may be his best design ever.
The Gulf Cup 22s.
The Gulf Cup 22s. At least it's fitting the design brief. In other words, the things we told him we wanted in the boat. I think he hit the jackpot on all of them. I mean, these are just, well, talk to the kids. You know, they come up. I've had a number of in the Governor's Cups where they say, this is not only the best match racing boat, this is the best boat we've ever sailed.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're really cool.
Matt, Galway's around the top mark, well ahead.
Yep. Yeah, Galway just ahead, and I think setting right now, I think that's McGree, who is the match he's racing, but then he's going to have some issue with the boat behind C, giving him some dirty breeze. So although you're only racing 2 people, you know, that sometimes you do intertwine. If you're doing 5-minute laps, you intertwine with other matches, and so that's always something to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, Matt has one specific experience that we won't go into about that. I think, guys, that McGreevy was ahead 2-0. So if Galway wins this, he will end up coming back from an 0-2 thing, which is very hard to do in match racing. I mean, it really is. You have the momentum. All we have to do is win one more race, you know, whatever. So to come back like this is really exceptional.
Yeah, and they were pretty down in the dumps as well, because until today they hadn't actually won a race.
Exactly.
So, you know, today they won their first race, which was the final round robin race.
Yep.
So, you know, they've gone from getting 0 wins in the first day to now they've going to have, if they can convert this through, they'll have had 4 wins in one day.
Yeah, and that also is tough to do in a good match racing series. Oh, that's great photography, guys, with the drones. That is really good. You can see now, though, that the chop or the small little swells are building up, and that's what I was talking about going to weather. You have to be aware of them because the boats will still stop even with this. I mean, not completely, but they will definitely slow down. If you hit the waves wrong, so you have to look forward, be prepared to it, and if we're about to hit a bad thing, you bear off a little bit and go faster just for the moment, and then start coming back up. But that whoever the drone driver is doing that is Chris Bretzker. That's just great footage.
And a really nice, clean, simple drop. You know, make sure everything's done in plenty of time there. Just if you're this far ahead, the only way you can really lose is sail into a massive kelp patch or drop a sail in the water.
Or even sea monster.
I'm not going to comment on that.
You've never seen a sea monster out here.
He's never seen a sea monster.
There was a dolphin earlier.
Dylan C. with the gray kite coming into the finish is going to win this other semifinal and go up 1-0 over Team Pine. Still wearing a penalty, but forget about the penalty. The C wins boat to boat, irrespective of penalties. So we've got Strom leading Nichols 1-0, and we've got C in the other semifinal leading Team Pine 1-0. Do you think they'll do another one?
I think they will.
I think the cutoff tomorrow is fairly early.
It is, yeah. U.S. Sailing generally,
U.S.
Sailing generally does that so that the East Coast people can get back and
get on a red eye and get back.
Yeah, exactly. But
I would think they'd want to stay here and enjoy the fine weather and the hospitality at Balboa Yacht Club.
Well, the other thing is that your choices. So you finish here, you have a race at 2:30, you're back at 3. There are no planes leaving at
Till-
5 or 6
until
in the
11
evening
o'clock.
till to go to the East
Exactly.
Coast, because otherwise you end up arriving at 3 in the morning.
Exactly.
So, to me, it's sort of, not that I would criticize U.S. Sailing ever,
Of course.
but to me, at least for West Coast regattas, it's sort of silly to stop that early. But we're going to get this whole program in, and if tomorrow is tomorrow's like it was this morning, we still will be just fine. If it's like this, as we get to 1 o'clock or something like that, we'll have plenty of time, and the racing is really good. But it just puts a huge premium on starting now, because it's much harder to pass in a breeze like this.
But the prediction for tomorrow is more of the same: lightish in the morning, building in
I
the
would think
afternoon.
The
Yeah,
forecast
that's
looked
what I saw this
identical for today and tomorrow.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Like same numbers and everything. So
I think we're just seeing one of our drones come in. I think we need to give a shout out to Trevor Gurley, who is our 6'3" drone catcher. I would no more do that job. I mean, it's amazing, the handwork just to keep from getting, your wrists.
It's okay, Andrew. We
slit by
wouldn't
the
we wouldn't
drones.
let you do the job because
Good.
we want you to have both your hands for other purposes.
There you go.
But yeah, the whole drone squad. I'm referring now to him as the drone commissioner.
Drone commissioner, excellent.
Okay, and the co-commissioners, because I think this is the first time we've had 4 drones, isn't it, Chris Bretschker? Have we had 4 before?
Yep. Nope.
This is the first time. And I thought we were going to cycle 2 up and 2 back here recharging batteries, but we've actually had 3 up and 1 back here. And our drone commissioner not only launches and retrieves, but he's also in charge of keeping the batteries full, topped off. Brian Barker on drone 1. David, better known as T for reasons that the locals will know.
We won't go into.
We won't go into now, given things that are going on in the Middle East. David George is handling drone 2. Tyler Wolk is drone 3. He's also captaining the good ship Adios for us in the absence of Chris Bretschker's mother and father, Staff Commodore Peter Bretschker. And drone 4, Chris, is being run by whom? I don't see it on my list here. Who's our drone 4 operator? Chris. Bretschker? Oh, you're running drone 4 and producing and directing and...
And he serves drinks and dances.
Well, I
and,
wouldn't get carried away. He smokes cigars.
We're just seeing that rounding there was a couple things I noticed from there. First, there's enough of a little swell here now. It's a windborne swell, basically, but there's enough that the boats actually can surf a little bit. So that becomes, important, because you're allowed to pull in the mainsail quickly, but again, the kinetics thing comes into play. But that was not a very good spinnaker set.
however, their spinnaker is filled and flying now, so they had such a big lead that they probably still at least 7 or 8 boat lengths ahead.
Yep.
So real good job there just to get that lead, and you can afford one little mistake. So they're jibing in here to come probably lay in the finish, maybe slightly high of it. So coming in, still got a nice lead here.
The Battle of Texas. Don't mess with Texas.
Yep.
The Battle of Houston, Texas, in fact, and the Battle even of Galveston Bay. These 2 teams hailing from that fine nautical and sailing town. If you're just joining us, we're out here just off the beach, about 150 meters off of Newport Beach in the Pacific Ocean for the United States Youth Match Racing Championship. It's day 2 of racing. We'll do it all again tomorrow for the wrap-up of the semifinals and the finals. First to win 3, unless they wrap the semis this afternoon, which we have time and we have breeze, so we'll find out soon from the principal race officer. But a fantastic venue, fantastic day of racing. And we'll be on the same channels, Chris, tomorrow, right? The same YouTube and Facebook channels. And, of course, you can watch all of today's racing, which started now some 4.5 hours ago. You can watch it in replay on demand on any of these 5 channels to which we are live streaming today.
So coming across in the 9th, 10th, Gavin Galway and his team. So they're taking that 3-2. So I think they're done for the official races now, but they're going to come out and do some practice races tomorrow with, I think, again, I'm not quite sure on the plan. What Ryan was alluding to, they're not quite sure what they're going to do yet, but going to make sure they get some good sailing in tomorrow.
All right, we're going to ease Jeffrey Peterson into the commentary here in a little bit, go for the next race.
If we're having another race.
If we are, I'm sure we are having another race. I can't imagine.
I would hope we are.
I
We'll
can't
talk.
imagine them not having another race.
The principal race officer, the PRO, is Dr. Pamela Kreiser of the Balboa Yacht Club. She's on the board here. She's the director of the club, as is Greg Newman, who's our bosun in charge of the boats, and as is our esteemed chairperson, Christine Gribben, otherwise known as CFL, and that doesn't mean Canadian Football League. That means what, Andy?
Chair for life.
And why did you give her that name?
Because she's totally awesome. At some point, I'm sure she will be Commodore of this club. And I said, well, Christine, I would support that, but you guys still run the Governor's Cup. And she says, oh, yeah, no problem. I can do that. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if many people could do that. Christine can do that.
Chair for life
She
of the
just-
Gov Cup and the Rose Cup and anything else similar that comes along.
Her her response to any, oh my God, we got this terrible issue. She's okay. Yeah, I'll fix it. And she does.
How many times have we done television for the Rose Cup? San Diego,
3.
Long Beach, and here.
In here.
Is this the third time?
This is the third.
But we've also hosted Rose Cup here at Balboa Yacht Club once before, but did not do TV. Is that right?
No, we didn't do TV. The first 2 Rose Cups were here, and then we started moving it around the nation because it caught on.
And it became a national
and Dave Perry
championship.
helped with that. And then he convinced U.S. Sailing to create it as a national championship. So as we said, this is the 10th anniversary of the Rose Cup, or I'm sorry, the 15th anniversary of the Rose Cup, and the 10th anniversary of the Rose Cup as of official national championship.
And speaking of the CFL, the chair for life, director and regatta chair Christine Gribben,
who was
not
also
Robertson, Nee Robertson was her
Yep.
family name.
who is quite a sailor herself, and she's an umpire and all sorts of things. But her sister is now doing the bulk of the umpiring work.
Katie Maxon,
Katie Maxim.
who is the chump, the chief umpire, chump for this regatta. As Matt, we've got
Okay, Matt.
Foxtrot up. We're going to do a switcheroonie here, and Jeffrey Peterson is being welcomed back here to the commentary. I can't really call it the booth. It's the commentary couch,
The commentary couch.
the
that's it.
CC.
That's it.
So we've got Andrew doing play-by-play, and we've got Jeffrey doing color, although he quickly rolls into a play-by-play mode.
No,
I've
he does.
noticed.
He does. He can't help himself.
He and I did a flight together with you and
Well, I think for the last,
Maddie.
if
Went
we have another
downstairs.
race, we'll let Maddie come back, and you and the 2 young guys can do this.
No, you and I go downstairs. We'll just let the two of them
Yeah, let
do
the
it.
2 of them do it.
And then Jeffrey can sign us off.
There you go.
He can do the rap.
Well, I think we're gonna have one more awesome flight of racing. Before
More
we
energy,
even wrap.
Jeff. More cowbell. you don't remember. You're too young to remember the more cowbell
Oh,
live
no,
from
I
Saturday Night Live.
I remember the cowbell, and actually, when we at the Georgetown sailing team go out and have a regatta and a fleet race, anytime we round a mark in first, we go nuts with the cowbells.
Really?
We're
More
winning the
cowbell.
regatta or
That's
not.
awesome.
We run more cowbell all the time.
That's
so.
awesome. That's awesome.
How was Georgetown as a place to go to school?
Oh, it's
Go
phenomenal.
to uni, but also to sail. Where was your actually training, sailing practice area?
Yeah, so we sail on the Potomac
On the
River,
Potomac.
right next to DCA Airport, and unfortunately with the crash that happened
Right.
earlier in the year, we had a little bit of downtime where they closed the river, but we get to sail with the backdrop of the Washington Memorial and the Jefferson, and it's a pretty special place to go sailing. I wouldn't say it is the ultimate of sailing venues. I mean, when you get to sail in places like Newport Beach, California, in the summertime,
There you go.
when we've got a wonderful westerly breeze kicking up in the afternoon, I don't think it gets much better than that.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this good by now, but this is awesome.
You were wrong. That's the first time I remember you being wrong about the weather, Andrew.
I wasn't totally wrong. I
Well,
said it would come to the right. I said I'm not sure it's going to get to 270 and blow much, and it isn't blowing much, but it's definitely a good 12 knots or so, and it's just perfect conditions.
Well, we've got this nice shot of the race committee boat, and before we get into this first pre-start, tell us about that thing hanging off the starboard side, Jeffrey.
Ah, yes, the flopper stopper. It's got a nice big metal plate that goes up and down with the waves and kind of just assists the boat in the rocking. You look, it's a pretty stable platform.
In stopping the rocket.
And stopping the rocking.
Yeah.
The flopper stopper.
Flopper stopper.
I could
That's
make
a
some
technical term.
I could
Yep.
make some jokes about that, but we'll decline because Julia Vedekind is watching up in San Francisco, and she would give us a
Hi, Julia.
figurative
Hi, Julia.
finger wag.
We love you, Julia.
So, Jeffrey, when you were taking that last break, we were talking, Matt and Tom and I, that it really has become really a typical summer afternoon, and the right really seems to be the way to go.
Yeah, I think it's I'd say this is a bit more typical for like a July time
July
of year.
time, yeah.
It is very
Yep.
very nice that we're getting to see this in late June. And I'm sure the competitors are enjoying it too. As we go to the first consolation sail-off match between Noah Stapleton and Freddie Parkin. Freddie Parkin coming in as the blue boat and Noah coming in as the yellow boat.
Stapleton in boat 11, Parkin in boat 12. And Stapleton leads this this match that are vying for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. They lead, Stapleton does, 1-0.
And did we determine those matches are also first to 3?
These are all 1st to 3 or so.
Oh, that's awesome.
Great.
I'm glad that they're getting to do some sailing, and I'm sure if you ask the sailors that obviously they'd rather be in the semifinals, but getting to race another 3 races is still you came out here to sail, and well, you're sailing they're doing.
Yep.
Andy and Tom, I did notice, in the rounds, I'm seeing that maybe some of the teams that were, had a boat speed advantage or a boat handling advantage, I think in this up pressure, things are starting to change a little bit. I think these boats become very physical in this amount of breeze, and also driving through the chop. We've got a lot more sea state, and the boats are quite lightweight, so they don't go through the chop very well unless you know how to move them.
Now, when you say up pressure, we're not talking about competitive pressure. We're talking about
The wind.
more
The wind.
wind.
Yeah, I was pointing that out, Jeffrey, when you're on break, but now you can get with this great drone footage that we're getting, and again, thank you guys, but you can see all the little swells which are wind driven, and you can really see the boats. What I was saying is now you really have to be aware of that, and if one of your crew could look forward and say we're about to hit 3 bad waves, then you bear off a little bit, build a little speed, and it's crucial. But on the other hand, I think in a breeze like this, there are less opportunities to pass.
Definitely. I think it definitely puts the onus on the pre-start, because now you can live in tighter lanes for longer.
Yep.
You can live on someone's hip, and downwind your wind shadow doesn't do as much of an effect.
Yep.
So definitely, we noticed that too when we raced the Governor's Cup from this direction in these boats the first year, that your whole game plan changes.
Yep.
And you get way more aggressive in the pre-start because you have to be.
Because you have to be, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It makes the start much more important. And of course, for spectators, the start can be among the most fun things to watch.
Yeah. Well, we've got ourselves a pretty nice, interesting race here. Both boats pretty early and high in the pre-start. Noah now establishing a little bit of leeward overlap. Freddie Parkin's going to need to decide whether he wants to put the bat on and roll or if he's going to tack and jibe around. I think right now, he's waiting. Yeah. I'm a little surprised Noah didn't try to match that tack a little quicker.
Yeah.
I think he could have had an opportunity to block the jibe, and instead kind of letting Parkin run free. Now Parkin, all he has to do is go find his lead back time that he's happy with and put a ton of pressure on Stapleton as we go inside 1 minute to this start.
Well, and Stapleton there, too, by not tacking right away, he had another boat length or so of slowing down all the time. He was slowing down. Then to tack. He could have tacked with more speed. And I think you're right.
But I think that's a product. It seems like he was pretty keen on taking the lead there. That or he just thought that Parkin was ridiculously late. But, as both boats approaching the line here, it's looking like both boats are going to be on time. And Freddie Parkin's going to come out with this right-hand side of the race course, barring, any disaster.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to the line. Both boats definitely still early. Stapleton not able to shut Parkin out here at this time. But he is going to start tight to leeward.
Yeah.
20.
You can see both boats kind of sailing inside the jib, and you can see how harsh the bow slaps in this chop.
Right there. Look at that. Bounce, bounce, bounce.
10.
I'd expect Parkin to roll right into
one.
attack, but that's going to be a real slow attack for him off the line.
Yep.
He's just late.
Well, great time of distance there by Noah Stapleton.
I expect Noah to roll right into attack with
right
him.
into attack.
And and if I were Noah here, I'd put the bow into a little bit of a rumble mode and make sure that I was bow even, if not ahead of Freddie Parkin, so that I couldn't lose anything to a right-hand shift here. You know, and especially given the conditions and how notorious we are, for seeing righties from this direction.
Yep.
You know, I'd put a very high priority on burning over the top there.
Not sure he can do it, but I think I agree with you. I think he should try. And if he has to tack away, he's no worse off than he was.
Parkin's having some issues with the main, luffing pretty aggressively here. It looks like maybe the Traveler dropped and Noah is, scooted forward about a half boat length.
Oh, I think he just fixed it, whatever it was. He's got the main in again, but yeah.
But now he's completely pinned.
Almost bow to bow, yeah.
Pinned and into the ley line. But
yep.
We're going to come into the next pre-start. This is
Chi
Yan and Will Stratton.
Chi Yan from the Balboa Yacht Club, Colin Kennedy, Oscar Parzan, Paige Tillotson. Against William Stratton from Delray Yacht Club with Harry Bryan, Jacqueline Cassidy, and Luca Farrell.
Yan in boat 9 entering from the yellow side, and Stratton in boat 5 entering from the blue.
Gorgeous conditions.
You know, I think the competitors really appreciate this too, because now in the pre-start, the boats get up to speed real quickly, and they're lively enough that you can use a little bit of rudder tactically.
Yep.
Right, to slow the boat down, but you don't kill all your speed, whereas in the light air, you have to be really disciplined with how much rudder you use.
Yeah, the boat comes to a complete stop.
Oh, I'm jealous. It's beautiful.
What pier is that, Andy?
The Balboa Pier.
And we're between the Balboa Pier and...
Oh, hang on.
Oh, that's the Newport Pier.
That's the Newport Pier.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there we go.
We're right between the two piers here in Newport Beach, which is a pretty good place.
You think?
Yeah. You know, it's quite often there's quite a bit less wind a mile or two back than there is here. And by the same token, 4 or 5 miles up is more wind than here.
We're going to have a little bow-to-bow situation here.
Yep.
You can hear Stratton saying, holding, throwing the Y flag. I think that's a bit of a reach. I'd probably green that.
I think it's a bit of a reach, too.
Here we are. The umpires have had a very, very strict tolerance for holding your course when teeing someone up, that you've got to demonstrate that they were in your way for a substantial amount of time. You can't make any little adjustments or they'll, give consideration to the keep clear boat. We'll see if Stratton plants this tack well. No, and Yan electing to tack up. So both boats keeping it relatively high in the box for this pre-start, which, is not necessarily super typical in windier conditions.
Yeah.
You still like to lead back, Jeffrey?
I'm under the impression that you always like to lead back. I think you just have more control, and if you're given the right time on distance by the pushing boat, that if you know what you're doing, you can kill the time. I'd much rather be in control, because then I have the ability to bail out, let them hook me if I want, or I can shift, and depending on where they are, I can adjust my strategy. If I've now recognized the right-hand shift, but I'm leading, I can take a hook, do a split, take a split tack start or do a cycle out. And I just think you have more options as the lead as long as you get the timing right.
This is what the late, great Harry Anderson would say, retrograde motion.
I've already said that.
Oh, you did?
Yep. And you can see the race right behind us here. Both boats going backwards. This is kind of a fun shot.
Yep.
Yeah, and ending up on starboard here, and Stratton electing to build some speed, and I'd expect him to roll right into attack, and we've got ourselves a nice little lead push with 1 minute to go. Now, Jan is definitely early here, so he's we'll have to see whether or not he is okay taking a start at the pin and or whether or not he might take that intentional hook that we were just talking about and cycle out. Boats getting really close together here. I think that'll be green. Yeah.
Boy, I think I would attack there rather than bearing off like that.
Yeah, I definitely, especially if the other boat bears away, you can tack and tack back. Because now, look again, using a ton of rudder, and he doesn't really have he's got enough room to go in between. I don't think Stratton can close him out.
No,
he's going to stop the boat too. If Jan just sheets on and goes, he'll roll over the top.
Yeah.
Time to go. Go, go, go.
Oh, yeah, they're late.
See, I think there, Jan, I think he could have really capitalized on a mistake maybe by Stratton of slowing the boat down too much. But, I can understand being conservative, doesn't want to be over.
Yeah.
Hard to see from, the flags at the bow end of the committee boat, which makes it tricky.
He's 3 seconds late, so it's not a big deal. But I don't think he's going to be able to live there.
We'll see. You know, I think he had an opportunity to be in a position where he could live, you know, very handily, bow
Right.
forward, and instead, you know, now opens himself up to getting pinched off, especially with that piece of chop. You can see the boat slap, and you just immediately hit the brakes.
Yep.
You're going to be seeing in a moment
he's
coming
gonna have to
into the
tack out of
gate
there.
at the end of their second leg of 4. You're going to see Team Stapleton with the aqua-colored kite leading ahead of Freddie Parkin with the orange kite coming into the gate. It's a 4-leg course, windward, leeward, marks to starboard except for the leeward gate, through which they must pass the 2 orange buoys, and then they can round either end and go upwind for leg 3. As we're watching another pre-start, this now the first of our 2 semifinal matches coming up. Strom leads this one. Strom leading Nichols 1-0. Strom in boat 4, Nichols in boat 6.
Yeah, you know, the last race didn't really go too well for Team Nichols here, but, you know, knowing them and having worked with them before, I think they're going to shake that one off. And, you know, they treat the same, you know, regardless win or loss, the score is 0-0. And, you know, no matter how bad that one stung, you've got a great opportunity to learn from it and try to do better the next time around. Strom may be losing his bow here a little bit. Both boats going to get very close together here.
Yep.
Team Nichols, the right-of-way boat.
Great transfer to that drone. Yeah, got it done.
We'll see if Strom likes to jibe around or tack. See, I think the tack here it leaves him a little bit more vulnerable, depending on where Nichols wants to go, because she can harden up and put him under pressure, and I don't know if Strom can get behind. I think he's going to end up being okay here. He's going to have a nice speed build. A little bit of an interesting, maybe unorthodox exchange between the 2 boats there.
Well, Sienna now trying to take control, but the boats are too far apart to do that right now. So they'll come back at each other, and we got 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so we've got a lot of time.
You can see, look at them ripping on a breach. Boats are just absolutely livening up in this breeze, having a blast. Having sailed these boats in this wind, if not more, they are just they're a handful, but they are a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
Am I doing good, Andy? I know they always say to talk nice things about the house boats.
You're doing great. You can keep that up anytime, no problem.
Well, I wouldn't get carried away. Let's don't give him a big head.
No, we won't give him a big head. But
now, maybe people watching this that aren't as familiar. Oh, a little bit of a maybe port starboard there. We'll see what the umpires have to say about that one. Yeah, green flag. Fair enough. I think Sienna was turning the whole time, so.
Protection. If the other boat is altering course, they have to do so to give you room and opportunity to keep clear. We call that in the umpiring world protection. The giveaway boat has protection.
Yep.
All right.
Which reminds me of another joke, but we won't go into that.
1:15
It's getting late in the afternoon here.
Yep.
Now you're
Great
gonna see,
day of racing.
Now in this lead push, you're going to see one of 2 things happen. You're going to see the boat ahead trying to stay in sync with the boat behind. So when the boat's behind bow goes up, they're going to come up. Now the boat behind is trying to stay out of sync to try to catch them either in a downturn so they can turn up inside and have a lane, or catch them in an upturn and be able to go down and get a hook.
Yep.
44
both boats doing a nice job of positioning here.
Yeah, yes. Nichols is not going to be on a shutout lay at this point in time. But both boats may be starting to think, maybe getting a little bit late here towards the pin.
That is a big Stratton lead over Jan, right?
That is correct.
Big
Up
lead.
at the top. Team Nichols
Our
now.
ace spotter, Ken Sherb.
Strom, it looks like he's electing to take the hook inside. She can't shut him out, but she can make him real slow here.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to turn into a very nice advantage for her and her team here.
Well, if she can just get up closer to his line, and then when he tacks, be able to tack, and I think she's doing it.
And you can see his jib is fully bubbling. He's just trying to keep his nose up. And now this whole time he's sailing down speed while Nichols is sailing up full speed.
He's tacking now, and she will tack.
Right away. I don't know if he might not lay this committee boat.
Oh, God, you're right. I think he will once he
just
gets
going
going
up to speed, but
she did that very well.
yeah.
she's already looks like almost about a bow.
That's almost a crush plus
That
is
is.
what we refer to. But I would say definitely a very strong start for Nichols and her team. That's the way you want to answer back in a race where you lose down big.
Without question.
And I think it's interesting to see maybe some different modes here. Team Nichols sailing the boat with a lot more heel than the other boat.
Is she a lighter team, lighter crew?
I think most of the teams are in the same range, but you know, in my experience in racing these boats in breeze and chop, they actually do sail better through the waves with a little bit of heel on in the breeze.
Really?
I found that, you know, in the 21 Cup we were racing, you know, against Morgan Pickney, and he was a 4-up team, much heavier than my team was with 3 people. And they would sail the boat board flat, and we'd sail it with a ton of heel, and we found to be, you know, we were able to get through the waves just a little bit better as long as you work the traveler.
Yep.
You know, once the boats are going up at speed so well, the foils, because they're high aspect, will track upwind. Even if you're heeled over, the theory is that you would normally side slip.
Right.
Okay,
If you're going
guys.
fast enough, you won't.
Yep.
Back here at the pre-start, we're now into our other semifinal between Team Pine in Boat 8, and Team C, who leads this semifinal 1-0 in Boat 10. Dylan C, Kaya, is it Kaya, Jeffrey? Do you know Kaya or
Kaya.
Kaya?
Kaya.
It is Kaya, good. Kaya Hancock, Anton Schmidt, Michael Sentovich from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and then James Pine, Nathan Pine, William Baker, and Addison Fisher from the South Carolina Yacht Club in Charleston.
Yeah, the brothers sailing together.
Yeah.
It's not very common to see that. There's only, you know, a few
Yep.
siblings that I know can sail together and do it well.
Well, the Callahan brothers.
That's one.
They certainly can.
And the sisters,
Yeah.
the
yeah,
Nichols sisters.
It's not too often you see siblings sailing together at high levels. A lot of time here in this playground. Both boats just going straight. If they listen to my coaching, they're looking upwind, determining what side of the course they're looking at. They've got plenty of time here as we get a great backdoor shot. Team Pine coming around.
Well, they're also looking at the other matches to see, because they've watched them come off the line, and they see who was leading to the right, for example, coming off the line, and they say, oh, okay, right looked like it paid. Let's try to win the right, or vice versa.
Interesting. Seems like James is not really too willing here to engage in
No,
this
he's
pre-start. Maybe just electing to kind of sail around and burn some time rather than, you know, really get into it with Dylan here.
Well, he's about to be engaged.
He's early. Very early here. Now he's got to be careful when he
Oh,
rolls
boy.
into this tack, because Dylan
Yeah.
C is going to be right here to block the
Now he's
jibe.
going away from the starting line. And I don't think he can complete a jibe in there legally.
He's probably going to try
he's
it.
gonna
but
try. Okay, remember, he has to complete the jibe before the other boat has to begin to alter course, and he did it.
I don't think Dylan didn't really give him much of a
No,
fight
he
with
didn't
that
give him
one.
much
I
of a
thought he
fight.
could have,
Would have borne off. And,
yeah, stuck it inside and at least given the umpires a
Exactly.
bit more of a show.
Yep.
You know,
Protection.
part of being a match racing skipper, you got to be a semi-decent actor. You could probably get a pilot show in Hollywood with the level that you need to sell yourself in order to get penalties. Sometimes they're sticklers out there. So maybe I'll take up an acting career next.
There you go.
Maybe you already have.
Yeah.
Well, this is the first start, right? Live TV.
Yep.
The boat handling is incredible.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here. 33 seconds, and Dylan is starting to run. This is not a fun position to be in. He can't go up. He can't really go down. 25 seconds to go. They're almost full speed to the pin racing.
Yep.
Maybe killing a little bit of time, but C is going to be sitting in this gas and just trying to put as much pressure on as possible. But I don't think he's doing much in the way of being strong in this restart. Now getting hooked. And now the split tack
Yeah,
starting
but
here.
Z's just protecting the right, guys, as you well know.
Yeah.
Everybody wants the right.
Oh, and that's local knowledge. You know, he is the local team here. He's going to have to shoot over the committee boat.
Yep.
That's a little unfortunate, but pretty even start.
Yeah. Yep. Well, as you would expect when you get to a semifinal stage in any of these kind of events.
Yeah.
Up the track. Stratton is leading ahead of Jan. No penalties in that. Outstanding, are there? Kenny Sherb, no penalties in that one. So that's the one of the 5 through 8 matches. Stapleton leading. Parkin has finished ahead of Parkin. He's up 2-0. Stratton looks like he will be up 2-0 over Jan. And Nichols now is leading in her match over
She's
Strom.
not racing the pink Spinnaker here. To note, the Spinnaker she is racing is substantially further back.
The yellow one, yeah, that's a lead that I would predict she will not relinquish.
Well, it's interesting. We had first race, and this is, exact same setup, but the roles are reversed.
Yeah.
Sienna was behind and Strom ahead. So both boats, flexing their guns. And
Yep.
You want a match race? Let's match race.
Yeah. Well, I think you were right, Jeffrey, about that start, that she had a nice advantage. I mean, not huge, but a nice advantage at the start. She really did control it. And in coming back from an 0-1 position, psychologically, that's a great thing. Oh, cheaper just pounding it at the start. Let's just go win this race. And I think that's what she's doing.
And we mentioned, there's not a ton of passing lanes. And because Sienna was able to start on their hip with such a good lane, you hold all the way out to lay line. And you're not gaining anything, but when you tack on lay line, now you got to sail that entire distance back to the mark in dirty air, and that's what results in a lead. Sienna going upwind, and Strom just now approaching the gates. I'd expect him to split gates and Sienna to tack around the same time.
Yep.
The Pink Kite of Team Stratton coming in will take their second win over Chi Yan.
And in the C Pine race, we'll even start. Both boats sailed for about 20 seconds, tacked, and, well, they're right back where they started.
Yeah.
Slight advantage to C here. They are not on the lay line to the weather mark yet.
No,
but
Pine's trying to pitch him off here.
Well, I think actually Pine's just trying to hang on. C down to leeward. Pine up to
Oh,
windward.
yeah, sorry, I had the boats wrong.
If Pine manages to hold on to this, which I don't think he'll be able
I
to
don't
do,
think
he
he
can
can.
hold C past the mark. But
Right.
I think, unfortunately, one of the lessons that's a little tougher to learn is when you start to notice you're losing on their hip, you've already lost a boat length or
It's
two.
already too late.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then by the time that you're losing more and decide to tack, now you're lost a lot. And Pine went from having his bow
Yeah,
at
now
the
he has to
Traveler.
attack. He waited way too long there, and exactly what you were saying is what happened. It's an easy thing to do, and you see it a lot. That people, oh no, I think we're okay. No, we're okay for a little more. Oops, we're not okay.
Yeah, and you go from being almost bow to bow, and if they had leap out and you tack away, you preserve that advantage from now C with a very commanding position and 1.5 boat length lead.
Yep. You can see that chop really affecting the boats. Oh, don't I have one there? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can just see when the bows splash, you see that nice V of water come off, and it's a very jarring and unpleasant feeling on the boats themselves. It's just really icky. You feel so slow, and everything kind of shudders, even your teeth maybe. So you're always trying to work as hard as you can to keep that bow from slapping. Now I will say, Pine is still within reach here. C's gonna have attack. They've got a little bit to go. Maybe this translates to 2.5 boat lengths. Well, would have liked to see a better attack from Team Pine there. That doesn't help. And maybe even a little thin on this lay line here.
Yeah.
That's the one thing you don't want to do. You're in dirty air. You're trailing.
And you don't quite make the lay line.
And you got to shoot and pinch to make the mark.
That's game over.
It's not necessarily game over, I wouldn't say, but you go from being maybe within 2 boat lengths to now being almost 3.5 boat lengths back. And like we said, with minimal passing.
Only Jeffrey Peterson could come from behind, with that distance.
Well, I've been coaching them all week, so hopefully
Well,
all
there
of
you
them
go.
can at least
All right.
get a little bit of magic going from behind.
Yep.
Dylan C electing to jive early, and James indicating that he wants to cross over a little bit. I think that's a smart move if Dylan C is above the ley lines here, because he now well positions himself to be with starboard advantage coming into the gates. But we'll see, with this much breeze and, the level of surfing that is, available to the competitors, I think Dylan maybe has a short jibe into the gates, but I think he might lay. And if that's the case, then Pine maybe giving up a little bit more advantage to C.
No, Z isn't going to lay.
No, not quite. But he's going to have a very short jive in.
One of the considerations when you start a downwind leg like that is you have to think in two ways. One is a match racer, the other is just a sailboat racer, and figure out how I would like to do the downwind leg in the absence of the other boat.
Yeah.
And then I think you lay on the other boat and see what you can do.
I think really interesting to note just the differences in spinnaker trim between the two boats. Team Pine's kite struggling to stay full a lot of the time. He's sailing a really low angle with his pole really far forward, and here you can see collapsing the kite. You know, in free sailing, in 8 knots of breeze, that just, you know, you can't let that happen. You've got to keep it full.
C is really early on his takedown here, but
he's being conservative.
But Pine just, oh boy.
And
Just
also,
too
you
early.
have to give Dylan C credit for his course management. He's rounded the downwind left end, port end of the gate to give himself the upwind right on the second weather leg.
I expect
He
him to
knows
roll.
which way he wants to go.
Well, if Pine follows, then he'll just sail. And
Yeah,
wait
so
till he tags.
what they're telling us is they agree that the right is the way to go.
Exactly.
So, well, that's a substantial lead.
Yeah, you know, and late in the day like this, it really has become a one-side racetrack, and that's why we were preaching, you know, the level of importance of that start, and and you're seeing the results of it here. You know, even then, Dylan C and James Pine even start. C was managed to come out of the right and just had that a little bit early advantage to Lee Ballum, and all of that directly translates into how the race is looking now.
Well, gentlemen, if you look astern, you'll see that the yachts from the other matches are headed back to the barn.
Are they? All right.
So we are done after these remaining 2 matches. Strom and Nichols now tied up at 1 each in the first to win 3-race semifinal. Nice comeback, as you said, Jeffrey, by Sienna Nichols and her team. And now let's see if looks like Team C will beat Pine and go up 2-0 unless something dramatic happens in the last leg and a half of their semifinal match. And we'll be back at it tomorrow, same time, same channels, YouTube and Facebook, at 11:30 in the morning Pacific, which is 14:30, 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern, and 18:30 UTC if you're in Europe. Wherever in the world you are, thanks for joining us for these races. Jeffrey, thank you for joining us along with Matt Whitfield and Andy Rose. Not that we're quite done yet, but it's been a very interesting and fun day of youth match racing out here in the Pacific.
Yeah, it has indeed. It just couldn't have been better. A lot of different conditions, and that's part of the sport, is to be able to sail in 5 knots of breeze and also sail in 13 knots of breeze. And I think they've all, you know, done very well with that.
There's some lump now.
Yeah, there really is. Yeah, you just got to be aware of it. I mean, it's going to happen, and the boats will pound a little bit, but just anticipate. And if there's a big series of swells that are larger, then you just got to speed up and get through them, and then start coming back up to your
Yeah, and what we
optimum
found
course.
is keeping the main sheet relatively steady, but moving the Traveler a lot with the tiller. Like when I was racing in these boats, you'd be, you know, feet in the straps, and it'd just be a little bit of gentle tiller movements to help drive the bow through the waves, and gentle Traveler movements to just play the angle of heel. So that way the boat was consistent the entire time. And had power when you were going through chop, and deep powering when you had a bit of flat water.
Yeah. Well, just like you did on the Long Point race last year, just stayed on the Traveler of our boat. It's okay, 50-footer, and it was amazing.
It makes sense. They're both Alan Andrews designed
Exactly.
boats. The Traveler is incredibly powerful about getting them upwind.
Exactly. They sail very much alike. Well, this is great. You know, Tom will be able to take our tea break, right? Matt Whitfield will pour us some tea.
What was that all about? Put the kettle on for a tea break.
The kettle on.
That's what happens when you let pommies get on the mic.
Exactly. Well, put the grapes on and squeeze them, and we'll have some wine.
That sounds more like it.
I'll see if we have any NA, any fake beer down in the refrigerator.
I'm sure they
those
do.
Are pretty good.
The rosé is very good. Yeah, and it's the time of year, especially on a day like this.
Whoa!
No tweaker set down.
Kiting the kite.
That is.
Is kite.
That's just a response.
That's kiting the kite.
No 4 guys on these boats, so you're
No.
heavily reliant on the tweaker, which is sheet run.
Exactly.
It's mounted right next to the shrouds, and when that happens, it means it wasn't cleated.
Coming downhill
Kite,
on the
for
last.
those of you uninitiated, kite is a term we use sometimes for spinnakers. And kiting, of course, was just what happened there.
As opposed to kiting checks, which is a whole
different
different deal. That's an Aussie and Kiwi expression, kites.
It is, right?
Spinnakers.
Yeah, the bloody
It is.
kite.
The last leg of the racing this afternoon on day 2 of the United States Youth Match Racing Championship. We've got Dylan C. in the gray kite coming in to, looks like, have an easy win, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 boat lengths ahead of Team Pine with a lime kite. And we'll let them head into shore. We'll raise anchor and head to shore ourselves here in a minute. I want to thank our director and producer, Chris Bretschker, his TD, his technical director, Dylan Bartell, and the rest of our team, Andy Rose, Jeffrey Peterson, Matt Whitfield, and the rest of the gang will be out here tomorrow at 11:30 live for day 3 and the wrap of the semifinals and then the finals, first to win 3 for the Rosé Cup. Andrew, take us off the air, Andy.
Well, I think this team, as we said, this is part of this isn't the full Governor's Cup TV team, because we don't have a roving boat here. But this team has volunteered its time to do this for U.S. Sailing, and I couldn't be more proud of. I mean, Chris Bretschker never fails to amaze me. He's all self-taught, and he runs this thing like a ESPN full-on broadcast, and it's terrific. And all from the drone catcher to the
drone commissioner,
to the talent, to the great spotting. I just couldn't be more excited. This is great stuff. And thank you, God, for putting on a terrific weather day.
Yep. Same tomorrow. More tomorrow.
Same tomorrow.
Jeffrey, any final thoughts?
No final thoughts besides the semifinalists are sailing back towards the start line.
Oh, really?
Sienna Nichols hanging out by the committee boat, and
we may have.
I don't think they're going away. Folks.
We may have spoken too soon.
Doesn't look like they're going away. At least the semifinals match number 1 between Harrison Strom and Sienna Nichols, setting up like they're ready for another Foxtrot.
Okay.
Well, maybe because they're 1-1, the race committee wants to get one of those pairs to 2.
Yeah, could be.
Could be.
Well, I know, they are concerned that the cutoff time is relatively quick tomorrow.
It is. Yeah, we talked about that.
14:30, 2:30
Yep,
p.m.
That's correct. So we'll see what the race committee has to say. They don't look like they're going anywhere, though. The
Nope.
mark bots are stationary, and we might have another rate.
Well, we may have to postpone our tea break.
Matty Whitfield.
It's okay. I wasn't planning on having any tea.
No, me neither.
Put the kettle off the stove for a moment. Save the tea. As we've
Well, why don't we
apparently have
bring
another match.
Maddie up, and you two can deal with Eamon, or do it yourself for the next race.
Well, whatever you say. You guys are the boss. You say jump, and I say how high.
Jump high. Oh, are you? Okay.
Oh, so we got to
Well, there
put
you go.
Jeffrey back to work on the water.
You got fired. Or promoted, one or the other.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, then send Maddie back up.
He's here.
Oh, there you are.
How's the tea kettle, Matt?
It's whistling.
It's whistling. Well, this semi is 1-1, so
He thinks it might just be one.
My logic is that the other boats are not then give up there and then come back to start.
Oh, are they?
They're doing another semi-final race. I think
Really?
they're doing 3 flights of semi boat.
Oh, they're bringing other teams back now.
That's C and is Bud.
Well, this has been a bit confusing.
Yeah, it really is.
I was looking that way.
There was some chatter on the umpire channel, too, that I couldn't hear with my headset on.
What time is it?
It's 4:45, 16:45 Pacific time. But we've got sun. We've
Well,
got
there you
plenty
go.
of breeze, and there is a foxtrot
There's the
signal.
Foxtrot.
It makes sense. They've only done, 8 flights today. And if it goes to 5 tomorrow,
Yeah.
we think we would never finish it.
No, makes sense.
So we're going to do another 2, it appears, semifinal matches. Presumably Strom and Nichols will be the first pair, and then Pine and Z will be the other pair. Strom and Nichols, to remind you, are 1-1. And Pine and Z leads that semifinal 2-0. And yes, indeed, the race committee now have recalled those other 2 boats, and we're ready to go for 2 more semifinal matches.
Here's a good shot of our drone commissioner catcher.
It's quite a big swell. His fingers must be pretty
boy.
nervous right now.
I wouldn't want to do that job.
We wouldn't let you do that.
Look
job.
at this.
Look at those waves coming on.
I know. All right. Well done, Trevor Gurley.
He's pretty adroit.
He really is.
I mean, and notwithstanding, the bow of the boat is going up and down by
Right.
a meter or so and back and forth, so he's
Yep.
really got to have good balance and be careful. I've seen guys in the past with like falconer gloves on up there, so they get their fingers chopped off.
Postponement again.
Well, I hope you haven't left us. If you have, come on back because we got 2 more semifinal matches. We saw the boats heading for the barn, but the race committee have said, here we go again for 1 more semifinal match in each of the 2 semifinals. So 2 matches here, starting 5 minutes apart as usual. The AP flag, that's the red and white flag now, has gone up on the back end of the committee boat. So we're in a postponement. Here it comes down. They had the Foxtrot up a minute ago, which is the attention signal. AP is now down. Presumably, the Foxtrot will go back up now, Maddie.
Yeah, so that's roughly an indication it's going to roughly be 13 minutes to the start. So it's essentially that 1 minute after that AP goes down, I think Foxtrot should go up.
Correct.
And the wind's gone even further right than that last race. And so I think it might continue maybe in this race. This might already be past peak wind. It might start softening soon. It's 10-5. Maybe this is probably the max we'll get if it starts softening enough. Occasionally there'll be a left shift.
Excuse me, Matt. Can you have a look at the compass, please, and see what our what you think the wind is now? I don't think it's gone any further right. 240. Yeah, it's if anything come back to the left a touch. 240 degrees, so not quite southwest at 270. There's the Foxtrot signal. Code flag F, the white flag with a red diamond there on the committee boat.
And here the chop is really forming quite steep waves now, so they're going to be really, really, really important if you are to windward of a boat and you're stuck high. You're going to eat some waves, so you're going to be chopping a lot of wood. So trying to make sure the boat's going through the water and the helm steers the bow to keep it connected through the waves rather than just letting it completely come out the water. It makes for good photos, but not good sailing. So here they've moved the pin up a little bit further again, so it looks like there's a slight bit of pin bias to offset that potential right-hand side gain. So maybe half a boat length of bias towards the pin, but probably not enough to cross the boat. So I think the first match going in is going to be Nichols on the yellow on the right-hand side, and then Strom number 4 on the blue side. So this is 1-1 between the 2 of them. So whoever wins this one will get onto match point.
Sienna Nichols, Balboa Yacht Club. Maddie Nichols, her sister, younger by 15 minutes. They're twins. Kai Brennan and Eddie Kleem will be entering, we think, from the starboard side with a yellow flag displayed on the leech of their mainsail, meaning the committee boat end. And then Team Strom be entering from the pin end. That's Harrison Strom, Sabrina Anderson, Kevin Quezon, and Wyatt Kelly from the San Diego Yacht Club, about an hour-and-a-half drive south of us, down toward Mexico. If you're just joining us, it's closing in on 5 o'clock here, nearly 1700 Pacific Daylight Time out here on the Pacific Ocean. About 100, maybe even less than that now, 100 meters off the beach as the wind has swung right. We've swung right on our anchor on a gorgeous Chamber of Commerce afternoon. It's gotten a little chillier as the breeze has come up. Tom Eamon alongside Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield with 2 more semifinal matches in the Rose Cup, emblematic of the United States Youth Match Racing Championship, National Championship, named after our colleague Andy Rose.
As they enter at 4 minutes, Nichols on yellow and Strom on port. Relatively short line for this strong wind speed, so going into a dial-up early on, they've really have to think about in this dial-up if they bail out on port, are they going to be able to lay over the committee boat or not? Because that's really going to affect any decisions they want to make.
Yeah, I think I would have lengthened the line a little bit. That's okay.
Because you can really get surfing these boats even with just the jib in this pre-start, so you can really come in at ramming speed, which
don't say that.
Well, look at the swell.
But really good move there by the Nichols, just to do a double tack off and just clear out, get some space, allow themselves to not be at the whim of just getting a bad wave, knock them sideways.
Yeah, that's really good footage. You can see with the little swell there, it really is affecting the boats upwind, but makes it really fun downwind.
Yeah, in a really good position here where they can decide to keep Strom in that left-hand corner here, keep the hull speed. Strom needs to try and close the gauge as much as he can, try and make them get next to each other, and then eventually the Nichols will be the same speed as him and he can get a normal dial-up and bail out on port. But with this separation, very powerful for the Nichols here. So
we're rocking again here, and we're looking at our producer director and assistant director holding on to the monitors for dear life.
So here they're going to come round and come back into another dial-up. So this is really powerful because normally it takes about a minute and a half to break up a dial-up, and now there's only 2:10 left. So not a lot of time, and they're outside the pin lay. So if they can hold them out, this is a real good start from the BYC team. And they'll swing up the inside and the dial-up set up again.
But Matt made a very important point there. Outside the pin end of the line. So far, Nichols has control.
Still a lot of time to go. 1:45, but there may be only 15, 20 seconds from the line at this hull speed. So if Strom can work it in, he can at least salvage a reasonable start. But definitely a controlling position here for the Nichols.
Andy, when you were taking a break, we looked at the compass. It's back to 240, so it's come
Really?
back left a little bit.
Yeah, and it seems to be, my sense is maybe slightly lighter.
So Strom's done a good job there of just making them feel a little bit vulnerable and just letting him off the hook. So now back to 50-50. Whoever executes this final minute 10 is going to be the key. Because that's the great thing about match racing is you don't need to be. You can control for the whole first 4 minutes, but if you get the last second wrong, all that other stuff meant nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, so here I like where Strom is. If he can hold them, if he can hold clear, unable to roll, but these waves just make it really hard to build speed.
When I mentioned the waves, you also have to be very aware of the wave pattern right before you tack, because if you tack into a big wave pattern, it will do just what you saw there, which is force them out of a position that he wanted.
However, another thing with these waves now coming in, I think they won't be able to shut him out to windward at this committee boat, because as soon as they try and accelerate, they'll just get slammed sideways, or if they get too down speed, they'll slip the boat half a boat length sideways. So that starboard end ley line opens up. So real good position here for Strom.
Yes, indeed.
7 seconds to go. He accelerates, gets going, and it's
a
great
still
start.
Going really slowly though.
Yeah.
And another bad wave pattern, but
Yeah, but both a few seconds late there.
Yeah.
If they either of them had got a slightly better acceleration, that
They
would
would have won the
great.
start.
But
yeah.
I think advantage Strom overall, but
Yeah.
relatively even start.
The biggest advantage probably is that he's protecting the right side of the course.
Yeah. Yeah, the Nichols do have to gain a boat length here just because they are to port. So if they're
Yep.
going to ever get that cross, they need to gain a boat length from here. So
Yep, indeed.
anything less than that gain, then, advantage Strom. So it's pretty much a boat speed race here. Potentially, looks like very good pressure on this right-hand side. Looks like the left is a little bit softer. So again, that's good to be on the right. But only if you can get the separation.
Sail trim on the boats looks very similar. Both flogging the main just a little bit, so they're at the, they're all fully hiked and they're trying to keep the boat as flat as possible.
And for reasons unsaid, you can't really do Vang sheeting on these boats anymore. So you've really got to work the boat a lot more.
Well, explain that. Explain what Vang sheeting is and why we banned it.
So Vang sheeting is where you basically really crank on the Vang, the kicker, where you basically just ease the main sheet, and instead of going up at all, it just goes out. So what you do in a laser, so you just basically whack the kicker on, pop the blocks, and just go low and just try and get the boat going. Keep a really tight profile on your leech, and you just spill power off, move the boom out. However, a couple of years ago when we were doing Gov Cup, a certain individual was very, very confident that Vang sheeting was the way to go upwind and ended up snapping a mast as a result of it.
Yeah,
so.
pushed the boom right through the mast. So we weren't too pleased with that, so we now have a governor on them, if you will, so you can't do that. You can do a bit of it, but you can't do anything like that.
That was also in 18 approaching 20 knots of breeze.
It
that
was
was
blowing.
a breezy day.
A lot more breeze. So
Okay, we have another pre-start going on here, guys. The Strom-Nichols match, which is up the track now, and they're 1-1, but coming in now is Z and Pine. They're in the pre-start, and Z leads Pine 2-0 in their semifinal.
Yeah, so C following out, number 10, and number 8, Pine, just going into this pre-start, got 2:30 left. They're probably about 45 seconds from getting round the committee boat and getting to the start line, so a lot of time to burn, probably more circles to go. Same as happened in the previous starts with these guys. Pine looking like he's trying to run away, and C looking like he's trying to really come and engage and try and be the aggressor.
That tactic on Pine's part can work, but that means your time and distance has to be even better. So you make any time and distance mistakes, and that's not a good strategy to run away from the other boat.
So you see, just got on a wave there, just gets the jibe in, able to bring the whole boat back in. So they got 1:45 to go. They're maybe 45 seconds from the committee boat still, so roughly a lot of time to burn for C ahead. But, if you hit a wave, you can burn 5 seconds just in that build-up, even if you're not trying to. So C doing a good job of getting low in the box, getting away from the start line to burn time, because it's a lot harder to burn with speed right now because the boats are so powered up, they want to accelerate. So the easiest way is to sail a triangle back to the start line rather than a straight line. C doing a really good job of doing that and getting the boat slow wherever he can.
Yeah, you can see him using the helm a lot to go back and forth, and that will slow the boat down, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yes, so here Pine needs to keep the swing here, because otherwise he's just going to get stuck in, and C can just hold him high and just hold him back. So Svi in a really good position right now. 45 seconds to go. They're maybe 30 seconds, 28 seconds from the line. So, not a lot of time to burn here. That's one of the big advantages in this breeze. Once you do get low in the box, you can burn a lot of time if you're the leeward boat.
And this is a must-win match for Pine. Z is up 2-0 in the first to win 3 semifinal.
I think Pine should be able to get in below that ley line there. It's hard to hold in.
No, I think he can too. In
C
fact, he can.
accepts that and just tries
he
to go,
definitely
I'm going to
can.
get a good start
Now it's
here.
just time and distance. He's just got to be sure that he's right at the start, at the line, at the start. And so far, he's doing pretty well there.
This is who executes the next 5 seconds best.
Yeah, he needs to go fast now, even if he heads down onto C, because he'll just tack away, but with speed.
In that other match, Sienna Nichols leading ahead of Strom coming down their leg 2.
Well, these boats are flying downwind.
They are indeed.
Their Strom was to windward on starboard off the line and just held in there a little bit long and just saw his jib just flapping a little bit, just trying to hold in and just got stuck on a wave. And Nichols was just able to get over the top and just get that half boat length gain, which is super key for extending another 2 boat lengths.
Yeah, she's more than 2 boat lengths ahead now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's closer than you think.
Yeah. I think, and the boats are going so fast downwind that upwind,
There's
this gap
2
will
of
be a lot
gauge,
less.
and she's a boat length or so ahead.
Yeah. Well, and she's protecting. She'll be able to go around this end of the gate
Exactly.
and go upwind to the right.
Nichols in the blue kite, boat 6, and the yellow kite of Strom in boat 4.
I think Strom is gaining. He's on her breeze a little bit, not too much, but just a little bit.
Here goes Nichols with her takedown.
Think
And
here,
a nice, a beautiful rounding.
if you're Strom, you kind of have to go for the split, even though you know you might want to go right. Just not a long enough beat to try and do too much. You're just that little bit too far back to really be able to gain an attacking duel. An early tack over here from Nichols, smart move to do, just control, and you can lead back if they ever get a little gain and come back on a lift on support tack. You can just get to leeward and slam them back onto the header. And doing a real good job here, just keeping that boat powered up. Like Strom's boat pitching a little bit more, and Nichols just going through the wave a little bit. Just a little bit more, just keeping the bow connected and just being able to
Look at their
piece
hiking
it together.
is that's as far out as you can get there.
She's got a little more height, too. She's
Yeah.
sailing a click or 2 higher right now.
I think she's got a little bit of a new breeze, new shift, and just able to get a bit high, and she's able to just seems a bit more comfortable in the boat, just having that jib driving, whereas Strom's jib's just backing a lot, doesn't really look like they're comfortable just getting the groove going, whereas Nichols is just really going bow down, just sending it.
Yeah, that's just pure helmsmanship there.
So is that an admission that any monkey can't steer?
Well, in some parts of the race, the monkey becomes sort of important.
Once the tactician's already got them onto the lifted tack.
Yeah, once the tactician's got them on the lifted tack. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and now Strom at this point started to make some of the moves that you have to make, but never want to have to.
As the trailer.
As the trailing boat, yep. Yeah, she's coming out of those tacks better than he is too, I think.
Yeah, they just look a little bit more comfortable with their setup, just able to get the boat going, just it wants to move.
Exactly.
Let's go up to that other pair, to the Pine C match coming into the top mark. It's close.
A close one.
So they've got to do a big starboard tack going in here. So if Pine can just live in here for another 20 seconds to get to this ley line, he can just tack to leeward and control whenever they want to go. He can tack whenever he wants, and Svi's going to have to go to windward. So real good position here from Pine.
That's really well done. This is what we were talking about earlier. You can hold the other boat past the ley line, and you can decide, as the boat to your right on the screen, he can decide when he wants to go for the mark.
And C doing the right thing here, just trying to close as much gauge as possible here, just sailing high, not worrying too much about VMG, just trying to get high, close the lateral gauge, and hopefully force Pine into attack. And if you can't force him, at least you're closer when you do go for that tack.
Well, and remember what I was saying earlier about, there goes the tack, is you've got to plan your tack looking at the seas.
They're way high, too. Their eaves coming back.
Yeah, they're
way
coming
high
back.
the ley line.
Yeah.
So here they're probably going to, this is going to be a boat handling move at this top mark to see if Pine can get another boat length or C can get that boat length back in. So you're going to have to go in, fly the heli pole, try and get a good pop here because it's going to be a tack set. It's going to be really hard to execute this properly.
The other thing about that situation is tactically, so Pine could control that, and now they've overshot the mark, meaning they've gone higher than you would normally go. And they're going to have an interesting thing with these.
Pine's slowing, so he must have a penalty that we've missed. So he's laying a mark trap here.
Yep.
I think he's set up a little bit low for this mark trap here, though. He's just
Why don't you explain the mark trap?
So basically, if Pine's got a penalty here, he's worried about. He wants to be able to offset it. So that means that he's going to try and say, well, I'm going to get inside the 2 boat length zone, and then I'm going to own the zone. You have to go around the outside of me. I'm just going to sit here for as long as I can do. But it seems like he went a bit low and just forced himself to have to go around it, and then C did a good job of just staying half a boat length back here.
I don't think he. I don't think he owed a penalty. I don't think he
You
was.
see that on
No, I didn't. I watched.
Not sure why
See
you'd
any
slow
flags?
up there.
Boy, I don't either.
In fact, I saw a green flag there at the mark. There was a request. But by the way, Nichols leading coming downhill with the blue kite ahead of Strom, and now C coming downhill ahead of Pine. Or Pine leading or C?
Pine's leading.
Pine is now leading.
Yeah.
Ahead of C, Pine with the lime kite, green kite, and C with the gray kite.
So C in a great position here to jibe on top. If when Pine goes, he's in the position where if he can just go if Pine jibes slightly down speed and C is going fast, he can just whip it and get right on top. So this is all about picking the moment for a jibe.
Well,
Kids are getting tired.
But yeah,
Been a long day.
that was pretty awful.
Yeah. So that was a good job by Pine there to do the opposite of what I said, where Svi was a little bit down speed and then not quite able to get with the apparent adjusting.
Nice surf
So
by
I don't
Nichols.
know what happened at that weather mark. That was weird.
I'm not sure why, if you're 2 boat lengths clear as Pine was,
Right.
you would slow
Why
up
you
there.
would slow
If
up.
you were if you were like a quarter of a length, I could see you might want to work it. But, you know, if you're already length and a half, 2 lengths ahead, that's all you can ever gain back to. So why take the risk?
I don't.
Yeah. However, if he goes on and wins the race, I guess it worked.
Yeah, well, they may have had, who knows, jib cleats.
Well,
jib
Sienna
cleats can come
Nichols
out of cleats and
is going to win. If we can get a shot of the finish, guys, Sienna Nichols is going to win her match.
her semi.
And, well, she's leading now, 2-1.
Oh, 2-1. They were 1-1. Right.
They were 1-1.
So she's
Yeah,
2-1.
so C really surfing around the outside here. Pine's just made a mess of his drop here. He's just not been able to fly this kite. However, he has, in doing so, he's made sure he gets this right-hand side, which is probably pretty powerful, but he's given away 3 boat lengths to make that happen. Pretty messy drops on both sides, so.
Well, he gave away a substantial amount at the weather mark. Who knows? I mean, jibs can come out of jib cleats. And, there are all sorts of things that can happen, but that was weird. I think your instinct was right. I thought, well, the only reason you would do that is if you owed a penalty.
I do think they slowed up.
There were the other boats coming in at the top mark, so maybe just wanted to move the race back. But you know, they could pick the time when they wanted to go back, so they could have held on port for another 5 to 10 seconds to let all those boats go because they're in that controlling position.
Exactly.
This next cross is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, both boats have had crew in on this beat to try and figure out to get the proper drop. So neither boat's been going full hull speed. However, to me, it looks like Pine is on a big header right now. So if he could get onto starboard, he'd be able to come higher than C and be able to maybe extend. I don't want to say too confidently because I don't want to be wrong.
Well, it's the biggest split we've seen all day.
Yeah. And I think Pine's main has looked a little bit more full than C. C's main has been like flogging a little bit more, whereas Pine's been good at just keeping it in front of the battens where the backing's going. But one of the things with no backstay on these, it's really hard to get the jib going properly with the amount of forestay sag you end up getting.
Yeah.
It's really hard to sail these boats properly. The groove is super narrow with the high aspect and a lot of forestay sag.
But we didn't want to put a backstay on it.
Well, you'd have to have 2 more people for runners. So
Exactly.
yeah, no,
runners.
the boats benefit more because it's light conditions more than these.
Yeah. The running backstay, to what Matt is referring, goes from the hounds, which is where the top of the jib meets the mast, and then aft to the deck, and that allows you to keep your headstay firm, etc. Well, these boats have a flat top main and no backstay, and the shrouds, meaning the wires coming down on the sides, are slightly aft of the position of the mast, so the mast isn't in danger of falling down. But it does, the weakness is that in a breeze, you have a little more headstay sag that you would want. And you can really see that here. It isn't a straight line between the hounds and the bow. The luff of the jib is slightly slightly bent.
That, Commodores, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call a big game.
It is.
Yep.
Go right, young man or woman.
Yep.
In Newport Beach in the afternoon with a little bit of breeze.
Just got to be careful not to eat too many trees on these waves here.
Yeah.
Just that's the only way it can go wrong from here.
Eat too many trees?
Yeah, when you start going up and down, you start chopping wood.
Oh, we
chopping
call
wood.
it
So
sawing.
you start
yeah,
eating
okay.
trees.
Eating
Yeah.
trees.
Yeah.
Is that a British expression?
Yeah, they have some strange things
Yeah,
they say over there,
yeah.
Tom.
Get the the tea kettle ready.
Can we get the
we-
Google translator here?
We don't have the same amount of tree huggers as California has, though.
That's true. We like our trees.
Andy, have you signed the petition to keep the tree on the Balboa Peninsula?
I didn't know there was one.
There's a tree that might be chopped down near the
Really?
library on the peninsula, yeah.
Oh, wow. I don't like that.
He's just trying to keep the tree at Stanford.
Yeah. Unless it's a ficus tree.
This is a
They
bit
should
of
all
a
be chopped
fuster
down.
cluck here, getting this kite
Yeah,
up.
it's sort of awful.
Yeah, but the good thing is, at least if you're going downwind, you're able to surf the waves. And here, they're going to find it hard because they've released that jib a lot, so the kite gets stuck in behind the jib because they've let it
Yep.
go. So it's going to be hard to get it out. They need to bone that jib sheet on just to release it. But the good job for them is they got a 6-7 boat length lead.
Yep.
Well, a must-win for Pine, and it looks like he's going to get it. Some more semifinal racing tomorrow for both of these matches, it looks like. It's the green kite coming downhill. James Pine, Nathan Pine, William Baker, Addison Fisher of the South Carolina Yacht Club in Charleston, or near Charleston, South Carolina. They will get back into the semifinal, first to win 3, and it's now them trailing Dylan C. of Newport Harbor Yacht Club 2-1, assuming nothing untoward happens between now and the remaining couple hundred meters to the finish.
Looks like he's got his Finnegar under the hounds, too. Under his
Yeah.
headstay.
However, luckily, I think for him, he's far enough ahead.
He's far enough
so,
ahead, yeah. But
Dylan C. came into today leading after the round robin. Dylan C. and Kea Hancock, Anton Schmidt, Michael Santovich,
oh, yeah, he's way off.
Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And he's got a fight on his hands with Team Pine, James Pine and co. And that will continue tomorrow, as we're now quite sure the race committee is sending everybody in to call it a day after almost 6 hours. We've been on the air nearly 6 hours, since 11:30 this morning, and we'll do it again
Yep.
tomorrow, same time, and all the same channels, Chris, that we've been streaming to today. Our producer director, Chris Bretschker, the rest of his team, we thank you all very much for joining us. Tom Eamon alongside Andy Rose, Matt Whitfield, and we had Chris.
Jeffrey Peterson.
We had Cricket. We had Jeffrey
Cricket,
Peterson
yeah.
up with us here on the commentary team. And unless anybody's got anything else to say, we'll call it a day. Bid you farewell from Newport Beach, California.
Hasta mañana.